Hey everybody, so we just got our final Super Smash Bros. Ultimate character revealed, Sora, and our last Mr. Sakurai Presents video, and it is a bittersweet ending to several years of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate hype and just incredibleness. And today, we're going to do a little retrospective, a little reflection on everything that's happened with this game, all the newcomers specifically, going through every character, and I have a special guest with me today to talk about this, X45X.
Hello, hello.
So we've been talking a little bit about this reveal and everything, but we haven't really talked too much about it because we wanted to, record it here for this PODpaGenos. So X45X, how did you feel about the Mr. Sakurai Presents and our final character Sora?
I wow. I think because I know we're going to be talking about Sora later. I'll say it right now. I'm sorry to everyone I said that Sora wouldn't be in this game. I literally was like, I never hyped myself up for Sora because I was like, nah, Disney's the company they are. They're never gonna let us have Sora. I'm gonna hold that L like right now. And so just to kind of eat my words on that, I'm like really happy I got to eat my words on that because it's kind of maybe the best ending you could have asked for, especially with the way they did the trailer and everything.
I completely agree. I think the callback to the first Inkling trailer was a great way to introduce the final character, and it was just such an epic moment when like the Keyblade appeared and you saw the Mickey Mouse symbol, and the keyhole opened and Sora came out. It was awesome, floating over all the characters. Very very epic ending, and I don't know. I'm just floored by this whole ending and everything, and I'm in agreement with you. I so the last few weeks we had the Sora leak, and I was definitely pushing that one, and I thought it had a pretty good chance of coming true. I was getting into some tinfoil hat stuff that it could be Sora, and it turned out to be Sora. So I'm very happy in the end how that leak played out, because it wasn't like a leak like a picture of Sora or something, or a video, or it wasn't like a definitive thing. It was just kind of like a, well, maybe this is real, maybe it isn't. We've had so many fake leaks in the past. So it wasn't anything definitive. I don't think it ruined the surprise or anything like that, but it was really fun to be speculating Sora, getting kind of hyped for maybe it could be Sora, and then to have that culminate in it actually happening was really incredible. But before all that Sora speculation at the end here, I'm kind of with you, X45X. I thought Sora was such a long shot. I thought working with Disney, I thought it was just unknowable. It was just unknowable whether or not that was actually something we could ever get in this game. So I was very much so in the years prior and throughout all the Smash speculation for Smash Ultimate, very unsure about Sora. I would occasionally talk about him as, yeah, it could happen. I don't count anybody completely out, but I was always stressing, like, but remember, guys, working with Disney is really tough. It might just not be feasible. I don't know. So to see it actually happen is just incredible, because I am a Kingdom Hearts fan. I do really like Sora. I just was like you. I thought potentially he might be off the table. And thankfully he wasn't, and what a way to end it.
Yeah, Disney's so bad about like rights and stuff. Like they take out people who make like fan made like
Artwork.
Mickey Mouse anything,
Yeah.
like artwork. Like they want to make sure that like they're the only people that produce any Disney based goods. Like it's pretty scary. So I was like, yeah, like hell they're gonna release Sora from like you're gonna be like, yeah, Square, you can go to Nintendo with Sora. Like they
Yeah, I mean, Disney is pretty much the reason that the whole public domain thing, like things that are super old, are supposed to eventually fall into the public domain. So like anybody can make a Sherlock Holmes, television series or movie or something like that. Anybody can make a Count Dracula movie or anything, because the book is so old at this point, it's now public domain. But Disney, because of Mickey Mouse, who is, I believe, at least 100 years old at this point, has kind of pushed that public domain, and they fight for it, and they change all the rules and stuff all the time. So they're they are a big factor in copyright law, just from what they try to do to hold on to Mickey Mouse and hold on to their characters, despite the fact that a lot of their ironically, a lot of their best stuff is them taking old fairy tales and stuff which have fallen into public domain, and adapting them. But yeah, so they're just a copyright giant. And so to see Sakurai, who is clearly looking at I have the newcomers on an image in front of me here, clearly the master of getting copyright claims for different characters all into Smash and stuff, absolutely amazing, was able to somehow traverse that whatever it takes to get Sora for us is just incredible.
Yeah, man, they got Dragon Quest and Kingdom Hearts into Smash Brothers. That is probably the toughest legal movement in media I've ever heard of in my life.
Right, yeah. I mean, and that's the other thing. I mean, Square is no easy copyright holder either. And so Kingdom Hearts is just, kind of the king of difficult copyright. I believe Sora, what's that game? Is it World something? The one where it's like little chibi Final Fantasy characters?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm spacing on the name of it.
World of Final Fantasy?
Yeah, I think it might be it. I know that it's World of Final Fantasy. They had Sora as like a DLC thing, the character or something for it, but it was like a limited time event or something, and that was a Final Fantasy game. That's Square and Sora and stuff, and even that was like you could only get him for a certain amount of time. I think it was only on Sony, the Sony console or whatever. It was it was very specific stuff. So to see Sora in Super Smash Brothers on a Nintendo console, and knowing just how hard it is to get him to cross over into Final Fantasy, which Kingdom Hearts is already crossing over into, is crazy. So pretty lucky that we have him here at the end. So I think what we're going to do is go down the list of each character, each newcomer. We're just going to go through Smash Ultimate. We know that this has technically been, since the beginning of Smash 4 and 3DS. Sakurai and the team have worked all the way and then moved on to Smash Ultimate, moved on to the Fighter Pass 1, Fighter Pass 2, and gotten us to this moment. But we're not going to go all the way back to the beginning of Smash.
If we wanted to go really far back too, like Brawl even had like big reveals and stuff like that. So
yeah, I mean, I could talk about when the day I saw Sonic on the Dojo website, but I feel like that's gonna be too much to talk about. So
we'll be here forever.
We'll be here forever, and it's gonna be kind of too much to get into. So we're gonna go over from Inkling's reveal all the way up through until this last one, and just kind of talk about each character, those reveal moments, where we were in those moments, how we feel about the character, what the character brought to Smash, reflecting on them in hindsight, now seeing the full roster, and also, if maybe we would have done something different, or if we maybe didn't like them at first, but we've grown to like them, or we did like them at first, but we, after playing them, wish they were a little different or something. All that stuff. We're just going to go one by one through everybody, and just kind of reflect on this whole journey that Smash Ultimate has been.
Yeah, I'm really excited. So let's get right into it.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. One thing before we get there, because we talked a little bit about, Sora and this final reveal and stuff with Sakurai. It was really cool that Sora was a Byleth character. And I thought of this when I was thinking about that this goes back to Smash Wii U and 3DS and stuff. It was really cool that Sakurai revealed that Sora was actually the winner of the ballot, and that's kind of been something they've sort of been hiding from us all the way until this ending here. So that harkens back to that.
I'm not too shocked that they hid that from public eyes, because Disney wouldn't want to deal with anyone after that.
No, of course not. And they did say something to the effect of like they also didn't want to like rank the companies and the characters in the games by showing, if you show the ballot results, it's like, oh, this company's character was 158th. It's like, oh wow, they're not that popular or something.
Wow, thanks.
Yeah, exactly. Or this character's won over this character. I totally understand why they, aren't going to reveal that. But it was nice knowing that the number one character, the most requested character, and also probably the most difficult character was our final character, and Sakurai actually pulled through here. So we will talk more about Sora and the ending at the end of this video, because Sora is obviously going to be the last character. So we will talk more about this reveal and everything at the end. But let's travel back in time and talk about when Smash Ultimate was first shown to us. And it was when Inkling was revealed. So X45X, I'll let you start us off and tell me about how you feel about Inkling and that reveal and that moment and the beginning of Smash Ultimate.
Yeah, Inkling was a trip, because we all kind of wanted Inkling in Smash 4. Like, talks about like, oh, if they did an next DLC character, like, wouldn't it be cool if Inkling came in? And that was like a conversation I remember. But I want to say, and I'd have to go fact check this, but that was a direct, right?
And I believe so. Yeah, it was the end of a direct.
Yeah, and there was Splatoon 2 like update information. Like there was a Splatoon 2 update in the direct, I want to say,
Yeah, I
of
think
like
so.
a new map or
There
something.
was
So like
something Splatoon already because I do recall that. I do remember thinking we already saw Splatoon. Why is Splatoon back
yeah,
at the end?
and more importantly, it was Splatoon 1. But why were they running so much more crazy than they run in the game? Like, why is this so much more animated than the Splatoon original trailer or the gameplay? Like, I was just like,
It was
are they
clearly a
bringing back Splatoon 1? Like, what's going on? And then, like, just when I, like, the moment it went dark, I was like, oh no, don't tell me this is Smash. And I popped off so hard. That picture is ingrained in my mind. It lives rent free in my head. The Inkling eye and the Smash Ball.
I totally agree. Yeah, I remember watching that. Again, it's a little fuzzy because it was so long ago at this point. Which thinking about that now too, that how long ago that moment was till now has been the full journey of Smash Ultimate. But yeah, I believe it was a direct. I remember seeing the Inklings, shooting at each other, and I thought like it was. I just thought it was something Splatoon. I absolutely did not think it was something Smash because. It hadn't been that long since we had Smash 4, and Bayonetta won the ballot. It's over the end. I just didn't think, or Bayonetta was the most realizable character and the winner of the European ballot or whatever they told us. But I didn't think a new Smash game would happen because I mean we were just talking about this before I started recording, but I think from Melee to Brawl was like 2001 to 2008, and then it was like Brawl to Smash 4, Smash Wii U 3DS was like 2008 to I think 2013, 14. And the Inkling trailer I want to say was 2018. Yes, I think. So
Yeah, like earlier in the year. Yeah, I think so.
yeah, and I think Bayonetta and Corrin were, I want to say, December 2015, so almost the beginning of 2016. Um,
So it didn't
and
feel like that long ago.
right, so it was like basically the start of 2016, and then this was the start of 2018. So almost, it was like 2 years maybe since Smash 4 had ended. Um, and boom, all of a sudden, this Inkling trailer, this Splatoon trailer that I thought I was watching, turns into the reveal of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Was just absolutely incredible. Obviously, the Fireball Smash symbol has become an absolute icon. Like you said, lives rent free in your head. And we can touch upon this later. But it was so awesome to reflect back on this with the Sora trailer. Go back to the beginning one. But yeah, and like you said, Inkling was a character that I think everybody wanted in Smash 4. They were a character that I remember thinking with Smash 4 that like we ended with Bayonetta and Corrin. I remember thinking that game, I was like, I really wish we had gotten like one more returning character like Wolf, or if they're able to somehow make Ice Climbers work or something. Like one more returning character, and then one more like ballot character, someone like K. Rool or Inkling, and then I would have thought Smash Wii U 3DS was perfect. The roster was great, and right off the bat, before this game even gets a title, we know Inkling is going to be in it. That right off the bat, it was like, okay, it's moving in the direction like I wanted this game to move in.
Yeah, and then in terms of like gameplay and whatnot, like Inkling for me, like currently as a competitive player, as a commentator, I wish Inkling was just a touch stronger. I feel like Inkling's lacking in a few departments, but Inkling's fun to play. The combos are smooth. I feel like the kit's very representative of the style and appeal of Splatoon. And I really like what they brought to Smash that I thought was interesting, other than the ink mechanic, was the grenade, the down B was just such a nice like move for them to bring in because if anyone here's played Guilty Gear in Exard, there's a character named Alfelt, and she tosses this grenade, and it sort of sets you up to deal with like the grenade's going to explode. How are you going to deal with whatever Alfelt's about to do to you? And England gets to do that, and it's a very direct. Like Snake could kind of do it, but Snake was a bit more like single impact, like heavy hitting moves. Inkling got to pressure you in so many different ways. It was really, and the grenade didn't even hurt you. So you got to do a lot of really interesting plays around that. And so I thought that was like really unique and like very traditional fighting game or like anime fighter, air dash fighter for Smash Brothers. So I really liked it.
Cool. Yeah, I definitely think they translated Splatoon's gameplay style really well into Smash, which was cool to see because that is. I know a lot of people talk about like, and we can talk about this a bit later. But you know, we didn't get Master Chief. We sort of got Doom Guy as a Mii costume. But to see Sakurai take a shooting game and turn it into a Smash character, we did actually get that with Inkling. You know, that doesn't, I think, get talked about enough. So, you know, it's pretty cool to see what Sakurai did with that, and then to also just use all the ink mechanics and stuff and come up with a really unique character. The other interesting thing with this reveal was that we got no gameplay of them, and we had to wait a very long time.
Oh, an incredibly long time. Yeah.
Yeah, so when we first saw Inkling, you know, that was just speculation was back on. I actually remember that's always the best thing about a new Smash game getting revealed is for me anyway. Ever since pre-Brawl, I've been on Smash boards and speculating Smash Online. So whenever a new Smash game gets announced, it's always great because I remember like Core and Bayonetta happened, and it was like, all right, no more speculating, and then you know, it was a few years of like, I'm not really on the internet talking Smash speculation at all. I'm not looking stuff up. I'm not looking for rumors. I'm not trying to, you know, think about the next roster or anything like that. But then as soon as Inkling, you know, that trailer happened, boom, right back on Smash boards, right back to, you know, talking about Smash stuff constantly. And I really wish making this channel, I didn't make this channel until after the E3 when we got the announcement, the name announcement for Smash Ultimate. I made the channel after that, and I felt like, man, I really should have made the channel after Inkling got revealed. So I could have had a you know, reaction video for E3 and, you know, been talking about speculation up until that point because I was just talking about it on like Smash boards and stuff or just with friends, you know, in real life and stuff. So yeah, I was a little like, maybe this channel, maybe it's a little too late for me to make the channel, but obviously it wasn't. So yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on. Oh, one other thing with the Inkling reveal, we didn't know the name of the game, and I remember this being a huge part of speculation from here until we hit E3. People were talking about, is this just going to be a port with like a few more characters and maybe an upgrade? Because we knew Link had Breath of the Wild, like the Breath of the Wild look because of the silhouettes. I heard people trying to figure out who was in each of those silhouettes, and just talk of, did they just add Inkling to Smash 4 and maybe change something, maybe change Link's look and just kind of port it. I remember is it a port was like a huge thing until that E3. Do you remember talking about that or people saying that?
I hated talking about that. Oh my god, dude! The amount of times everyone was like, "It's just a port. It's just a port," until we got like our first real gameplay. Like that drove me insane. Just because like there was a disconnect between porting and a port, where like a port is like, you know, making a game run on different hardware, like, but also something like we took an engine that we wrote and we ported it to a new system so that we can run similar code or like use similar like parts of the engine. So when talking about this with anyone about speculation of the game, it was insanity trying to figure out if people were trying to dog on the game and call it a port. Oh, it's not going to be nothing more than a port, or people who like understood that like what I was trying to say was the game is being ported, so I'm assuming some of the engine and whatnot are going to behave similarly. That was awful. That was like the most confusing time in the world for me.
I remember you being a strong advocate of like, not necessarily like it's not a port because obviously we didn't know for sure, but you were a strong advocate of like, you guys are looking at this the wrong way, like, you know, all that stuff or whatever, all the stuff you just said, which I was also on that team too. I didn't think it was going to be a port, but I do understand why people did think that, and I think a lot of it had to do with what I mentioned before, which was how long we usually wait in between Smash games. It's usually about average, I think, like 5 or 6 years, and this one had been like 2 years since Smash 4 ended. So I think a lot of people just expected, well, there's no way it's a new game. It's just going to be Smash 4 again. But you know, there's still, I think, a little bit of a somewhat argument of that this is kind of a continuation of Smash 4, but I think they've changed and upgraded so much stuff. You know, I don't hear people calling it a port anymore. So I think that
also,
that died.
In like the Street Fighter community, like Street Fighter 3 A New Generation doesn't play quite like Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, enough so that like Third Strike was it almost feels like Ultimate in a way to like new generation. Like Third Strike was the new generation, Ultimate was the Smash 4. Like it's just sort of like it was enough of an upgrade using similar assets, but with all new stages, all new music, new mechanics, and like some changes to the gameplay that made it way better. And like, you know, like really listening to the fans potentially. I'm not actually sure because I wasn't like into Street Fighter Ed when it came out, but it turned out to be like that next step up, despite holding the same name. So like when people call this Smash 5 or Smash Ultimate, I don't really care because it does feel like a whole nother step away from Smash Wii U, even if it wasn't like, you know, like a completely rethought Smash experience, like maybe Brawl to 4 or, you know, 64 to Melee.
Right. Yeah. No, I totally agree with that. I think the whole thing is it like nobody really cares anymore. Like there was this, it's gonna be a port, but the whole thing was like it was either people like setting up like lowering their expectations so they don't get disappointed. That was like one camp that was saying it's going to be a port because again it's only been like 2 years, and then there was another camp of people who were like, you know, basically the haters who were saying like, you guys are just getting a port of Smash 4, it's gonna suck, blah, blah, blah. But then, you know, the game came out and it's like, it's so good, guys. Do we care like what we technically call this thing? Like it, and like you're saying, there's so much new stuff. I don't hear anybody calling this thing a port anymore. So, yeah. All right. Well, that was Inkling to me. Do you have anything else from either Inkling's reveal or that time before E3? No,
not really. But for clarity for everyone watching, before we get to like all the other character reveals, I think the most exciting thing and one of my top favorite moments from Ultimate was the next thing that truly got revealed. Everyone is here, which sort of like was. I watched this all with my stream the day before Sora came out, and like if you go back, obviously like Sakurai mentions like the number next to the character name signals when they were introduced to the series should have been the biggest giveaway that everyone was going to come back, because why would you number everything other than that? But I was so entranced at the time with like, I'm gonna see gameplay, and I was like popping off. But the moment Snake showed up, I yelled. There's a clip on my channel of me just like screaming. I was so happy. That moment was mind-blowing for me because it's the one thing I missed in Smash 4. There's just a couple of characters missing I wish were back, and it was just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I mentioned this before when as soon as I saw Inkling and people were calling it a port, I was like, well, if it is a port, but we get, like, again, a few more like ballot choice characters, like Inkling also felt like a shoe-in, so it was like good to do Inkling first, because I feel like if it's hid Inkling for further in, that would have been like one of the number one most speculated characters, and no one would have been surprised. What was surprising was that we got Inkling before we even knew the game was happening. But yeah, but yeah, everyone is here was potentially the most hype moment, potentially hasn't been topped. There's a few moments in here that maybe were personally topped for me, but everyone is here. I don't think anyone expected that. Again, when we're talking about the game potentially being a port and everyone kind of having not like low expectations, but trying to like set themselves up to not be disappointed, and we get right out of the gate, this game is going to be what I said, everyone. Yeah, that Smash 4 experience that I wanted was like add a few more of those like old characters back and a couple more ballot choices, and right out of the gate we get Inkling back, and then everyone is here. As soon as you saw Snake, it was like, wow, it's not just like they brought, yay, Ice Climbers and Wolf are back or something. It was like, no, they got Konami back on board. They went in and got us Pichu and Young Link and just everybody. It was maybe one of the most hype moments in video game history is everyone is here.
Also, it was a nice embracing moment and like a gameplay level, because we're not going to go through all these characters, but like it was a really nice gameplay moment because a lot of those characters are a style of play that wasn't necessarily available anywhere else. Like no one else plays like Young Link. Toon Link is more of a zoner. Like the default Link, which was Twilight Princess Link for a bit, was like a very mid-range, bit of a zoner, bit of a like a scrapping kind of sword fighter. And so you got these two styles, but Young Link was rushdown, was like get in their face and go nuts on them. And that was missing. Ice Climbers with all the combos. And like, I know no one was looking to get, wobbled or backthrown into backthrown for the rest of their life again, but like one of the coolest parts about Ice Climbers is people finding out how to combo with them and all the cool things you can do synced or desynced. And so like missing that was like, oh, you're going to miss that combo character, that big punish character. Pichu was a more rush down Pikachu. Snake was this oddball zoner that wasn't available in any other kind of fighting game, right? Like, and so
Right.
to bring all of them back was like,
Yeah.
hey, that thing that was missing, it's here.
Totally. I mean, Snake, like you said, Snake's gameplay style was only in Brawl at that point. You could only play Snake style gameplay, which really never had like we never got a replacement for Snake in Smash 4. You know, that was a completely unique thing. Or we had Charizard in Smash 4. We didn't even have Pokemon Trainer, Ivysaur and Squirtle. So transformation characters, switch out characters, you know, were back and stuff like that. So this was a moment of, you know, and all these characters have fans too. Like, you know, a lot of people when they're talking about, oh, who should be here, who should get cut or something like that, are like, oh, maybe Pichu's unnecessary, or like, you know, maybe Young Link or Toon Link, just pick one. But like you just pointed out, they have different play styles. Like different people like these characters for different reasons, and they're from different games. Like maybe you're a fan, maybe you're a huge fan of Majora's Mask or you know, Ocarina of Time, you want Young Link, but maybe you're a huge fan of Wind Waker, you want Toon Link. You know, there's a lot of reason to have these characters. On here for different people. Different people have different either gameplay styles that they prefer or just characters that they like. So getting everyone back immediately, I think every single Smash fan out there, you know, was on board with this game right from that moment. Not that they obviously were on board with it anyway, but right from that moment, it was like everybody is happy. This is perfect.
Yeah, that was the moment where like, I don't care where this game goes. I'm absolutely content with the roster, which is amazing because I'm looking at the list that we wrote before this, and I'm like, I was content there.
That's I mean, that's what I was saying before. Was that I remember ending Smash 4 on Bayonetta Corrin and feeling like, man, I really wish we had like 2 more characters coming. I really wish there was one more, you know, thing happening. Because I feel like we just need a little bit of the old characters back, like Wolf or something, and then Inkling, K. Rool, Ridley, someone like that, someone from the ballot, or a character that felt like they would probably get in from the ballot, because a lot of fans had been asking for them. And then I'm good after that. That'll be perfect. And right, you know, we can get to these next 2 characters that also happened at the E3. So right after that, we learned about Echo Fighters with Daisy, and that was really cool because it also kind of stopped the whole clones thing or like wasted roster spots thing, where it was like,
yeah.
like I remember people like really hating on Dark Pit. Like Dark Pit was awful, and oh my god, we should have gotten somebody else. But like acting as if it wasn't Dark Pit, it would be like, you know, a full-fledged character with tons of like. It was like, no, dude, this is like something easy that Sakurai was able to add. Like Melee added some clones because it was easy. You know, they've continued to do that. They finally gave it a name, just and somehow giving it a name made everyone accept it. Like as soon as we got Daisy in that, it was like, oh, we accept these clone characters now because they're not trying to pass them as the same as real characters. They don't get the same. Well, I mean, they're real characters, but they don't get a number on the roster. They're called something else. We don't have to pretend, you know, that they took a spot from someone or however people look at it. It's just so weird. So how did you feel about Daisy as a character, or what I just said, or anything else you have to add?
I feel exactly the same. Daisy was like a nice moment of like, oh, cool. Like they're going to include these kinds of characters. They're going to include, you know, like, oh, where like so characters could show up that fit relatively in with another character. And I was kind of hoping we'd get more, but like it's sort of like oh, cool. So there's no reason not to have Daisy if Peach is here, right? And then like eventually, like there was no reason not to have Dark Samus, you know, or Chrom.
Right, yeah. No, I feel the same way, and that was kind of like you just pointed out. In retrospective, looking at it now, I do feel like Echoes were a little underutilized because I remember they revealed Daisy as our first, besides Inkling, first newcomer character at that E3, and it was kind of like, oh, cool, maybe we'll get a lot of these because they're giving them a name now and they're, you know, pointing them out. And Daisy was a cool one. It was like, oh, that's perfect. That works well for Peach. You know, Daisy could have a unique moveset, but I think she works fine like this. It's cool just to have her here, and you know, fans of that character will be able to play as her. But yeah, it is looking at, we didn't get too many Echoes, all things considered, thinking that maybe we'd get more, but I think it was more so, I think, that they just wanted to name these characters. We got about, I think, the same amount of Echoes as we probably got in past games. But I think they just wanted to give them a name, which then made me think we'd get a bunch of them. But they just wanted to give them a name so that people didn't take revealing them as like, again, like when Dark Pit happened, like, oh, they took a roster spot, or this is dumb. They should have given us somebody different, yeah. You know.
They took up development time. Now we didn't get this character. And it's
right?
Like, no.
No, they took up the development time of like a little bit more than an alt costume, guys. Like, it's not a big deal. And then the other big reveal here, and this is where when we left E3, I was absolutely like, well, that's exactly what I wanted out of Smash 4. I don't even care if we get anything else. Everything else is just icing on the cake.
First of all, we got the name. We got the name. We got the name of the game. We got the final like it was after the Everyone Is Here. They showed like what the end of trailers would look like the way the logo appears and all that, and then they showed us like the new trailer format with Ridley, with the Smash logo opening up for us.
The two bars, and then it shot open, and it was like I think everybody knew it was Ridley instantly because it was, the a space theme goes down to Samus, and you're just like, no, they did not do this.
I was more shocked that they killed Mario.
Oh yeah.
Like
Mario and Mega Man.
You're like, oh no, Mega Man's dead, and then it's like they just really just murders Mario, and it makes such a gross sound. You're like, really, what? Nintendo? And then they proceed to kill Mario multiple times after.
That was something else. I do remember the internet going nuts about they killed Mario, and we can talk in a second because Luigi dies in the next one. But they went hard. They made the game feel like, especially Ridley. The game's like mature or something. They just killed Mario, but everybody wanted Ridley forever. So the whole too big argument. And then basically leaving E3 after that was just, this game is perfect. We don't need anything else. And they showed so many, with Everyone Is Here and the whole E3, it's all coming back to me now. They showed so many stages and so many, just everything was happening. I remember just rewatching so much of that and realizing how much content, this game was going to have. But that Ridley moment was just crazy. It beat out all the he's too big stuff or whatever. It was a character clearly everybody wanted. I assume Ridley
blowing up the ship for the final Smash.
Yeah, basically came in and killed everybody.
It was that went hard as hell. Like it was exciting, and Ridley, like after the fact, Ridley. You don't see as much of in competitive play. We have a really amazing player here in Colorado Smash, Rydra, who's a fantastic Ridley, but like you don't get to see a ton of Ridley in like my sphere of the game. But I love it when Ridley controls a match. It's terrifying. The command grab's brutal every time. Like there's something menacing about the character, even in gameplay, and they captured Ridley so well, in my opinion.
Oh, I totally agree. Him spinning Mario's hat. Like in his reveal was like right out of the gate, his personality was just like oozing out of this character. They got it so right. And I loved his redesign too, because it's like a totally cool new redesign for him. His all costumes are sweet. Like I remember just like loving just looking at that character. It was like so awesome. And as far as like gameplay and stuff goes, like you said, Ridley, not maybe the
strongest,
not maybe the strongest character. I'm not gonna like bash him or whatever. He certainly, I think this game is very well balanced, so we don't need to talk about the game's overall balance, but it's very well balanced. So even the characters that aren't that great are generally totally playable. But I do remember a ton of people wanting Ridley, and I'm gonna main him no matter what, blah blah blah, all that stuff. But regardless of how good he is on the roster or whatever, the way he plays, like you said, is just menacing. I think that doesn't get talked about enough with when we talk about gameplay for characters. It's not just how well they are in the game, how much they play, or even if you like if the way they play matches with how you play the game, and you fit well with that character. Some of it is also just the animations and the personality of the character fitting and everything. And Ridley is like perfect. Like they nailed him down perfect.
I know it's probably for developmental reasons or like voice direction reasons that they didn't give Ridley a voice, but nothing made me happier than I would joke with people that like Ridley can speak. Like Ridley speaks smart. Whatever the common language is in the Metroid universe, and then Sakurai brought it up, and I was like, wow, so this dude really is just some giant jerk and screeching just to be loud and annoying. Like, wow, great. And that's perfect too. That's right up Ridley's alley. I'm like, oh, great.
Yeah. Ridley is not a mindless monster. He's smart or whatever. And I do think they captured that well. He seems vicious and destructive, but there's some intelligence there in the way that he does stuff. And when you play as him, I don't know, he does feel like you said, that his side special grab and stuff, the way he just like vomits out fireballs and just drags them across he stabs with he grabs his tail and stabs into someone, that shows some like intelligence there. I love it. They capture the character really well. So Ridley, no matter how he falls on tier lists, competitive wise, I think is a great addition to this game. Very happy
100%,
Sakurai did this,
100%.
and I don't think anyone cares that he's smaller. Like no one cares. No one ever cared. They made him big enough too, so he works.
And then after that was Simon and Richter. Now that caught me. I pretty quickly figured out that it was going to be Castlevania, but I wasn't sure like who it was going to be. But in the moment, like I was like, is this really Castlevania? Is this really Castlevania? It took till the Medusa statue, I think.
I remember. So that whole thing, that was, I had started my channel maybe like a month earlier. Like I started my channel a couple days after E3 and Ridley and stuff. So clearly I was extremely hyped with Smash at that point. Enough so that I decided, hey, you know what? I want to make videos about like character speculation. Like that E3 made me want to do that. So I did. I started making videos, and so by the time we got to the Smash Direct, which everyone I feel like was shocked we were getting a Smash Direct that soon, because after E3, Sakurai said, don't expect too many more characters. And then like a month later, we have a whole Smash Direct. It was like, what? And there were some leaks. I think this was when Vergaben first hit the scene. And I won't talk about too much leak history with all this, just when it's very relevant. But Vergaben had this, I think was the first person who was talking about online that Simon Belmont was going to happen. And then we had it was like, I think it was Galaga music got put up on like the official website, but it played Bloody Tears. So that was like the night before. So there was like tons of rumors, and like everybody was like, oh, is it going to be Simon Belmont? It's going to be Simon Belmont. So I too, just like you, as soon as it was like a raining castle theme or whatever, I was like, oh man, yeah, it's Castlevania, here he comes. But I wasn't totally sure, until the reveal. I don't remember. Probably the Medusa head or something was when I was like, okay, it's definitely Castlevania. So yeah, it was awesome, and it was the first one. That's the first reaction I have filmed. I have friends over to watch it, which is always a blast to watch any kind of Smash stuff with friends. So that was a fun one. And what was really crazy about it to me, Simon was amazing. Getting Castlevania was amazing. Again, it was like kind of leaked, but when we had Snake back, it was like, oh man, we can get Konami stuff now. Then Castlevania shows up, another classic Nintendo game, especially if you're an older Nintendo fan. NES games like Castlevania just feel like they feel like Nintendo games. Like, yeah, they're made by Konami, but if you grew up with them back in the day, some Capcom stuff, some Konami stuff just felt like Nintendo characters. And Castlevania is one of those games. It felt like a Nintendo game back in the day. And to find out later as you get older that, oh no, there's other companies, not all this stuff is owned by Nintendo, even though you first learned about it on Nintendo. It was great to see Simon kind of come home in that way, being in Smash. And I think the big shocking thing was actually Richter.
No one was ready.
No one was ready for Richter, despite Simon and Castlevania kind of leaking. I don't think anyone thought he was getting an Richter echo. So,
and Richter's just such a memorable character from the series. He's sometimes he's a little dumb, but like you love him. He's unforgettable for Symphony of the Night. He's unforgettable for the gameplay that he offers. Like Dracula X is pretty fun. Like it's just like there's so much good in like good Castlevania located in Richter. So to have sort of like the original Castlevania show up with Simon, and then Richter, who's like pretty memorable in a more modern sense as an Echo fighter, was just chef's kiss, just perfect.
Yeah,
that's all. You couldn't ask for more.
Yeah, I think it was absolutely perfect representation because, like you said, it's Simon showing up with that old school NES Castlevania, or Castlevania 4 Super Nintendo. It's that old school Nintendo Castlevania, and then I think Symphony of the Night is a lot of people's favorite Castlevania. So to get Richter was like we got both the, like you said, original Castlevania, and we're getting the high point of the series as well, both represented here. And yeah, it's great. And Richter, some of the moves that, because Simon and Richter obviously being Echo Fighter, they share some moves. So like the slide and stuff is Richter. So it's cool. It's very cool to see that character reveal. And then, unless do you have more to say about Castlevania stuff?
Yeah, well, just when the reveal, just real quick. Yeah, then they kill Luigi.
Oh yeah.
And then more importantly, Luigi. First of all, Luigi almost put himself back in his body by the end of that trailer. So first of all, kind of immortal. That's crazy. Second of all, he looked at the Medusa statue and was fine. What is Luigi built out of? Like, what? I
So
was
it's
like,
Luigi
damn,
Mansion
okay.
games. He's a paranormal investigator. He knows his stuff.
Yeah, he's built different.
I
I
guess.
I was so I loved that. And then gameplay wise though too, like I really do like that they captured the essence of the games, like everything from like the kind of slow projectile throwing precision based stuff to like the kind of cool and quick from Symphony of the Night and whatnot. Like you got both.
Yeah, I mean the character is so cool because they even made the whip spins, like they do the little whip thing that you can do in Castlevania 4. And like you said, you can do the quick kind of jump kicks and slide and stuff like that. But it also like their walk animation is all stiff like old school Castlevania. The whip, it has like directional. It's like
It has that satisfying startup to it where
yeah,
it feels just right.
just yeah. I mean, that's one of the things Sakurai is so good at, representing characters like perfectly. And I honestly say, looking back on it, thinking about it right now, I really feel like the Simon reveal, something about that trailer, the Luigi getting killed and Simon showing up, it's like that's one of the more epic trailers I feel like we got for characters. That was one of the better ones.
It's not my favorite, but it was very.
It's
It let us know just the quality we could be expecting.
yeah,
It was oh, it was
totally.
such a good slice.
Exactly. Yeah, so Castlevania getting in was amazing right off the bat there, and then then the direct continues, and and again everybody's got in their head, Sakurai saying don't expect too many more characters, and we just got. It's only been a month since he said that, and we get Simon and Richter, so we get two instead of just one right off the bat, and then just toss us two more characters. Why not? And they show off Dark Samus and Chrom at the same time as just two more Echoes. And I think it was that moment, Richter, Dark Samus, Chrom, all getting in, that a lot of people thought, well, there's just going to be a ton of Echoes. Like Echoes are, I guess, no big deal, and they're just going to give us a lot. And those don't really.
That's why we were all saying Shadow the Hedgehog for a bit and stuff, because it was like, oh, this just makes sense, you know?
Exactly. There was a lot of just Shadow was a big one. There's a lot of Echo speculation, and weirdly after that, I mean, we'll get there when we get there, but there's only one more Echo after this.
Yeah.
But that moment of Richter, Dark Samus, Chrom was like, geez, they're just every time we get a character, we're just gonna get like a bunch of Echoes on top of it. I remember thinking after that there'd be like 4 or 5 more Echoes base game, and then who knows what DLC will bring, and there was one.
Yeah. So I want you to answer this one first,
sure.
because this character is a bit more dear to your heart. How did you feel when you saw Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong just chilling in the house?
Oh,
how was that trailer for you?
Well, can we get that in a second, because I have a little bit more to say about the Echo.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay, sorry.
Just a tiny bit. I guess so Dark Samus, I thought the way she moved around and stuff was really cool. It was cool to see. And Samus has never been a very strong character, so I remember a lot of people thinking, okay, this will be a chance to potentially, because we weren't sure exactly how different Echo fighters were going to be. I remember a lot of people thinking this will be a chance for maybe Samus players to have someone strong to go to. Unfortunately, Echo fighters do seem to be very, very well. Not all of them. They're different. The parameters for Echoes is kind of weird. But Dark Samus anyway is very similar to Samus, so they kind of fall in the same tier area. And then Chrom. The thing with Chrom was that he was part of the Gamatsu leak from Smash 4. So
oh right,
yeah. So it was like kind of like a hey, okay. There was only 2 characters missing from that. It was Chrom and a Rhythm Heaven rep, and we got Chrom. And so that was kind of cool to see. In the moment, it was like, oh, cool, that's like that, is coming true. The rest of it is coming in here. But I guess we kind of learned later, or maybe this is just speculation. I'm not totally sure if this was official or not. But I think one of the reasons Chrom happened was because they already had him modeled because of Robin's Final Smash and Victory animations. Okay, yeah, I feel like Sakurai said that.
I feel like that was real.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Someone can tell us in the comments section, I'm sure, but like I feel like that was exactly the reason why we got Chrom.
Yeah, I don't remember if that was like Sakurai said it in like a Famitsu column interview, or if this is just something I heard a bunch of people, because sometimes it's just an echo chamber and people repeat things and then I forget which things are official and which things are just a lot of people said and thought was real. But I think that was why. But I will say in retrospect, and especially me being the Byleth guy. One of the things with Fire Emblem as a series, and one of the reasons why that, and we'll get to the Byleth reveal later, but just to build up to it here, one of the reasons why Fire Emblem has its reputation with Smash, I think, is because it constantly seems to get, I don't know if favoritism is the right word, but something like that. We end Smash 4 and we got Corrin, so that was our are like, you know, in-house first-party DLC character. It wasn't a fan favorite like Waluigi or Dixie Kong or something. It was Corrin. It was a Fire Emblem game. Okay, fine. And we get to this game, we get a new Fire Emblem character. It's just an Echo Fighter, and you know they probably built it off of Robin's Final Smash. But looking at it now, we didn't get very many Echo Fighters. We didn't get Shadow. We didn't get Impa. We didn't get. I just said Dixie Kong. Dixie Kong potential Echo for Diddy and stuff like that. But we did get a Fire Emblem character as an Echo. So. You know,
I
think
just builds and builds and builds to the Byleth reveal.
It just builds to the Byleth. Yeah, exactly. And this was part of it. I think if we had gotten Byleth here, obviously Three Houses wasn't ready yet and everything, and we can get to Byleth, and I have new thoughts on Byleth because of retrospect at looking at it after the fact and everything. I think it was probably supposed to be kind of a base character like Min Min and Pyra and Mythra, or you know, characters that Sakurai probably would have put in the game and with extra DLC and extra time was able to do more so than like was supposed to be a big DLC, whatever. We'll get to all that. But anyway, it builds up, and I think Chrom is part of that build up. Is that one of the few Echo Fighters we get is a Fire Emblem character, so it's sort of like, okay, you checked off the Fire Emblem character spot. There you go. But I think one final reason I think we got Chrom, and I'm totally cool with Chrom, is that in the Lucina Robin trailer, Chrom had that, like Sakurai did that moment where Chrom like is on the ground.
I'll get to fight another day.
Exactly. So I do think Sakurai was probably, there might be part of him that was like, he's looking at what characters can I do for Echoes. Well, Chrom we already have modeled. Maybe he was thinking about those other characters I named, like Shadow and Impa and Dixie or whatever he could do. But he might have been like, you know, I really kind of dabbed hard on on Chrom fans. I should probably be nice. So I think that's part of the reason Chrom got in.
Fair enough. Okay, and now officially.
Yes, you can move. Yes, you can move on. You can ask me my question. Sorry.
No, it's fine. This question's for you, and it's, what did you immediately think when you saw like the CRT, right, and like all those like climactic scenes, and then you just saw like Diddy and Donkey Kong chilling in the cabin? Like what went through your head? Because like this reveals all you.
Immediately, King K. Rool. I thought immediately it was King K. Rool. As soon as I saw Donkey Kong characters, I basically knew it was going to be King K. Rool, which was very shocking because there was. People wanted King K. Rool, but once again, think about this whole thing. Sakurai says not too many more characters. We get Simon, Richter, Dark Samus, Chrom, and you just assume, okay, it's over. And then that trailer actually didn't even open with Donkey Kong. It opened with all the villain shots. Do you remember those?
Yeah, they were on a CRT, and like it had scan lines and everything. Like it was awesome.
Yeah, it was so cool. So they showed all the villain moments. And then you get another villain and get King K. Rool. King K. Rool is awesome. This whole that presentation, that whole Smash Direct. But again, everyone here is here. There's so many potential highest moments of this game, which just is a testament to how many amazing things happened with Smash Ultimate. But that whole direct was incredible for all the stuff we got. But I always think of my brother because the characters, I remember after everyone is here and Ridley and stuff, me and my brother talking about which characters we'd like to see. The two characters my brother wanted to see was Simon Belmont because he likes Castlevania 4, and King K. Rool because he just thinks he's a cool character, and he likes Donkey Kong 64. And this, and I was with him when this, you know, my videotaped reaction has Cody in it, and Cody's my brother. So that whole thing always makes me think of Cody. He got both his characters immediately. It was like a month later, and he's like, "Okay, cool, I'm happy." So I was like, "Oh, okay." Yeah. So personally, King K. Rool, I was hyped for my brother more than anything else. And then to do the joke thing where it's King Dedede was great. It was a good comical reveal, and Simon and King K. Rool as our two big, two non-Echo characters in that whole presentation was just like going from everyone is here, going from Inkling to everyone is here, to Ridley, to Simon, to King K. Rool. The game was just on fire. I thought absolutely everything, it was hitting every moment perfect. Like, blowing everything out of the water. It was unbelievable at that point. And I think that was probably, as far as Smash, like, hype goes, internet-wise, I think that was the highest I think I ever saw. It was from there until the game's release. Those next few months, because of that chain of events that I just listed, made it feel like this game was hitting the mark every time and was just going to be something incredible.
I'll save it for the when we go back through the speculation history at some point. I'll save this comment more for then, but this is also just before the Grinch leak timeline. Like,
yeah, that's a little bit further than this, but yeah, it's
just after Isabelle, I believe. Or not just after, but it was.
It's in between Isabelle and the game's release, yeah. And or the final trailer that we got for the game, rather. But there was so many. I guess that's kind of what I was getting at. There was so many leaks. There was everybody. The internet was just all over this game,
losing their mind over this game.
Yeah,
and from this point on.
Yeah, and this was also a time when we still had our scene. I mean, you had moved to Colorado by this time, but our local scene was still around. So I was still very much so seeing people who loved Smash pretty regularly at that point. So that was like, yeah, those few months between, I think, this Smash, either everyone is here or this Smash Direct, and then the final Smash Direct or the game coming out was just, I think, the absolute hypest Smash itself overall had ever been. The biggest reach it's had for like a broad audience. It was crazy.
Yeah, K. Rool for me was so I never really played the Donkey Kong Country games. I've liked them. I just never actually like owned them. Mm-hmm. So I was disconnected, but I love DK, I love Diddy, and so like I knew who K. Rool was. I knew what K. Rool looked like. I didn't understand how much the fans liked the rivalry and like the, because Donkey Kong isn't a very like narrative driven series,
right?
So like it's a very like, I don't want to say feral, but like a very like angry, primal rage kind of hate each other sort of thing going on that the trailer represented, that everyone was popping off for. And I was like, okay, I think I get the appeal of this villain. Like, it was just a bad guy that you hated, that was doing everything in his power to stop that
Donkey moment Kong where they're like running at each other and they do the boxing glove. Yeah, it was great. Yeah, I think one of the biggest things with K. Rool and why he had such a following, because I've played the Donkey Kong Country games. Well, I know you have too, actually. We played one of them together, but I do remember, and I don't want to call you out on stream, but I do remember you being really bad at it.
I was bad at it. Oh my god!
I would say, and I'll say this just to follow that up. I would say 9 times out of 10, you are better than me at whatever game it is. If we're playing some game, I would say 9 times out of 10, you're going to be the better player. You are just better at playing video games than I am. But I do remember playing Donkey Kong Country. We had a YouTube channel, Try Attack, but we played one of the Donkey Kong Country games. I don't remember which one. It might have been Tropical Freeze. And I do remember just being really bad at it.
Oh my god. Because I'd never played a platformer like that before.
They're different. They have a unique feel. There's a unique feeling to the Donkey Kong Country games.
I was very underprepared for what that game did to me. And I think it was the original Donkey. No, I think it was Tropical Freeze.
It was either Returns or Tropical Freeze, but I remember.
I think it was Returns.
Okay.
But no matter what it was, the answer was I was never prepared for that. Yeah, you're right. If you all want to ever call me out on being bad at something, that's the one. That game, like, I'm gonna run it back with Tropical Freeze on Switch at some point. Like, I plan to pick it back up so I can run it back because I like it. Like, it's good. Like,
it just takes some getting used to. Honestly, it feels different than other platforms. Once you get the feel for it, it's fun. Even if I go back to the Donkey Kong Country games and I've played quite a few of them, it takes me a while to get the feeling of it.
Oh man, but it was like I never got to K. Rool because we didn't play it for that long. Like, I didn't get to play I didn't get to like play a lot of that. So for me, like, it is a game that I didn't get invested in as a kid. Again, I never owned a Super Nintendo, not until way later in life. So like I just missed Donkey Kong Country entirely. Outside of like a demo kiosk or two, I think I played it as a kid. Like, so the K. Rool was I didn't get it, but the trailer sort of gave me it. Like, I was like, I understand now. And then like when K. Rool just blows up Donkey Kong's island, I was like, oh my god, like, why is everyone dying in these trailers?
Yeah, they were brutal in the trailers. Now that I'm thinking about them all in a row like this, they were really brutal, especially those early trailers. But yeah, I think the thing with K. Rool, because I played the Donkey Kong Country games as a kid, I wasn't particularly good at them. They weren't my favorite. I tended to like Mario and stuff, but I did play them. I actually ended up liking them more when I got older. It was actually after Donkey Kong Country Returns came out, and I beat Returns, that I went back. And I had played, the Donkey Kong Country 1 and Donkey Kong Country 2, and a bit of 3, and I went back and beat, I think 1 and 2 I've now beaten. I might have beaten one of those as a kid. But anyway, K. Rool was never a character I was too invested in either as like a Donkey Kong fan or whatever. and Donkey Kong 64 is good too, and he's also in that game. But the thing with K. Rool for me, my brother was more of a fan of K. Rool because he played Donkey Kong Country 60 or not Donkey Kong Country, sorry, Donkey Kong 64 as a kid, and he really likes that game. That was why it was one of his characters he really wanted. But anyway, the thing with K. Rool, I think that so many people really like him is his moveset potential was awesome, and I knew that even not being someone because he's not in the games that much. Like he. It's just at the end. Like you just get him at the end of the game, and you fight him once, and that's it for most of the Donkey Kong Country games. But he is always different in those games. Like he's a mad scientist, he's a pirate, he's a king, he's a boxer. Like there's so much cool just character to this character, and I think that's why people really wanted him in Smash more than anything. And he's a heavyweight, he's a villain. Smash at that point was especially during the ballot and stuff, was missing villains, missing heavyweights, so he checked some boxes that Smash sorely needed and had so much moveset potential. And I remember seeing like gameplay of him, and he was one of the characters I was, before the game came out, I was like really wanted to get my hands on and see how he played because it just seemed so fun. I remember there's one video of him, it was him fighting Snake on one of the Congo Falls, yeah. And there's like a combo with like him throwing his crown and shooting the blunderbuss.
He shoots the blunderbuss up and like he throws Snake into it or something. It was wild.
It looked so good. I was like, oh man, I gotta get my hands on this character. So and he's fun to play. He's totally cool. I like how he plays in Smash and stuff. Totally fine character. I remember him being really good. At the beginning, actually, you said something about Inkling. Like, do you think Inkling could be a little better? But I remember Inkling and K. Rool when the game first came out were like, maybe they were just new characters, so people were really, playtesting them and really getting invested in them. But I remember them like early locals and stuff like that. Like K. Rool and Inkling were rough. They were doing really good.
Yeah, and K. Rool fell off because people found out how to fight K. Rool. They made some adjustments to K. Rool a few patches ago. I can't remember exactly which patch, but K. Rool's a lot stronger now, and I feel like it's kind of still brimming with potential. Like, this character's, like, prime to go. We just need someone to, like, secondary or play this character seriously at a super high level. Mm-hmm. But before the buffs, K. Rool fell off a bit just for being a little rough in certain, like, aspects in certain places. But the character's moveset's so cool. And also, like, we have a bunch of grapplers in the game, but they're all different kinds of grapplers. And we'll get to the other grappler in a moment, but K. Rool was this like half zoner, half grappler, half brawler that was very different. I like that trope. It's fun to see, like, again, somebody who plays with the grappler like thing very differently. Like, K. Rool gets his hands on you, it's gonna be real bad for you. And so, like, it was just a matter of, like, you didn't want to get in, but then he had all these moves that were good at, like, dealing with you, trying to deal with him, and it's fun. It's just such a cool kit.
I definitely think it, it really took people time to, like you said, to figure out how to fight him and stuff like that. And that was great. And he just, again, oozes character. I love him. But yeah, anything else to say on K. Rool and that whole direct?
No, I'm ready to move on.
All right, let's go to the next one. So next up is Isabelle, who, once again, like I just said a little earlier, I think we were at like the hypest time for Smash, and Isabelle was probably the first one, and I have absolutely nothing against Isabelle. I think she's a great inclusion. I think she deserves to be here, especially with how popular Animal Crossing became in the last like 2 years, too. It makes a lot of sense to have a second Animal Crossing character. But Isabelle was the first moment I remember people being like, about the character, like, this is okay, but And I think it was just because of the last two things we got revealed, which was everyone is here, Ridley, Daisy, and then Simon, K. Rool, a bunch of echoes, and then it was just the end of a normal direct. The trailer is maybe possibly the least hype trailer. It's just Animal Crossing. It's slow. You basically, I think everybody was assuming. I think there was maybe a little bit of a leak from Virgin about Isabelle, but people, I think, were kind of assuming, okay, there's going to be a Smash reveal. And we're already seeing Isabelle, and then when the letter happened, some people, I think, maybe thought it was just something Animal Crossing, and then were surprised by the Smash reveal, but I wasn't particularly surprised. I kind of knew it was going to be a Smash reveal, and Isabelle just felt like one of those characters that was like, yeah, that'll probably happen, and then it did. Like,
I talked about it with my chat. I'm a little... not upset about myself in this situation, but the reason I guessed it was Smash wasn't because it was Animal Crossing. It was because there was an oddly cinematic detail to this trailer that was mimicking gameplay. There was ambient occlusioning for shadow space underneath Isabelle. Where, like, you know how, like, your body can occlude like a bit of light, so like it's slightly darker under say a monitor stand because the light isn't directly hitting it anymore, so it's lit but not as relatively lit as say the rest of the room. There was that happening underneath her like chin, her head, and like you could see it on like her like shoulders and whatnot. So I was like, what Animal Crossing game has ambient occlusioning for shadows? Like, and that's the first thing that cued me in. I'm like, this is a Smash reveal, isn't it? And I was so mad when I was right, because I was like, that's what I latched onto. Really? I was looking at the graphics, like.
And that was also the lead in to, I believe, the announcement for New Horizons. So it wasn't like it was a bad moment. And again, I like Isabelle, and everything. I just remember it being the first like Smash Ultimate thing that happened that wasn't the most hype thing you would ever experience.
Yeah, Isabelle gameplay wise, everyone was like Villager Echo. First of all,
yes,
they were
I remember
all
that.
wrong. Second of all, I love that Isabelle was like, okay, if Villager is a zoner, Isabelle is a rushdown zoner, more similar to something like Young Link. Lots of combos, lots of tricky hitboxes and scoops, and like you could just rack it up with her and just mess people up, and it's so much fun. And like, I know some people prefer Villager. I love playing Isabelle because you like camping with Isabelle, you can do it, but like getting people scared with Isabelle and playing aggressive is super fun. I think Isabelle's kit's great. Watching people go off stage to like fishing rod people into the blast zone.
Oh, that's always great.
It's a treat.
The turnips are always awesome too with Isabelle. So yeah, she's a cool character. I do remember that whole argument of is she an Echo? Is she a clone? And what is she? Blah blah blah.
I thought she was an Echo. I'm so wrong. I was like,
no one seemed to know. I remember no one seemed to know. No one could be sure because they didn't really tell us. For a while we like weren't really sure, and then I don't know if she showed up on the website and wasn't numbered the way the Echoes were.
I think it was the website. Yeah,
something happened and it was just like, okay, no, she's her own thing. But yeah, it was this alone reveal. It kind of led into New Horizons, which I think was probably the bigger reason for doing it that way. But it just felt like one of those things that like, yeah, Animal Crossing will probably get another rep at this point. It's Isabelle because she's so popular. Nintendo pushes her. So not the hypest reveal, but I'm totally cool with her. She's a cool character. And like I said, especially with how popular Animal Crossing has gotten, particularly in the last couple of years after New Horizon came out, totally makes sense for Animal Crossing to have two characters here. And I was cool with it at the time.
You meant New Leaf, right?
No, New Horizons. New Leaf is the 3DS one. New Horizons got announced here. I don't know. Maybe sometimes I switch between both of those.
Wasn't it the mobile game that was out for a bit, and Animal Crossing got like a resurgence after New Leaf because of the phone game? Pocket Camp. That's what.
Yeah, Pocket Camp happened, but I don't think it really got. I mean, what I'm talking about is when New Horizons came out and everyone was stuck home, and it was like the same month. And that's when Animal Crossing has gotten huge in the last the Switch itself got like a ton of sales, and everybody went out and bought Animal Crossing because everybody was stuck home. And this was New Horizons, the newest one. I may have said New Leaf at some point when I was talking. I don't recall. I do sometimes.
No, that's why I double-checked. I was like, what?
Yeah, I do sometimes screw up those two, but when I'm just talking. But I've been meaning to say New Horizons if I
we do it live.
Yeah. Otherwise, sorry. But yeah, that's it. Anything else to say on Isabelle? That reveal and that moment. That character?
No, but I will say, going into the next reveal with Ken, I think this was Grinch League happened between Isabelle and Ken, because I remember in like this is the reveal that proved box theory, which was wild that we went back to that. And again, maybe we'll do like the history of the leaks at some point.
I don't want to get too much into going back over all the leaks because that could be a whole other video. I want to do each of the newcomers here.
Multiple videos.
But yes, briefly, I don't remember if it was before Isabelle or after Isabelle, but we had the thumbs up Ken image and Grinch Leak happened. Or no, sorry, we had thumbs up Ken image, then box theory happened, and everybody was prepared for Ken, Incineroar, maybe a bonus character, I don't know, in base game, hopefully DLC after that. But it seemed very like that felt disappointing again, especially after it's not so much that Isabelle, Ken, or Incineroar are disappointing characters. It is the beginning of the beginning of this video, all the stuff we talked about. It was the Inkling reveal, everyone is here, to the Simon K. Roll trailer. Everything was so hype. It was at a level that it couldn't possibly sustain. So it had to kind of come down. So it was Isabelle,
But then Grinch League happened.
but then Grinch League happened, and because of everyone is here and not going to get very many characters. Oh, but by the way, here's Simon and K-Rool in the most hypest Smash Direct you've ever seen. Then we got a potential leak for what looked like possibly another super hype like Direct, and it was just like, I don't know. Again, I'm not going to go over every aspect of the Grinch League here, but a few brief notes. It looked like just a dream list of characters, but again, we had been getting a dream list of characters, so that felt plausible at the time. And a lot of people are like, well, Sakurai said there wouldn't be too many more characters, but it was also always the possibility. A lot of people forget that this was part of the speculation. It was possibly, since it was the banner, that maybe it was the whole game after DLC. So a lot of times we were thinking that maybe the game's going to end on a certain note, but then this is going to be the game after DLC. Which, looking at the Grinch Leak now and thinking how excited we were if that was the whole game after DLC, and then seeing what we actually got as DLC, we got even more. We got even more than that.
We couldn't have been further wrong.
Yeah, and then the one other big thing with the Grinch Leak at that time was I had someone tell me, that the Microsoft source saying Banjo's in the game for sure, and they had heard the other names. But it was never clear if they hearing the other names was like they heard they were in the game or they heard people talking about these other names or what. But the only thing we had, it was a Microsoft source saying Banjo's in for sure. And then there was a bunch of rumors about Incineroar at that time too. So it was really trying to balance the Incineroar rumors, and he's not on the Grinch League, with the Banjo rumor that I heard. That was just my internal struggle trying to figure out what was going on. So I was just hopeful for Grinch League, and then so much coincidences and stuff piled up for that one. I have absolutely no shame in believing in the Grinch League because it was insane how many coincidences, like not things that were part of the leak, but just coincidences that happened that made it feel like the leaker couldn't fake it, because legitimately those coincidences couldn't be faked, and that's still a true statement. They couldn't be faked. They just legitimately were like 5 or 6 coincidences that happened. One of which being someone telling me Banjo's in the game for sure, which was a real leak, but it got muddied up because of the Grinch leak. So
it's crazy because like it was so unbelievable. You were like, "There's no way it's true," and then every time you kept seeing proof, you were like, "Now I can't deny it." And it was like, what do I believe?
The one thing that was making me like skeptical of it was that there was also very, very, very strong leaks and some things that I had seen or whatever at the time, that people had told me or whatnot about like Incineroar is coming. So the only way I was trying to make sense of it was like maybe Incineroar got cut, maybe Incineroar is going to be DLC down the road. I don't know. But I was trusting the Banjo source more than anything, and so I thought, okay, well, if Banjo's in and this leak came out, it had Banjo. And I guess the one other thing I want to say about the Grinch leak is, and then we can move on to the actual characters, was that if you look at that leak and you put yourself back in that time period, out of all the characters on the Grinch leak, besides probably Ken because of the thumbs up Ken and the fact we already had Ryu in the game and stuff, all the characters on the Grinch leak, Banjo appears to be the most unlikely character that we'd actually get. Because all the other ones are either first-party Nintendo characters or like Geno Square owned, but we have Cloud, so that kind of makes sense. Like everything else on that leak seemed more like it would happen than Banjo, who was a Microsoft character. Rare had nothing to do with Nintendo for a very long time.
Is this before the really dope trailer of play together, the Minecraft trailer that was the cross-platform Microsoft and Switch Minecraft?
I do not,
because I think it was before then.
I think it might have been before that too. I'm not positive, but I'm just remembering back that Banjo was like the one that seemed the least likely, and for him to be the one we actually got is really cool. And it was also one of the things that was like, when I was saying someone is telling me Banjo's in the game or whatever, it felt like that's the character out of all these characters, that's the character that we know like that this person is telling me is in, because that's the one that if I'm ranking each of these characters for how likely they are, whether this is a leak or not, that's the one that's the craziest. And then we got him, so that we can talk about Banjo later, but crazy,
wild.
Yeah.
So we go into this. This is, I think, it's hard for me to choose what my favorite trailer is, but I think this is up there for my favorite. I know what the other one that I think is my favorite. Ken showing off Ken fighting everyone was super cool. It was so very Ken. For those of you who don't know, Dante's voice actor in English is Ken's voice actor in English, all Capcom owned. And so, like, such a good voice actor and, like, brings such an energy. It was cool to see Ken, and especially as, like, a Street Fighter, like a former Street Fighter player myself, seeing a lot of Ken's moves from everything from CVS2, Third Strike, old school moves, new school moves. I was like, all right, I'm pretty excited about this. So, like, Ken was already such an exciting start to this in trailer, but I didn't know who the hell that was running into the ring on the second half of the trailer. Like, I couldn't have called it. I was like, who's running in? And it's very, like, WWE, like, Battle Royale style, like, dive into the ring in the middle of the match kind of deal. And I was like, who is this? And I saw Incineroar, and I was like, huh? But then I saw how Incineroar was being animated, and I got so excited in the moment because I was like, oh, it's another Pokemon. No, it's wrestling. It's nothing but wrestling references. It's nothing but the biggest video game and wrestling moments ever. Incineroar is the heel and now, like, the underdog, like, we all love so much, and it's like every aspect of this character is just so cool. I don't know. I was blown away because, again, the detail in the character, and then even the post scene where, like, everyone's lining up to fight Incineroar and he makes the face like, ugh. So they're just so upset. Like, it was perfect.
So, not to harp on the Grinch League again, but Incineroar being the heel in wrestling is so perfect because he also, like, killed everyone's hopes and dreams with the Grinch League by showing up.
I forgot about it.
Yeah, because, like, the whole thing was. So first off, just on the trailer itself, as you know, I'm a huge Little Mac fan. Like, my channel is called PODpaGenos. The name I picked for Smashboards is PODpaGenos. But before I was on Smashboards, I was on this other website called Brawl Central. I believe that was the name of it. That doesn't exist anymore during the Brawl speculation days. And my name on there was just Little Mac. When I went over to Smashboards, Little Mac was taken. And the three characters I really wanted back in Brawl were Little Mac, Geno, and Banjo-Kazooie. So since I couldn't get Little Mac, I came up with the PODpaGenos pun based on this pizza restaurant place and thought that was great for, another character I really want, and used that as my name. So between Little Mac, Banjo, and Geno, those are my top three characters. So Little Mac's trailer back in Smash 4 was amazing. Wished anyone was around to see me react to that one because it was one of the characters I wanted for really. It was the first character that I had wanted since Brawl that got in.
You like texted me immediately.
I
think I can still find that message because it's
you know how hype I was for Little Mac. I talked about Little Mac so much before Smash 4, but anyway, that's a whole other topic. My point is he was in this trailer, so despite the Grinch League falling apart because of this trailer, I was very happy to see CGI Little Mac. The other thing is Ken is the Street Fighter character that I play. However, I don't play very much Street Fighter at all. So it felt really weird. It was kind of like something that you're just kind of lukewarm about, and then you win that, and you're like, ooh. And other people are out there who, maybe they wanted some other Street Fighter character or something. Obviously, he's an Echo, so I don't know how many were even eligible. But, like, it was like, oh, cool, the character I play in Street Fighter is in Smash, but I don't even really care that much about Street Fighter. So, I mean, I like Street Fighter, but, I'm not big on it. I'm very, very casual. So it was cool to see Ken, but Ken was also, again, on the Grinch leak. So in the beginning moments, it was like the trailer opens, we see the first character, and we still don't know if the leak's real or not. It was the Incineroar moment that killed it. And we basically knew we were going to get a Pokemon. Incineroar was the one that, again, had kind of been leaked or whatever, but it was like Incineroar versus the Grinch leak. Incineroar won out. Box Theory wins out. But yeah, he's a cool character. The trailer itself is pretty cool. In the moment, it killed the Grinch leak, so there was disappointment there to some extent. But looking back on it, it is a very cool trailer, especially the Punch Out Little Mac stuff. For me, was the big moment there.
Yeah, for sure. And gameplay wise, like Ken is self-explanatory. Nice to see the rushdown Ryu style coming in. Lots of buttons, lots of pressure. Like, it's fun.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where like I was saying before, it's not clear like what is an Echo Fighter and what isn't. Like Isabelle isn't, Ken is. I know that there's like, what is it? It has to do with there is like a way that they kind of determine them, but there is a vast difference between some Echo Fighters that are almost one-to-one the same character and other ones that have quite a few differences. So, Ken's one of those ones that has quite a few differences.
Yeah, absolutely. But Incineroar, I think Incineroar. So like, I'm a little biased because I'm an Incineroar player. Taking a little break from Incin now, just because I'm learning a new controller and like re-exploring the game a bit. I'm on Smashbox for any of you who's curious, but Incineroar brought to the game the grappler stereotype. Not just like Bowser's a grappler and like, oh, Falcon's like a half grappler or something. Incineroar brought the play style, the gaming archetype of your, if you block, you die. And all the moves I have are really good at catching you for not blocking. And it's just, you play with fear. And it's hard to fight. It can be oppressive if you get put in a bad situation. Incineroar can just like take you all the way and just take a stag before you know it. And like, that is such a fun trope to play as, and it's exciting to watch. And it's nice to see that in Smash, because Smash didn't have a true grappler. Like Bowser's Rushdown is similar in that like the grab is such an essential part of the way he plays, but Incineroar having a good dash grab, oh, and this good command grab that has range, and then oh, this counter that makes the next move terrifying, just compounds into this character that is just nothing but wrestling, and it's really cool to see.
Yeah, definitely. One thing I thought was really cool with Incineroar was exactly what you're saying, that he is a grappler character. He's a bigger character. So he checked a bunch of boxes that, from a gameplay perspective, make a lot of sense with Smash. And I think we're basically guaranteed a Pokemon rep. I feel like every Smash game, like that, Pokemon's just such a huge game, like it's going to happen. So I think Sakurai definitely went for Incineroar because I think he was probably looking at Smash overall as a fighting game, not necessarily, a fan choice character, or I mean, maybe a little bit, whatever. I'm not trying to knock Incineroar, but like this was a character I think Sakurai chose because of the gameplay potential more than anything else. He did talk about how it was between Decidueye and Incineroar. He wasn't sure which one he would do. And as much as I like the idea of having Decidueye, Greninja, and Charizard having one starter of each of the three starter types. Final evolution starters of each of the three types. I think gameplay wise, Incineroar was the right move because he's like a Zangief. He's our grappler, and that's cool to see in this game.
Yeah, very very gameplay focused style. Also, like we always talked about how there's not enough villains in Smash Brothers, and this game was bringing us like a ton of villains.
He fills a villain mark too. Yeah, he does that too.
Like, but not like villain, but villainous, like sort of near the category of villain, like
the wrestler, the heel wrestler, that thing, like that's what he is, and it's perfect. Dark type Pokemon, so that can have that villainous aspect. So yeah, he's a good inclusion. He's one of those inclusions that, like, again, in the moment killed the Grinch leak, was kind of disappointing, but and he was a Pokemon that out of the he wasn't my favorite Pokemon before Smash, though I think his inclusion in Smash, or his representation in Smash, the way that they he is in Smash, the way Sakurai and the team created him, is probably my favorite incarnation of the character. His expressions and his look and everything, I think is way better than anything Pokemon's done with him.
Yeah, I feel the same, because like I felt like Greninja was cool from the beginning.
Yeah, I liked Greninja before he got in Smash. Yeah, I liked Greninja before he got in Smash. In Smash, he's cool too. Incineroar I didn't really like, but in Smash he's cooler.
Incineroar also goes from like a four-legged cat Pokemon to a slightly bigger four-legged cat Pokemon to anthropomorphic wrestling Catman. Like it's so such weird. It's such a wild jump. Like the Rowlet evolution series doesn't change that drastically. Like it kind of, you follow it the whole way through. But like something in Incineroar was just like, okay, but the animations in Pokemon, you have your special attack animation, your physical attack animation, and then like the starters usually have a unique animation with a move of theirs. So I think Incineroar's was Darkest Lariat, and I think, or Dark Lariat, one of the two.
Yeah, I think that's
but
what it
was. But the point is, like, it wasn't expressive, and I don't remember there being like a lot of Incineroar in the show, and I think there is now, but like at the time it was like,
at the time I don't think there was too much. I think maybe they like
still an XY.
Yeah, I think they would like hinted. I don't follow the Pokemon anime anymore too closely, but I think just remembering back to then, because people were discussing the likelihood of these characters, I think people were saying like, well, Incineroar is going to be a big part of the anime. Either Ash was going to get an Incineroar, or there is an Incineroar that one of the characters has. It's going to prominently happen in the show quite a bit. But either we weren't there yet, or maybe even Japan wasn't there yet. I don't know.
I think it was before that, because
I think so too.
The redesign of Ash happened afterwards, and that's how I remember. Like, yeah, Incineroar wasn't big yet, so this was the moment we got to see, like, oh, this is the personality of this Pokemon. Like, this is what they're like.
Yeah, there was a.
So,
oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, so like, I think Incineroar's inclusion was fantastic.
Yeah, he's cooler, I think, in hindsight than he was in the moment. That's kind of how I look at him. After I saw him and actually like played as him, his expressions and everything. Again, one of my favorite incarnation of the character is the Smash version. I think they were kind of banking on him being maybe a bigger, more popular Pokemon. But it might also just been Sakurai wanted a grappler and chose that instead of Decidueye, because I feel like Decidueye was the more popular of the 3 starters with fans. But either way, whatever. Would we have wanted another shooter character, or would we want a very unique grappler character, a potential villain character, or heel character, or whatever? I think Incineroar was a good choice, but more of a good choice in hindsight, in retrospective, than in the moment when I was a little like, okay, Incineroar, but I'm whatever with him.
Also, one last note, and I don't know how true this is, because I've only recently been learning about wrestling because my roommate's a big fan. Like, I'm starting to understand, and so like I watch a lot more now. But Japanese pro wrestling is pretty big, and I think, and like, you see a lot of that usually in Tekken. However, I'm curious if that's part of the inspiration for bringing Incineroar in, but that's like a Sakurai and Japanese culture question that I can't answer, but I've always thought about that.
Yeah, that's probably part of it too. I think, again, that goes along with, do we want like an archer? We kind of have some of those already, or do we want a wrestler? We have a wrestler, a grappler. Like you said, wrestling is popular in Japan. It's popular here too. But yeah, I think that is an interesting thing to bring into Smash, and an interesting, especially fighting style, to bring into Smash, that we didn't have yet. So yeah, I think that was definitely a huge part of it.
And on to DLC, I think.
Yes.
This was an interesting one, huh?
Yes, this was really, so the next character is our first DLC character, though in retrospective, I think the character was probably meant for base game, because they have a Palutena's guidance and a few other things about them that make them feel as though they were probably supposed to be base game, but they probably just weren't finished with them or something. Piranha Plant. We got Piranha Plant revealed at the end of this. So Box Theory was right, and surprisingly, I had a theory about, well, it's Box Theory, but there'll probably be a bonus character too, and I thought, well, maybe it'll be Geno. So I was thinking, bonus Mario character. I was kind of right. But that was when I was speculating Box Theory before Grinch leak happened, but it turned out we did get a bonus Mario character, but it was Piranha Plant, which was, I suppose, this game's joke character. We kind of always get a joke character. And this one really surprised everybody, because usually the joke characters were like a retro character like Rob or Game & Watch, and they're hardware themed or something like that. And this game's joke character was just a generic Mario enemy, Piranha Plant, which I don't think anybody, or there was a couple leaks, but I think they only people noticed the leaks afterwards, looking back, that people saw
in retrospect.
Yeah, that some people had called Piranha Plant, but no one had paid attention. But yeah, crazy reveal that was just like, I remember not even thinking the reveal was a reveal of a character. Like, Mario walks up to the Piranha Plant jumps up, and I'm just like, okay, is there a Piranha Plant item or something? Like, what is this leading to? And then it was just like,
and then they dodge.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, it's a character. And I don't think even after the dodge, I didn't realize it was a character till like a little bit into the trailer, where it's like,
I was like, this is real.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. Okay, no, this is a real character. So yeah, I mean, Piranha Plant I think is totally fine, especially a bonus DLC. It was free if you bought the game early enough. So that's totally cool. As a DLC character in that sense. Surprisingly, Piranha Plant is a character I ended up playing a lot. I'd actually say, if I like wrote out my mains, my like top characters I play, Piranha Plant probably falls in like 5th or 6th place, I'd say, for characters that I play. I really like the gameplay style of Piranha Plant. It's weird, and I love it. And I didn't expect that out of the gate.
I don't play Piranha Plant as much, but like, I like Plant. I play Plant from time to time. I was like, it's such a different zoner, and Patooey is the most rotten, vile move ever made, and it's a war crime, and I love it. Like, it's just, that move is so evil, and God, I love Piranha Plant.
Yeah, I love that it has some Paper Mario reference. Technically, Piranha Plants are in the um, commercial. They're singing Piranha Plants, the commercial for Mario RPG. So I don't know if this was a. I don't know what was going on with Gino. We got him as a spirit and then a Mii costume later, but I don't know if this was almost. Or if Sakurai just liked the idea of getting Plant in. We got Petey Piranha as his final smash. Petey Piranha was a big part of Brawl and stuff. He's the first boss. So
they have feet.
Yeah, it has feet that like runs around underneath the potted plant or the pot there. Yeah, it's an interesting character. I'm a fan. It was weird. It was a bizarre moment. I did take it as like, okay, it's just an extra DLC character. It's like because it's free DLC that we immediately had more DLC to come. So it didn't. It was weird. It just felt like a bonus character. It felt exactly like it was supposed to be. It's just a weird bonus thing. And then actually when I got my hands on it, I was more all about it than I expected I would be. And I still play Plant to this day. On again like 5th or 6th maybe most played character on the side.
Yeah, I think I'm happy with the inclusion of Piranha Plant. Like, very, very fitting, and it's nice to see. Like, in terms of Mario characters, like I'm sure everyone would have preferred Waluigi, but I feel like such a like it doesn't represent Mario in like a bad way. Like it's nostalgic to a degree. Like I think like it's oddly fitting.
I think it's very, very recognizable, and I think we do need to keep in mind that Smash is bought by people who aren't necessarily hardcore Smash and Nintendo fans, and so they can't always just do, especially characters like Ridley and K. Rool are a little more obscure. They're big characters for gamers and stuff like that, but they're a little more obscure than your type of Nintendo fan who just knows Mario and a little Zelda and maybe recognizes in Pokemon and maybe recognizes like Kirby and a few other things. So getting a Piranha Plant, everybody, your mom recognizes Piranha Plant, your grandparents recognize Piranha Plant as being Mario. So it's a cool inclusion. I always harken back to this though. I really wish. I mean, I don't know if this would work with the hitboxes and stuff, and I'm not going to talk too much about the hypothetical things here, but I always thought it would have been cool if we got Cappy and he like was normally Cappy on a Goomba, and then like his up special was like he turns into a Lakitu, his side special is like turns into a Bullet Bill, his neutral special is like Hammer Brothers throws hammers, his down special is Piranha Plant, he does like Patooey or something like that, and he just transformed between all these different Mario enemies. Just because the one weird thing with Piranha Plant to me is that if you're going to do a generic Mario enemy, it's hard to pick which one you do. And they picked Piranha Plant. But I feel like there are people out there who, there's some people out there who buy every Goomba merchandise that comes out, they buy it. Or there's some people who are like, oh, Hammer Brothers are my thing, or I love Dry Bones, and I think it would have been cool to maybe represent all the Mario enemies in one character, and there was a way to do it in Cappy. But we got Piranha Plant, whatever. There it is.
Yeah. And so going on now, this is I when it comes to Joker, I think it's worth telling the story because I think this is cool.
Go for it. I kind of have a Joker. I kind of have a Joker story too. So yeah, go for it.
The actual Joker trailer, I don't think is anywhere near as good as the way Joker was revealed, and I think a lot of people probably agree with me. Like the Game Awards was amazing. So my story for Joker is, it's important to know, I was a Persona fan. Persona 5 I fell off of because of a lot of reasons I'm not going into right now because we'll be here for the rest of time. But I didn't like the writing of a lot of the characters or the bad moments of Persona 5, and I left a sour taste in my mouth because I loved Joker as the main character. The aesthetic, the way that you got to represent yourself through the character was really interesting. I love, like, again, the animation work. Arsene's super cool. The focal characters of the Persona games, I think, are always incredibly cool. And so I would never have guessed, though, Joker, because right now it's been a lot of Nintendo characters, just Nintendo characters, right? Like, you have a couple of, like, Bayonetta and Cloud, but, like, nothing... like Simon and Richter are, again, they felt very Nintendo, right?
Yeah, it's third party, but it's third party that's like I said before, if you grew up on the NES era, Castlevania basically feels like a Nintendo game.
Yeah, Cloud wasn't on the Nintendo stuff, but Final Fantasy is Nintendo in my brain so often. So it's just, it all felt fitting. This was crazy. So I bought a Japanese copy and an American copy, an American, specifically an NA and a Japanese copy of Smash. I got one digital so that I could play a day early, stream it, check out the game, had a friend over. We played it all day long. It was great. And then like we were ending the stream because it was time, the Game Awards were starting and like we wanted to go to the GameStop. So like we had like, we like were not there. Like we were not there. And so we're at our GameStop, we're waiting in line, and I get a message, and I forgot who it was. They're gonna remind me like when this video goes live. They're gonna be like, you forgot. But they sent me a video and they put chevrons around it in Discord, so it didn't display a preview. And they were like, if you haven't watched this, you're not allowed to look at anything social media till you click this link. And so I clicked it and I saw it start. And my friend was like, is that Persona? And I was like, yeah. So like he starts watching, I turn up the volume, and then like all of a sudden it starts hitting us like, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. And it happens like the moment with the invite, we are trying not to be too loud in this GameStop. We are covering our mouths, screaming. And everyone, like, there's like a bunch of people in this GameStop, but like the couple of people that were near us were like, what are you guys freaking out over? And we're just losing it, but we also don't want to spoil it for anyone because we realized that no one else in this room knew but us. And so we were like, no, we can't share this. It's too good. Like, you got to go see it your own. But we were crying like at a GameStop, like in like 11 something PM or like 10 something PM whenever we were there, like just bawling our eyes up, like so excited about this character. Like, because again, Persona 5 didn't hit me the way I wanted it to, but aesthetically, Joker and like Persona as a series has always done something for me. And so just like having to see Joker in Smash, there's no Persona 5 on Nintendo. Like there's not, it was absolutely out of left.
Yeah, I think Joker was a great character to start. I mean, technically Plant starts out the DLC, but Joker was a phenomenal character to start the real, Fighter Pass DLC off with because of what you just said. He was the first, like, this character is not on Nintendo at all. This series is not on Nintendo. This is basically a character no one could possibly predict, and, like, that sets up for the rest of the DLC to be so uncertain. Like, anything can happen.
And also to add to that, we already had one of these moments back in after the Mega Man trailer back in Smash 4. We had Wii Fit, and Wii Fit was Wii Fit and Duck Hunt were the two characters that were like, just in case you never thought they could make this a character, Sakurai's gonna make this a character. And so from that point onwards, we're like, anyone could show up because Sakurai can make a moveset out of apparently Wii Fit. So, like there was like, it's like, okay, anything can happen. And then Joker was the moment where it's like, not only can anything happen, any game is on the table. And that was it. Like that's what made Steve a possibility. That's what made something like Sephiroth or Kazuya even, right? Like just a possibility.
Yeah, exactly. It was like we have all these moments, like you harken back to Wii Fit Trainer. We have all these moments where they're kind of like fan rules get broken, is what we usually call it these days, but I don't know if it was called that back in the day. But it's like this moment where something happens that we didn't think was possible, and it suddenly opens up the door further and further and further.
Breaks expectations.
Yeah, it blows expectations, and it just opens up the possibilities even more. Cloud was one of those where it was like, wow, okay, things, anything can really get in here. But I think starting off on Joker was really smart in the sense that it made for the rest of the DLC and speculation so much more. We never really got another character. I mean, maybe we can hit one when we I don't have them all in my head all the time constantly, but when we go down this list, maybe one will show up. But I don't think we hit any other characters like Joker where they were that unguessable because
we actually have one more that's next. But
we'll get to it. But Joker was not on Nintendo consoles and stuff like that, so it was just this moment of this DLC is opened up so wide that speculation became as crazy as it could possibly ever be because of starting on this character, which was great.
Also, Joker gameplay wise, super cool, right? Like the kit's cool, the animation work is. Persona isn't known for their crazy animations. Like usually the game is recycling basic animations because when you have a 90-hour game, you can't uniquely animate everything. It would cost too much. So Joker having all these unique animations for this game were super stylish. They kind of fleshed out the character that again like is supposed to represent you in the Persona game, and like it was just so fleshed out, but moveset wise in the competitive sphere, I think what was so fascinating about Joker was people thought Joker was kind of whatever, like Arsene's strong but Joker's weak, and like the character didn't feel like kind of had cool combos, and like one infinite was found, but it was like okay, like this character's just sort of whatever, like they're all right, they're not going to be anything too nuts, they feel pretty middle of the road. And then MKLeo comes out of the woodworks with Joker and just starts destroying everybody. And all of a sudden, I would say the meta of the game started to make sense. Like what people had to do in this game to win made sense. And Joker was kind of the outlying, like the way MKLeo played Joker sort of set the foundation for you need to be considering these options and these things that Joker can do well. And like, this is the kind of way we're going to be playing. And it completely shaped the way we play competitive. And now Joker is still a strong character, but like now we know how to fight Joker, and other characters have come up strong that are like more represented now because people are playing them considering the way the game is played, the meta game, if you know what I'm talking about. So Joker was such an interesting addition to the game, I think, because competitively it kind of broke open the game.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I'm not like I'm not a competitive Smash player really. I follow it casually. You know, I know some of the big names and stuff like that, and I'll watch a tournament or two, watch some gameplay here and there. If I really like a character and want to get better, I'll watch somebody who's good as them. You know, figure out how they're playing them and stuff like that. But yeah, Joker was I think probably the first character that was like, oh, this is the quote unquote best character in the game, like where it felt like definitively this is the one. Was once MKLeo started playing Joker. But I also remember at least one tournament, I don't remember what tournament it was, but it was like the top 50 players and it showed like which characters they were playing. And I think MKLeo was the only Joker player in that top 50. So it was kind of like, I think that's a really good representation of how balanced this game is, or how much like it's more about the person playing the character a lot of the time than the characters themselves. A lot of times these tier lists comes out, but I really feel like it's like, well, it's because this really good Smash player has decided they really like this character, and they're probably right about the character being really good, but I feel like if they wanted to take some lower tier character and suddenly jump them up, they would probably just pilot them in a bunch of tournaments and potentially get them to move much higher. So, you know, I think that's a really cool thing about this game. And Joker being a character, like you said, not many people were playing, and then MKLeo comes out with them, shows that, you know, I think the game is very balanced, and a lot of characters can, and probably in the future of Smash Ultimate will continue to surprise us down the road and stuff like that.
Yeah, big agree.
My personal story with Joker in the reveal and stuff. I'm not a big Persona person. I've never played the Persona games. I own, I think 4 is the only one I own. I was gonna buy 5 if it ever came out on the Switch after Joker happened, because that was like a rumor for a while, and then it never did. So I just never got around to playing the Persona games. I watched a little bit of the anime actually, but and I've seen some gameplay. I think you play a little bit of Persona 5 on Twitch one time actually. Anyway, that aside, I'm not a big Persona person, but I know a lot of people who are. I have friends who play Persona, so you know, I'm aware of the series and stuff. I was aware of Persona 5 and how big it was, and I know Shin Megami Tensei is like, you know, I think goes all the way back to the NES and stuff like that. Very popular in Japan, has a good cult following. I know Persona branches out from that and stuff like that. So I was very aware of these games and their legacy and everything, and I knew that Persona wasn't really Nintendo though. Shin Megami Tensei is Nintendo. So, you know, whatever. So I had that background knowledge of this character. Then the actual time that Joker gets revealed, what was happening was, this was a time when, you know, I'd been doing this channel and stuff, so I'm like a YouTuber for, I don't know, 4 or 5 months at this point, and I kind of learned that, like, you know, when things happen in the gaming world, I should probably film myself just in case something happens, especially Smash, because that's, you know, what I'm you know, covering in my channel and stuff like that. So the Game Awards are happening, and there's no guarantee. We've told nothing about, you know, if we're gonna get a Smash character or not. And it's also the day that Smash is coming out, like you were talking about being at GameStop. And so I was filming myself at home, and my brother keeps coming in the room, and he keeps being like, "Hey man, it's getting close to midnight. Like, we should go over to GameStop." I'm like, "Yeah, I'll bring you in a second. I'm just gonna keep watching this." And there were like these little Smash commercials like within it, and again, Smash is coming out and stuff, so that wasn't too shocking. But I really got to the point where I was like, "Well, there's probably not gonna be anything Smash in here," but whatever, I'll film myself until I absolutely have to go to GameStop. And then out of nowhere, we get the lights dim. This trailer starts. I'm thinking, okay, it's, I recognize Persona. I'm just like, okay, it's something Persona happening. And then all of a sudden, the letter, and it's Smash. And that was one of the most surprising moments. Again, not a character I care that much about because I don't have too much background with that. Again, aware of it, but not too much personal background. But it was such a surprise moment because I had literally given up thinking anything Smash was going to get revealed at the Game Awards that night. Then, it happens. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. I think, I don't know if the Game Awards ended or if I just, was like, okay, well, that's the Smash reveal. I'm done. And then we drove to GameStop. And there was people in GameStop, and some people were chattering like, "Did you hear Joker's in the game?" And other people were like, "What, Joker?" And then it's like, "Yeah, check this out!" Like, and it was people passing around cell phones and stuff and showing off the trailer, and it was crazy to reveal a character as the game is coming out. Basically, as people were in GameStops buying the game, a character had gotten revealed. It was a nuts thing to do.
What a good idea too. Because it took the internet by storm to a degree. I can't completely say that with Steve being in this list, but
it also
wow.
It really what was I going to say? It really I lost my train of thought. I don't remember. I had something. What was I going to say? What would you say before you said Steve?
It kind of took the internet by storm.
Yeah, what was before that?
Let's see. It was you said it was like kind of crazy that they to release a game like this,
I remember.
Yeah,
I remember what it was. It was I'm gonna leave this in. This is fine. This is good banter. It was that Piranha Plant had been announced as DLC like only a month before. So it really felt like the Game Awards felt like a long shot to get a character revealed. Most people, like, it had been talked about, like maybe there'll be a character reveal at the Game Awards, but most people were thinking, nah, it's not going to happen because of how soon it was after getting our first DLC character announced. And Piranha Plant wasn't even supposed to come out until like February or something. So I think most people were thinking, well, that'll happen. I think he came out in January, but I think he was scheduled for February initially. But either way, whatever. I think people were thinking, well, as soon as Plant comes out, then maybe we'll hear about, the next DLC character. But no, Joker at the Game Awards. As soon as the day the game released. It was crazy. And we didn't see any gameplay for a while either, so that took a while.
That was February, I think, or January or something. That was I think the next big thing we saw.
I think that was in like March, actually. March, April. No, it was April. It was definitely April, because there was
it was April.
Because there was speculation about like April Fools and stuff like that or whatever, the Joker. So that was just kind of a crazy beginning to our DLC.
Yeah, and I think the only thing that tops it, and it's not even for us, was Hero. Because we then get two new characters back to back.
Hold on 1 second before we jump to Hero. The one other thing I just want to say about the one other thing I just want to say about Joker was that it was the only character we didn't get a Sakurai Presents for. They hadn't thought that up yet, so we never got a Joker Sakurai Presents.
I thought we had a demonstration though.
I think we had but it wasn't a Sakurai Presents. I think it was like some gameplay, and I think they showed off Stage Builder, but like it wasn't Sakurai coming out and being like, "Let me show you how to play." Like the the way all the rest of the trailers are kind of edited or planned out, where Sakurai's sitting there and he introduces himself to his characters.
So long ago, I can't remember.
Yeah, no, Joker doesn't have one like that. His, I think, is just, or when he came out, it was just some gameplay footage, and I think Stage Builder. It was a little video thing, but it wasn't a Sakurai Presents. They started that with the next character, who was. There's a transition.
Oh yeah. Definitely didn't mess this up. And so I think the only person to top that was Hero. Now, Hero and Banjo were one after another, but we got to start with Hero, and we kind of have to talk about them at the same time too. But I'm pretty in tune with a lot of like Japanese culture stuff, just because I'm fairly interested in it. Play a lot of the games and stuff like that. Dragon Quest I've dodged my whole life, and I can't tell you why. Like, I think it's just because I'm a Final Fantasy nut, and like I didn't know anyone who played a lot of Dragon Quest, so like I just sort of skipped it. Not for any real reason, just because I barely knew where and when Dragon Quest games would come out or anything like that. So I think for a lot of Americans, they just didn't understand what makes Dragon Quest so special. But I ended up learning, and it was through all of this, that Dragon Quest is the JRPG. It started all the tropes you know. It brought a lot of the central themes to the series, and it's the reason the JRPG is the way it is. Final Fantasy was always reinventing itself, while Dragon Quest was always sort of not being the exact same kind of game, but it slowly evolved. It didn't try anything too crazy for a while and very much stuck to its roots. So that trailer, first of all, is both it's both I think a slightly funny reference to Subspace Emissary, because I think it's a flip flop of a fight.
It might be. I mean, it's definitely a reference to World of Light because it, is obviously the possessed characters and stuff like that.
Yeah, but isn't there a scene with like Meta Knight and Marth in Subspace
Oh,
Emissary?
yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
And now they're fighting Link, who Link, as we know, is the hero of time. And so Link having to fight them is a very cool like premise.
Mhm.
But then Hero shows up, and I know the song at least, and I went, oh. And when I saw it, I went, Hero. I was like, I don't know anything about this. Like, tell me more. And when I saw the character show up, I was like, okay, and there's multiple heroes we get to play as. Oh, they got all their spells. This is kind of cool. It kind of flew over like over my head a little bit. I did not realize that blew up in Japan. That video on the Japanese Smash website, the Super Smash Special website, or on the YouTube, it has so many views. Like they lost it, because to so many people in Japan, Dragon Quest is like a game that they'll drop everything for when a new one comes out. Like, it is so many people's childhoods that, like, what could be more hype than Joker and something completely out of left field? Something that like taps into like the root of Japanese gaming. And it just wasn't for us.
I'm not sure if I think it's Dragon Quest 3 is like notorious for like so many kids like took the day off from school and so many people took the day off from work or something like that like I think now when they release Dragon Quest games, they do it on like weekends or holidays or something. Like there's like a whole thing with that. But yeah, it's extremely big in Japan. It has extremely big legacy to JRPGs and RPGs in general. So yeah, it was a gigantic character to get. I do remember the lead up to this E3, the guess or the kind of leaked thing and stuff like that at that point. And again, I'm not gonna get too much into leaks all these times, but the guess that almost everybody had was it's going to be Erdrick and Banjo was going into E3. That was kind of the probably the number one guess for most people, and it did turn out to be right. This was another instance where I think I talked about this before at the very beginning of all this. We can get this later of the Sora leak that we just had, and then Sora. This was a very satisfying moment where sometimes, like when things leak, if it's too leaked, like it's definite, it's not so fun. But when it's just anticipation because you're hearing this name and you're hearing about this character and stuff like that, and then it does come true, it's very cathartic, very satisfying. So to get Hero after all this Erdrick speculation for months, because there was like a Brave data mine, and Virgin was saying another Square character and had a bunch of Dragon Quest names, Erdrick and Luminari were on there. It was very cool to see this happen. My own personal history with Dragon Quest, I'm not like too big on the series. I have one of them, Dragon Warrior, for like I don't know if it's Dragon Warrior 2 or 1 or what. I didn't play too much of it. It was in my NES collection as a kid, but I was young, and I just probably RPGs in general weren't really my thing yet. So not too much history there. I had also played, I think, one of the other ones on like DS or 3DS or something, just a little bit in there's a retro game store that you and I used to work in together. And I think I grabbed one. Sometimes I would sit there and play like a game, and I think I grabbed one of them. But again, you're playing like a JRPG, and I'm sitting there for a few hours at work, playing it on the side, and you're not going to get very far. And I maybe did that for a day or two and then dropped it. But so I don't have too much of a history with Dragon Quest, but I was very aware of how big it is in Japan and how important it was to get it here. Like, we got Cloud and Final Fantasy and Smash, and Dragon Quest is just as big to the Japanese fans. So pretty cool. And we didn't just we got Luminari and 8, and I think Solo is the Dragon Quest 4 protagonist, and Erdrick, or what else do they call him? They call him something else sometimes. Anyway,
I don't remember.
yeah,
They're hero, hero,
and hero. Yeah,
we have 11.
Yeah, that's the one weird thing with Hero is I really wish the Erdrick, the Dragon Quest III protagonist, was the main alt. I think he's a lot cooler and more iconic looking. So when I look at the Smash roster, it is kind of like I don't know about. It's not that I dislike 11's look so much, but it just doesn't.
Have you played it yet?
Dragon Quest 11? No. Did you play it?
Oh my god. Okay, so
I've heard it's very good.
I played 11S after this. I love that game. I don't like it's so God, I'm gonna get you to play it. That's all people gotta know. I'm gonna get you to play that game. But regardless, I love 11's look, but I'm gonna hold my tongue because you don't love the game yet. You haven't been exposed.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't really played too much of the Dragon Quest games, so like yeah, they're not my thing, but they're still cool. And I am a huge Dragon Ball Z fan. I actually have a Dragon Ball Z T-shirt on at this very moment. And Akira Toriyama does the art design for Dragon Quest, and I always like that. I always like Akira Toriyama's art, whether it's Dragon Ball Z or in something else. And seeing that art style represented in Smash, that alone actually makes me really like this character.
When are we gonna have Dragon Quest versus Dragon Ball?
That would be a cool game. They should make that.
Arc Systems, get it together.
They would be the ones to do it.
But in terms of gameplay, real quick, Hero is a fun one for me because Hero represents something very fun to me and then something very annoying to me. But the fun part about it is a lot of Smash players and fighting game players and anyone in esports will let you know RNG can be an unfun mechanic, right? Like if you ever want to hear me complain about Halo 3, it's that the Halo 3 BR has a spread and it's random. And it drives me out of my mind. It drives a lot of Halo players out of their minds, but we played it anyway, right? Like, it's just a little thing that will affect certain fights and drives us nuts. But sometimes a little RNG is good, and it's not dangerous to a game. But Game & Watch having 9 and Peach pulling out a bomb are considered slightly dangerous bits of RNG where, like, you know, like you could just lose because of that sort of scenario. Mm-hmm. And so it's considered, like, how competitively viable is a mechanic like that? Hero is very random, has random criticals on smash attacks, it can kill you randomly all the way up to I believe at highest chance a 20% chance to insta-gib you with any of the whack moves. It's yeah, it sounds a little terrifying, but the way they balanced Hero is that if you play the hero like a normal fighter with projectiles and like you zone carefully and whatnot, you get a decent reward. If you play the risky game of trying to play to the RNG and play your items, that's good, but there's a lot of counteracting the spells because they all move horizontally. For the most part, it's all completely horizontal. So you have to decide really carefully about like if you're going to dig for a spell or for a buff, or if you're going to fight the person like kind of the normal way. And I think the balance of Hero was interesting because it showed like maybe we can make this RNG stuff work in a way that doesn't feel like it unfairly steals the whole set from you or something like that. And I love it. The only complaint I have with Hero, in retrospect, and something I legitimately hope they find a way to fix, is the language barrier.
Yep.
There's no icons next to the moves. So if you're playing with a Japanese player, let me tell you, you're not going to know what the name of a move is. And sometimes it's like, if you know a little bit of Japanese, like it's in katakana, so you can be like, oh, that's kaboom. Like, yeah, that's kaboom. Like you can read that. But having people learn another language is a little rough, especially when you have to learn new characters. But furthermore, some of them are in full kanji and like best of luck. Like you're like you got to know Japanese, or like, but like, what if you're you know you live in France, right? Like now we have a different problem on our hands. So I feel like that's the only actual complaint I have about Hero is I wish we could find a way to dismantle that language barrier.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the thing. Like you pointed out, it's like you know the French version, the Japanese version, the English version. Like how many languages does someone have to know to be either competitive, be able to fight against Hero? Looking at what move just came out and stuff, or what moves just popped up on the screen, or play as them in another country on another system. It is a little bit of a unfortunate aspect of the character with the language barrier. That aside, though, I actually love the fact they made an RNG character and somehow got it to work. And like that's the theme here. And having the menus, the drop-down menus, like from JRPGs, it's the sort of thing. Like this character, I think maybe out of all the characters in Smash Ultimate, all the newcomers, this is the character that I feel like really shows. Maybe there's maybe one other one. We'll get to them when we get to there. What Sakurai can do with a character, like you were saying before, the Wii Fit, he can take anything and turn it into a character. He can take anything and like make it a Smash character. He took JRPGs, he took drop-down menus and made a character out of it, which is insane. But
And
he did it.
could have done it with Joker.
Yes.
But he didn't. Joker could have had multiple personas and had all sorts of physical and magical spells, but instead they stuck to Arsene in the aesthetic, and they let Hero have the JRPG. And also, if before anyone flames me or PODpaGenos in the comments, if you have a problem with Hero and you don't like what I had to say about Hero, come to my stream. I'll make sure it's linked below. I love a good conversation about it. But that being said, I do want to say, this is my favorite trailer, because this character wasn't like mind-blowing to me because I didn't play the series a lot, but I knew how important this was to so many friends of mine. And it's Banjo, and I actually want to ask you.
Oh, well, hold on.
Once again.
I was going to say a couple more things about Hero. Sorry.
I thought we were done.
I was going to even go back to Joker. So the thing about Joker is that you did bring up the Arsene thing. I'm not a huge Persona fan person, but I have heard some people saying the representation could have been a little better. They could have had more personas for him and stuff. But again, I'm not a huge Persona person, so I don't really know. And then on Hero, I think it can't be understated that he has the 4 alts, and that Sakurai really represented this game series as vastly as he could in one character spot, which is great because Dragon Quest is such an old series with so many entries and stuff like that, if we had just gotten Dragon Quest 11 represented, I think that would have been unfortunate. But the fact that he got 4 characters in one and made it work and represented the legacy of this whole series was great there. But now we can move on to the next one. Go ahead.
I still wrote down all the time. So okay, so I need to hear this from you first. But Banjo, just first of all, the debate by having like the same, like a slightly different version of the K. Rool trailer starting, but it's K. Rool, Diddy, and Donkey Kong all chilling, which is absolutely unexpected. Like that's just such a like kind of moment, I think, in general.
No one guessed that would be Banjo's trailer. That they would go back to old trailers and do stuff with them or whatever.
What how did you react to that when you saw the they're called Jiggies, right?
Yes, yeah. So basically my reaction, and you can go watch it, but my reaction to Banjo was, like I said, going into that E3, the kind of talked about characters, the guested characters, the semi-leaked characters were Erdrick, who is, one of the Dragon Quest characters, and Banjo. That was the idea. I had heard, way back during the Grinch leak from a good Microsoft source that Banjo was coming for sure, but I just had to wait on it, at that point. And with the Grinch leak falling apart, it was like, okay, well, hopefully that one piece of information about Banjo is actually still true, and it turns out it was, which is great. But going into this, it was like hopeful it would be, Erdrick and Banjo. So we get that first part at the beginning. We do get Erdrick, we get Hero, but go back to the Incineroar Ken reveal trailer when we had the Grinch leak, and we got Ken initially, and then Incineroar, throws it all out the window. So here we have the first part, and not that they were necessarily linked, but they were the 2 characters, most people were guessing at, I feel like at that time. 2 characters I was guessing at anyway. So, okay, we got the first part, Dragon Quest is in, but the part I really care about was, the next part. And then it did, they showed the villains thing again, I believe. Or did it show? No, maybe it didn't show the villain thing that time. I actually don't remember at the beginning of Banjo's if it shows the villains again. Anyway, it redoes the K. Rool trailer, and as soon as it showed Donkey Kong yawning, my mind immediately went yo, Donkey Kong Country, Diddy, and K. Rool, those are rare. Those are rare characters. Is this the Banjo trailer? And then the Jiggy goes across, and I was like, it's the Jiggy! And I'm still I could have flipped out then, but I was still just unbelievably in shock at that point. And then, the silhouette happens, and I was blown away. This is the character. This is, like I said, Little Mac in Smash 4 was the character I always wanted. This is my favorite character to be added to Smash Ultimate. The reveal moment was great. It felt like Banjo was coming home, which is, the whole thing that Banjo felt like a Nintendo character back in the day, and little kid me didn't really understand how companies own characters and stuff. And when Banjo went over to Microsoft, I didn't quite understand until that point that, like, oh geez, I guess Banjo-Kazooie, the character that was in Diddy Kong Racing, isn't a Nintendo character somehow, when Donkey Kong clearly is, Diddy Kong clearly is. So it was so awesome to see them come home. Such an amazing reveal, and the trailer's funny and everything, and it was just celebratory. After that, I remember I watched a bunch of people's reactions. It was just felt like the whole internet was celebrating. Everybody I knew was just like, yeah, Banjo's in Smash, this is great. And not only just that, but Banjo-Kazooie as a franchise like hadn't been touched in a long time either. So to see them getting revived and being revived by Smash, it's one of the great things Smash can do, is revive dead characters and dead franchises. One of the reasons, again, Geno's one of my favorite characters, and a character I really want in Smash. My number one most wanted character at this point, by far, is to bring him back, to revive him. And seeing Banjo get revived in a Smash trailer, it was a magical moment. And he is, gameplay wise, he's my main now. He's the character I play. I love that he plays like an old Smash 64 character. He's pretty simple. Like, out of all the DLCs, the least, I don't know if he's the least gimmicky, but he's one of the lesser gimmicky DLC characters we've gotten, and I really like that, actually, because I've been playing Smash since Smash 64, and that's the type of characters I like. I like the kind of Smash 64 feeling characters. That's the Smash I grew up with. So yeah, Banjo, I am a fan. I'm so happy he's in here. Seeing just Banjo-Kazooie stuff in modern graphics and everything like that. I can't thank Sakurai enough for getting this character and making it happen. It is this was potentially my personal highlight, probably, of all of Smash Ultimate, was Banjo-Kazooie coming in.
No, that's the thing for me. I never played Banjo.
Totally fair.
Like,
did you play Diddy Kong Racing?
I completely missed it.
Did
like,
you play
I was
Diddy
a Mario
Kong?
64 kid. Say what?
Did you play Diddy Kong Racing?
No.
Oh,
barely.
okay. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So yeah, you missed the Banjo train.
Yeah, completely. Like, I don't know how I did. Like, because like going back again, like I want to go back to Tropical Freeze. Like I want to go back to a lot of these games. Yeah. But for me, Banjo didn't mean a whole lot to me, but it meant a whole lot to everyone I knew. Like, how many people I knew that were like, dude, if only they put Banjo in the game. Like, I understand how much Banjo meant to the N64 era kids, like how much it mattered to us. And so even though I'm not like a huge Banjo fan or anything, I was like, man, that'd be so cool, because I loved the 64 era platformer. Like, I know why people liked the games. What blew me away from that trailer was it's such a silly moment. It's not ambient occlusioning, I swear. It's it's the moment when, like, it's actually just Duck Hunt, and they're doing the whole, like, the laughing, like the whole the Duck Hunt things going on in the background with the dog, and then Banjo comes in, and like, it was happening at that point. And it's sort of unreal and sort of amazing. And whoever made the decision to do this is so smart. But it turns the camera at the broken window with K-Rool, Diddy, and DK.
We see their reaction.
And they're all just popping off. Like, they're just going. It's one of my favorite emotes on Discord. A few servers I'm in have it. Just of them all losing their mind. And it's perfect, though. Like, it's perfect because it really does feel like someone's coming home, like, after years of being gone. And, like, seeing the characters pop off, sort of like that's the moment that really let me, like, feel something, or like really like pop off at it, because I didn't even care about the character, right? Like, it's not for me, but it was like that moment of like, it's completed, it's together, was just, that was even exciting for me. Like, God, it was just such a cool moment.
I think you said it perfectly. That trailer has Donkey Kong, Diddy, and K-Rool, like you said, popping off, getting so excited that Banjo's there. It ends with like the whole Smash cast, or at least most of them, like behind Banjo, and that coming home feeling. And I honestly think, and we can talk about it a bit later, but the Sora reveal that we just got has that same quality to it. And those two trailers, even if those characters weren't for you, I think they capture the fact that these characters were for the fans, clearly. And we have the Smash characters celebrating the same way the fans are celebrating, and it captures it. Like, it's like Sakurai knew how people were going to react to these characters and put it in the trailer, and that's like awesome.
Yeah, And gameplay wise, I know a lot of people don't like Banjo. I first of all, I think y'all need to optimize your Banjo play. Second of all, I think like zoner character with like a fast grenade and seeing the Briegel Blaster combos and all the cool drag down stuff with Nair, like I think this character's got a lot of fun in their kit. I like watching them animate, and I need to see more people take this character seriously. However, I am going to call you out. There's going to be someone in the comment section that's like, "What do you mean the least gimmicky character? That fully invulnerable side B move?" Yeah,
Yeah, I mean his side B is definitely like, that's the one.
you can only grab it. It's so sad.
Yeah, I mean that's
You can't
the
even grab
gimmick.
it safely.
The gimmick is the Wonder Wing. The Briegel Blaster is great. It's funny. The Briegel Blaster. I remember thinking when Banjo first came out, like, oh, this move, like, this is like the worst thing that they have in their kit, or like the most useless thing. And now when I watch Banjo play, like high level Banjo play, it's like you got to get good with that gun. I am not that good with it. I can do a couple little things with it. But I need to practice up. I'm not the best Smash player. I'm just not. But I love Banjo-Kazooie. I love that they feel like an old school character, and they are fun to play. Like you said, they're a very fun character to play, and that's perfect.
Yeah, it's super fun. Anything else before I segue? Because
No, go right ahead. I think I'm good with talking about Banjo. He's my favorite character. He's my main. It was a great reveal. What else can I say?
so exciting. Yeah. All right, so this one's for me. This one's for me. So back when I was playing Street Fighter with a lot of my friends online, when we were done doing long Street Fighter 4 sessions, we'd all jump on GGP at the time, now known as Fightcade, and we would before that it was like Kyler a net player, however you pronounce that. Like we were just finding ways to play Street Fighter together. We would go play retro fighting games, and one of the ones that my boy Devil KG got me into was King of Fighters, and I was never good at King of Fighters, but it was like our chill out game, right? And out of everyone in the game, I think my favorite character was Terry, and I love Terry. Just like he just goes in, he's got a cool personality. The story around the character super cool. I love Terry. But when we started hearing that there was going to be an SNK rep in the game and people were saying who it would be, I thought Terry sounds pretty obvious to me. But then people were saying it might be Hoamaru or Nakaru from Samurai Showdown, who I also love those two characters. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. And then I'm like, oh, but they've been doing a villain theme. Iori is perfect for a villain theme. Geese is already in Tekken, so maybe they wouldn't choose Geese, but like they could though to have like continuity, because I know Sakurai talks to Harada-san, so like I know that there's like communication there. So I'm like, oh, I wonder who this character's going to be, and we start seeing it, and everyone's missing the letter, which is hysterical, by the way. It's like one of my favorite themes is everyone from SNK unable to grab the letter. Is just super funny, but Terry was perfect. Because Terry, so like out of the FGC characters, because if y'all call them Shotos anymore, I'm going to scream. Out of the FGC characters, I think that like Ken and Ryu are a bit complicated and sort of finicky. As a Street Fighter player, I actually don't like the way they feel because I'm used to having 6 buttons, right, to do their moves, and they got A. So like
that's it.
Sometimes, yeah, like normals are 6 buttons and specials are an input in one of those 6 buttons, and then we have A, B, and pain. So like I didn't like how Ryu and Ken felt, but Terry was everything. He was the cool rushdown character. He had all his classic moves. He had all his classic animations, some brand new stuff. Like some of his things, like his sweep was now his down smash, and like I thought it was so sick watching Terry just show up and it's real, and he's a hype character to begin with, but the amount of like he plays so well. He doesn't have too many inputs. He doesn't have a lot of like light and strong stuff you have to deal with. It's a very straightforward version of that FGC style character, and I think he feels snappy. I thought the trailer was cool, and I think the most exciting part wasn't even like the reveal trailer. It was when Sakurai was talking about the character.
Yes.
How many characters show up in the background? How many songs was that? 40?
50.
Something.
I think it's 50. I think it's 50. Maybe it's 40. I thought it was 50, but it might be 40. It's a lot.
It's like it's for $5.99. For $5.99, like it's $5.99, I believe. I bought the pass. So
yeah,
I didn't buy them individually.
I think individually they're either $4.99 or
so
$5.99.
much garbage. And then the stage. The stage is a completely unique place to play Smash. Like it's It's unlike anything.
It's almost
the
like they added a new mode, like this new way to play Smash. You can play just the SNK stage, the King of Fighters.
We
stage.
ran a tournament for your Discord on that stage, and it was awesome.
Yeah, it's totally different. It was totally different than like normal Smash. It's a different game. It's a different beast. It's great.
So yeah, that's sorry, I just nerded out forever.
No, it's all good.
I loved Terry. It was just so perfect. Like, it was just such a good representation of fighting. You know what? Just last nerdy little bit here. So when he gets go mode, you can like combo into like Buster Wolf and stuff. Mm-hmm. In more recent King of Fighters games, one of the things you do is you usually have a bar you can burn for like special activation, and like it lets you do something like within the game, like a max mode or a hyper combo or whatever. Hyperdrive is what it's called in 13. And one of the things is called a Neo Max cancel, where you go into one of your big supers and then you do this climactic level 3. I think it usually costs 3 bars, and it's like this big finale. For whatever reason, you can combo a normal combo into Buster Wolf, and if you have Final Smash, right when the big explosion happens from Buster Wolf, you can Neo Max cancel into your Final Smash. I'm like, they gave me everything.
Well, so Terry, to me, my history with SNK games is pretty limited. It's funny. It's like, I have played them. I remember specifically, actually, I was I went to Disney down in Florida when I was like a teenager, and I remember going to this big Disney arcade. I'm not exactly sure what like which park it was at, but there was a big Disney arcade, and it's basically you pay to go in the arcade, and it's just tons and tons and tons of game setups, and you don't have to use quarters. It was just like, I think you like hit the quarter button in, and it like, just gave you a game. So you could play infinite games. So I remember playing games for like one afternoon in this giant arcade, and the games that I played, or some of the games I played, were some of the SNK games. I played Samurai Showdown and Fatal Fury and King of Fighters, and whatever. They had all those games, and that was a really fun day. And that memory of being there and the games that I played, because I hadn't played those yet, sticks with me. But it was it was one day. Besides that, I was really big growing up into like video game magazines and just video game news back before the internet was big and stuff like that. And I do remember seeing all the SNK characters everywhere. And Metal Slug is another game I'd play in arcades here and there. I maybe played an SNK game outside of that one Disney time here and there, maybe over a friend's house, maybe in some other arcade or something. But I knew of the Neo Geo, but never really knew anybody who had one. I knew of SNK again through video game magazines, stuff like that, but never played it too much myself personally, besides here and there, maybe a few moments throughout my life. But I was aware of who Terry was, and kind of the history of SNK, and that it was very popular in the fighting game community. SNK is kind of legendary. And then so the beginning of this whole Terry reveal and everything like that, I was actually on vacation. I was on the beach. I get back to the hotel from being on the beach, and I check, I don't know if my laptop or my phone or what, and suddenly there's, people are talking about this leak that happened. And basically the leak was that Nintendo put out the copyright for the next character early on accident, and it had SNK. So this is a official Nintendo website that has SNK on it. And so it was pretty much guaranteed. This was the one that people often argue whether or not a character actually leaked or not. I think a lot of times it has to do with people dismissing possible leaks as being fake before we see the character. And then when we see the character, since they dismissed the leak, they kind of forget about it afterwards, or the potential leak, or they don't give it the credit, whatever. But this one is the undeniable, besides maybe the Bloody Tears music leak before Simon Belmont, this is the undeniable, SNK leaked because it leaked on the Nintendo website. And then that was also a time when I was talking to a lot of people who had information and stuff. Smash information was tough to get, but someone that I was talking to did talk to someone else who had heard a Smash character name, and this again, is like a game of telephone down the road or whatever, but I know who the person is who it originated from, and I'm not going to say who they were, but they were someone who would get this information or could potentially get this information, said it was Terry, and then that got passed down to me. So I was initially thinking Nakaruru, because there was some leaks for her at the time, or leaks that kind of sounded like it was going to be her. It was something about a Japanese girl with a throwing weapon or something. So Nakaruru seemed like who I was going to think it was going to be, but then I was told, no, it's Terry. So this character was one that The SNK leak at least was definite. I was told it was Terry, and then it turned out it was Terry. Again, not a series that I have a ton of personal history with. However, Sakurai does have a ton of personal history with this, and that was the highlight of the trailer for me, like you pointed out. The actual reveal trailer was really cool, going back to the Neo Geo. Doing it in sprite work, 2D art or whatever, was great, and having everybody miss the letter was hilarious. And then Terry gets it, and so the moment was really cool. But that reveal part, as cool as that was, I think the better part was Sakurai explaining this character. Out of all the characters in all this DLC, all the Sakurai presents that we got, this was, I think, the moment where Sakurai seemed the most excited. Like, if Banjo was the character for me out of all these newcomers, I think Terry was the character for Sakurai. Whether or not, Nintendo and SNK or who picked the DLC or how it happened, Sakurai was absolutely giddy about this character, you could tell. And SNK seemed extremely willing to let Sakurai just do whatever he wants with their characters. He put them, on the background of the stage, tons of characters, tons of music. It's great. It's a great representation of an entire company, not just Terry as a character, which is really great and everything like that. So yeah, I think Terry is a great addition. I'm very happy that it seems like Sakurai got a character he really wanted in all this, and the man definitely deserves that. So it was cool to see. Not the character for me. Gameplay wise, I'm not big on the fighting game characters generally, except for the next one we get a few characters down the road. But the fighting game characters usually don't click too much with me. Terry didn't click too much with me, but I think he's a cool addition. And it's cool to see him here. As far as gaming legacy goes, I think he's a cool one.
Yeah, and I couldn't, you already got SNK, bringing in the rival company, and that eventually turned into, Capcom versus SNK. Having Terry here is it's just fun. Also with Squad Strike, like, King of Fighters plays like Squad Strike. So, like, it plays like you have two characters fight. When someone goes down, the next one comes in.
Mm-hmm.
So you main three characters in a King of Fighters game. So Terry being in this game with Squad Strike being a thing, I think is, like, nice. Like, it's a perfect...
Yeah, I think Sakurai pulls things from a lot of games, but I think he may have even be on record saying that he, like, pulled things specifically from SNK to make certain aspects of Smash. So, yeah, it's cool to see here. Definitely a neat one. And like you said, like, we already have Capcom versus SNK, but it's cool that Smash, like, all the crossovers seem to even cross over further into Smash, which is just, or at least Smash Ultimate, which is amazing.
So, I don't know how to transition to this one because this is like a disaster specifically between us, the server, and like Smash people, you trolling the entire internet. Like, this one's loaded. I don't know how
you
we
want
get
me to.
there.
I'll tell you my how the Byleth reveal went down.
Yeah, go for it.
I got it. That's what we're doing here. All right. So there's like a lot of lead up to this character. It's the final character of the first fighter pass. In Terry's reveal, I think, or maybe it was right before. I don't know. At some point around Terry, we knew about the second fighter pass. We already know there's going to be another fighter pass. But this is the last character of the first one, and we get past the Game Awards. A lot of people think Game Awards is going to be the reveal. I thought Game Awards was going to have the reveal. It doesn't. We get past it, and it's its own Sakurai Presents ? So we get to that, and there's a lot of hype for that. It's a Smash reveal on its own Smash presentation, and it's the end of the first fighter pass. And since the second fighter pass seemed to have gotten greenlit, at this point we assumed it was going to be characters that like that the first pass was already happening, and then the second pass got greenlit during the first pass. So they would be further characters. So we assume this was the initial final character reveal, and then they're going to do more. Looking at it now, knowing what we know about Sora being the ending, knowing what we know about Steve taking 5 years, there was always going to be characters after this next character. But in the moment, we thought it was going to be someone, at least to complete the pass or whatever. And we had all third-party characters at this point. So the whole pass has been third-party. It feels very set up that we're getting all third-party DLC. So I get all set up to watch the Byleth reveal and whatnot, and I didn't know it was the Byleth reveal. Next character reveal, and I'm filming myself. I don't remember exactly if my internet wasn't good or I got up late and I didn't set it up. This was in the... I'm much better set up nowadays, but back then I
want to say you were late to it because I feel like I remember talking to you about it.
Yeah, no, I wasn't like I might have been late to getting it set up or something like that, but I wasn't late to, like, I watched the reveal live. The thing was, for whatever reason, I didn't stream it, so I didn't have it streaming. This is the only reveal I didn't have streaming. And back then, like, now I have a nice desktop computer that I use for filming and everything, all the cameras all set up and stuff like that. But back then, I used to have to plug the camera into my laptop. I had like a USB splitter, so it was a lot of work to get something streaming. So for whatever reason, I didn't set up the stream that time. But I still filmed myself, so I had myself it being filmed. And the reveal happens. It's Byleth. As you know, X45X, I was not a big fan of Corrin back in the day. It's not that I dislike Fire Emblem either. Like, I played quite a few of the Fire Emblem games. I played the first one that came out in the West on the Game Boy Advance with Lyn and Hector. I actually really liked that one. I played some of the Ike ones. I played Awakening. So, like, you know, they're decent games. I'm not, like, against Fire Emblem or anything. I was more of a Shining Force fan growing up as my tactical RPG, so I don't have a ton of personal attachment to Fire Emblem, but I don't hate the series or anything. I just think it has a lot of characters in Smash. So anyway, we get the reveal. It's Byleth. I basically kind of forget that I'm being filmed because I'm not streaming. The lead up to it, I'm not like talking to the camera. I'm not doing anything. So I'm just watching it. It happens. I'm just basically disappointed, you know, not the character I wanted. I go into the Discord and I'm just typing to people and, you know, talking or whatever and chatting to people, seeing how other people are reacting, because it was like, wow, this is kind of disappointing. And then that ends and, you know, the trailer's over and everything. And then I realized, like, oh, right, I was filming myself. I basically, like, kind of forgot about it. So the footage I now have to put up as my reaction is me typing on my computer and never talking. So I'm just like, okay, well, this is kind of unusable. And it's a boring reveal. So this is just, like, what am I going to do? Like, this is going to be all messed up. So I basically spend the afternoon just, like, you know, online, seeing how people are taking it or whatever, and my take on another Fire Emblem character not really being the best thing for us to get as DLC here is a sentiment a lot of the internet seems to have. Everybody's talking about it or whatever. So I'm like, well, you know what? What if I do a fake reaction? What if I, like, film myself getting angry about it? You know, that maybe it'll be funny. I can put that up. That'll be some good content because everybody seems to be angry about it. Also, I'll have a chance to kind of vent about it. And I've been spending all day, you know, thinking about everything about it. So I have all these funny kind of ideas or funny jabs at Smash and Fire Emblem and too many Fire Emblem characters and everything. Like, I had thought about a bunch of them because I've been thinking all afternoon. So I filmed myself, quote unquote, reacting to Byleth, and then I put it up on the internet. And I don't know if I ever truly intended, like, basically I didn't think it through. I will be perfectly honest. I did not think doing this through whatsoever. I've since learned that being a you know, YouTuber content creator, I need to be a little more, I guess, thoughtful about what I put out there. But I didn't think people were going to take it, like, super bad. I thought people would either just find it funny or just be like, wow, okay, you didn't like it, whatever. I don't know if I ever intended to be like, hey, I faked this, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I wasn't really thinking about the future. I just did it. So I put it out there and it's super divisive. People are like, it has the most dislikes, but also has like an equal amount of likes. So it basically just became a ground zero for the internet's fight about, you know, the Byleth reveal, whether it's, you know, defending Sakurai and the team and we can't get mad at them for anything, and other people saying, no, this was terrible, like, you know, this wasn't a good reveal, it's okay to have that opinion, blah, 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 you know, is in the comments and all over or whatever. So I just did not expect the video to go that way. So, I don't know, it was like a day or two later or whatever, and I'm trying to think of, like, okay, well, what am I going to do now? And I'm like, well, okay, people fake leaks all the time. I faked a video because, you know, whatever, and that was in my mind too, was like, you know, I deal with fakes all the time. Like, I can, like, whatever. It's just, it was part of the game that I was doing here online, is fake leaks and talking about fake stuff and is it real and is it fake, whatever. So that was a piece of this too. So then I was like, okay, well, I have the footage of me, you know, doing this Byleth reaction or getting set up for it. So I can just show that, yeah, I faked this thing so people don't think that I, like, hate Sakurai and hate Smash now because Byleth got in the game. So I took the footage of me reacting to it, which has me, like, because I make, like, an attempt to do it and then I stop and I make another attempt and then I stop and then I do it until I did one that was like, okay, I like that beginning, and then I just ran with it. So I showed that footage or whatever and proved, like, yeah, no, I just faked this one. It wasn't a real reaction. But how do I feel about Byleth in the moment or whatever? Yeah, I thought it wasn't the best character to have. I do think Fire Emblem is oddly represented in Smash. Probably could have been represented better, but I do think it's also a series of unfortunate like circumstances where we got Corrin at the end of Smash 4, and like I said, Chrom in base game gets one of the few Echo spots, and then Byleth gets the only first-party DLC in the first pass at that point. So Fire Emblem has now gotten like most of the newcomer spots as first-party DLC is just always Fire Emblem. And Nintendo kind of knew that Corrin was not well received at the end of Smash 4, so I didn't think it would happen here, and then it did. So, you know, that video was also partly like a way to kind of vent and whatever. So my sentiments are still, I'm not big on Fire Emblem, but my reaction was not flipping out, and my feelings about Sakurai and Smash and stuff are not hate-filled because of Fire Emblem stuff. It was kind of just a not well thought out joke. So how do you feel about the Byleth reveal or my Byleth's reaction? However you want, whatever you want to take it away.
I want to give the other side of the story.
Go for it.
Because I'm going to put you on blast a little bit. You said I was bad at DK. Get ready. I am, though. Just to be clear.
No. Feel free to put me on blast, because I know that after I put this out, you and a ton of other people in the Discord and people who like my videos and wanted to defend me, and like it created way more problems for way more people than I meant for it ever to do.
I want to preface this by, it's very funny in retrospect, and I'm very happy like we talked it out and everything. But this was very, very, very not okay, and it was but it's very funny now.
I'll say this before you go further than that. This was the moment, I think. There were moments before this where I was like, okay, I'm a YouTuber now. Okay, I gotta, like, you know, certain things I have to do, certain quality of the video, certain, you know, professionalism to stuff or whatever. But this was the moment where I think I was like, okay, I can joke on the internet, but I need to also be aware of how many people are now linked to my channel and connected to me as a person, that the fallout of the things I do has repercussions beyond just if I thought it was funny and whatever. I don't care if people don't like it. But okay, go ahead.
Yeah. No, and I think that's a good way to put it. So I have a very interesting reaction to this. So I want to rephrase. When Corrin came out, I would troll PODpaGenos about it. I'd be like, you know, honestly, to cover some of your bad matchups, maybe you should consider someone with a little more reach than Little Man, maybe a better recovery, maybe Corrin. And you'd see PODpaGenos get like visibly like just kind of like frustrated with me.
You also call Corrin. You call Corrin Corn all the time too.
I called Corrin.
I remember that. And it was kind of, so it also did become like a joke. Like, it's kind of an unknown joke at that point when I did the Byleth reaction. And I guess I kind of forgot about that too, that maybe, you know, most people don't know my history of being the guy who was complaining about Fire Emblem back in Smash 4 when Corrin happened. And that was sort of a joke persona, you know, that I put on. But I guess I kind of just didn't realize that the entire internet isn't quite aware of that I have a history with disliking Fire Emblem and Smash as a joke. And to then have Byleth happen was like, well, time to ramp the joke up.
And just so we're clear, like, multiple conversations in car rides about like how mad PODpaGenos was about Corrin and like how upset PODpaGenos was about it. And I'm like, okay, yeah, but like, what are you gonna do when you have to fight a Corrin? And you're like, I don't know, I hate the character. Like, it was just so funny. Like, it was just, you get so mad.
And I would be like,
I get frustrated trying to like help you with it. And
I would be like Wolf would have been better. Like, anybody would have been better. Why did we get Corrin as the bonus? Like,
it was so funny. So like, I was trolling you about Corrin for a very long time. Like, just every once in a while, PODpaGenos said something that gets under my skin. I'd be like, yeah, but you're a Corrin player. Like, something.
Yeah.
So coming into this, I was so this is the only reveal. This was a reveal where I made a new rule for myself for the second fighter pass afterwards, where I said, if I miss the time to stream it, I am no longer allowing myself to look at the internet before and after a reveal. I'm going to wait a day or two because people make me really sad. Byleth was revealed. And my first thought out loud, and I think there's a clip of me saying, I forgot if I streamed it, but there's a clip of me going, oh no, when Byleth gets revealed, because it's not like I'm not excited. Like, I'm like, like of all the things I actually like about Three Houses, Byleth is one of them. I don't get me started on Three Houses or Persona 5. We'll be here all day. But like I love a lot of parts of Three Houses, especially like music and stuff like that. So Byleth was a cool character to see. But first reaction was, oh no, dude. I was like, PODpaGenos is gonna be pissed. I'm like, the server, like your server that I was managing, like at the time, like I was like, your server's gonna burn down. Like, the internet's gonna set on fire. Like, I'm gonna lose it. That was my initial reaction was, oh no. And then like when I saw the gameplay reveal and stuff, I actually thought Byleth looked super cool, but more on that later. So I didn't know the full timeline events. So server is on fire. People are raging about this. See, people are super mad about Byleth. Our mods are barely keeping up with it.
See, this is probably while I'm watching all this and you're like, oh man, how can we quell this fire? I'm sitting there going, man, I got a boring reaction. I should make it funny and be as angry as these people.
You're in the Discord stirring the pot.
Yeah, I know, I was.
You're asking people, and you're like, yeah, I wasn't really happy with it. And people are like getting riled up, and you're not saying anything like, let's all be civil or anything like that. So server's on fire. Everything's on fire. I'm pissed, but I'm not about to talk to you about it until after I like everything settles, because I was like, I gotta have I gotta have a word with PODpaGenos. Like, you know, like I gotta make sure like we understand what's going on here. You call me. And I remember because I took the call on my Apple Watch. I was upstairs, I was making food. And you're like, can we talk? And my brain goes, the way you said it, I thought, oh, something real might have happened. Okay, I gotta drop the Byleth thing for a little bit. Like, this sounds like serious. And then you're like, okay, it was a joke. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? And you're like, I was kidding. The whole Byleth thing. And I went, what? And you told me the whole thing. You're like, oh, it's a joke. Like, I just wanted to pull a fast one on everyone. Like, you know, like
so
I'm always getting hit with like, you're wrong with this.
Just to refresh your memory, what I called you and said was, how exactly did I put it? I basically said, so you know the Byleth thing? Like, yeah, it was fake, and I was telling you that I had the footage of me like faking it, like the beginning footage of me faking it, and I was like, I'm gonna put this out there, so yeah, sorry about that one. I didn't mean for it to like explode or whatever. That was, I think, how the conversation went, if I'm recalling correctly.
I remember you telling me like it was. Yeah,
I remember because the reason I called you was because I was telling you like, hey, so don't worry about it. I'm going to like put like I have the like I can prove I faked it because it has me.
Oh, that was because
it has
almost like those exact words.
Yeah, because I have like me leading, you know, doing a test and then another test and then the real one starts and it's, you know, straight footage into it or whatever. So you can line them up and there you can tell that you know that's the one, that's the take I used, or whatever. But I was just like, I just wanted to tell you that because I think I saw at that point you and the mods just like, you know, the server was on fire. I was like, all right. Like...
And I went off on you though, and I still feel bad because I was.
No, you were mad, and I was just kind of like, yeah, no, I deserve that. And you even told me actually, I think you were the person who said, and I took this very much so to heart, that like you can do this stuff when we're like. Because we worked at a retro game store together, you're like, you can do this stuff at the store or whatever. It's no big deal. But like, you have to understand how many people you like influence now, how many people are watching you or whatever. And I was like, yeah, you're right. So it was a maturing moment for myself, or a maturing moment for how I handle the YouTube channel, I suppose.
And like, it's important to know at this point I've been up for over 24 hours. Like, I've been dealing with so much crap. I was like, oh my God. But you took it to heart. You apologized, and like it was better. Like we had a very like it was a good heart to heart, and like things were fine. But
yeah.
There was like a good solid day or two of my life and everyone else on the teams just on fire. Even my Twitch chat was on fire, and I was just like, I can't do this. Like like you showed up on Event Hubs. Like that's the website I used to go to for all my fighting game news. You were on the headline of Event Hub for being mad. And I was just like, oh my God. Like I couldn't get away.
I mean, to be fair, I've been on the headline of Event Hub, I think a couple times, and some of those have been positive things.
Oh yeah, but somebody linked me. They're like, this is your boy, right? I was like, oh. God, like, oh no. But
For instance, other good things of just defending the times I've been on articles and stuff. Screen Rant had the Sora leak video on it a week or two ago, and
hell yeah,
that turned out true. So there we go. It's not always me being angry about Byleth that gets me put on the cover of newspapers and on CNN and everywhere else.
So it just, and also, like, just to add to this, this is also in the world of all publicity is good publicity, where like somebody can make a mistake, and as long as it's not like a dire mistake, like it people will remember that forever.
So I don't want to seem like I was literally just playing the all publicity is good publicity thing.
Oh no,
but,
I don't think you were
no. But I was to some extent, in the sense that I literally did have a very boring reaction to Byleth and decided to go, well, let's take a hard left and just have a really angry reaction to Byleth, which was basically doing, if I didn't have a good reaction and it was just a boring reaction, then let's go the other way, which was basically, I guess, kind of, I didn't think about it this way at the time, but yeah, kind of baiting for all publicity is good publicity, which, yeah, don't do that. Advice to people out there, don't do that. It doesn't go how you expect it would. If you have something that's just not that exciting, just put it out there, not exciting, and wait for another time when you can have something more exciting. Don't go for the bad attention.
Yeah, actually, I wonder how impactful it also would have been for you to post like a video of you being like, yeah, my reaction was so dull, I didn't want to post it. Like, here, you watch the footage. I don't say anything. Like, this is really weak, right? Like, that would have worked too, but
yeah, I put it out there. I put the second one that basically said I faked it and stuff like that out there, and I could have put the boring footage in there, but like, I mean, I could probably, I don't know, like, it was boring footage. So how long am I going to show me sitting there to show that or whatever? But so what I showed instead was the lead up to actually doing it, because that obviously proves, okay, no, it wasn't a real reaction. He did fake it, because you see me attempting to react to it twice until it goes into the one that I actually used. So,
and the final funny moment of this was after we talked, I mostly believed you, but I was like, did he really? Like, did he really? The video goes up, and I watch it the next day, and I was like, oh my God, he wasn't kidding.
Even people in the comment section are saying stuff like, did you fake the fake or whatever? And people are like, no, I like watch the videos next to each other. It lines up. It's perfect. Like, there's no way he could fake his hair being the exact same way, everything being exactly how it is, the lighting, like, it's the same video. Like, he did fake it. But what was funny to me about that was that the whole thing that I do all the time is I talk about leaks, and the thing with leaks is like, is it real? Is it fake? Did someone fake it? Did they not fake it? Do people hold out hope for this leak to be true, this to not be true, whatever? So now I'm seeing something that I faked myself, a fake reaction video, a fake PODpaGenos video, and I'm seeing people, even after it's been proven to be fake, still defending it the way they would like a leak that's been proven to be fake. It was like a funny meta moment to me.
It's so fitting.
Yeah, it was so fitting, and yeah, so. But once again, don't do that. Don't do that, people out there. Yeah,
we learned a lesson.
Yeah, we learned a lesson.
or set your joke up so that people know it's a joke quickly.
Yeah, or think it through at least. Because my thing was just I had a boring reaction. I'm spending the day just having fun, like basically venting with other people and whatever, just letting chaos happen, because I shouldn't be in charge of things. I'm not a good person for that. Anyway. It's true. And then I just like, it's like, well, I got to put out a reaction today. Okay, let's just do an angry one and vent about it, and just say all this funny stuff that's I've read about other people saying, and I've thought up myself about this reaction and why this is so bad. And I just filmed it and did it and didn't really think about the consequences at all. So think before you act.
Anyway, I think Byleth's a really cool character. Because I always told you I don't mind another Fire Emblem character, just get me not a sword user. And Byleth has a whip sword, has an axe, has a bow, like spear, like or glaive rather. Like, Byleth's got a cool kit. Like, out of all the Fire Emblem characters, Byleth is freaking cool.
So I have a new hot take on Byleth since what I had when Byleth was first revealed. And I will say this about the reveal trailer, though. I actually do think, all things aside, it's not the best reveal trailer, and most people say that as well. The character aside, like, the reveal trailer itself is like, kind of, I mean, it's animated, which is, you know, kind of cool and
It's
stuff.
kind of corny.
It's
a little,
corny
like,
and slow.
cringy. Like, I don't like using that word, but like
Yeah, it is cringy, and it
the start of it is cringy. The second half is like kind of humorous and funny, but
yeah, it's a little cringy. It's a little slow. It kind of makes fun of the too many sword fighter like it. I don't know. It does a lot of things that are just very. It's just not the best reveal. And some of the other reveals. There's another one we'll get to that I also thought wasn't that great, but we can get to that when we get there. Anyway, but my new hot take on Byleth, and this is when I look at the whole thing and all the newcomers or whatever. What you said, I totally agree with. I think one good aspect of Byleth is bringing in all the different weapons, because Fire Emblem was kind of poorly represented in the fact that Fire Emblem itself is a whole series, like a rock paper scissors with different weapons and stuff, and we have so many characters that just use swords. So to have a character that uses a bunch of weapons, I haven't played Three Houses, but I don't think Byleth actually uses the weapons that Byleth has. Is that correct?
yeah, I believe maybe Byleth can use them, but they're supposed to be used by the other lords.
Okay, right. So maybe somehow they can, but whatever. It's a, you know, they did something kind of different here. But I do think it's cool that they have the different weapons. Supposedly Imran Khan kind of hinted that most likely Monster Hunter was at one time potentially going to happen, or they were maybe planning a Monster Hunter moveset, but I don't think the Monster Hunter team likes the hunters being in games. They prefer the monsters representing the series, even though I think Hunter is in maybe Marvel versus one of the Marvel versus Capcom games, but I think they didn't like that or something. Anyway, so I think the concept of using multiple weapons on different like button inputs happened there, and I think that's a pretty cool concept. So playstyle wise, I think Byleth is totally fine, and probably one of the better Fire Emblem characters, playstyle wise. It's literally just all the other Fire Emblem stuff leading up to him that you know makes me kind of about him. But all the weapon stuff is pretty cool, and this is my new take looking at all the newcomers on here. Byleth, Pyra and Mythra, and Min Min, the first party characters we got during the DLC, are very much so characters from current Nintendo games. Xenoblade Chronicles 2, ARMS, and Three Houses. And when I look at Smash Brothers as a whole, especially from a perspective of the fan bases for characters, obviously I'm big on the Geno fan base or whatever. I was big in the Banjo fan base, you know, and I see the other ones. There's like a bunch of fan bases from back during the Brawl days that are still hopeful for their character, despite their character kind of not really being as relevant as they used to be back during Brawl speculation. So, like Isaac or Crystal, or what's another one from back then? There's quite a few. There's an Advance Wars rep. There were like Golden Sun was big back during, you know, Brawl speculation. Advance Wars was current then, and those characters didn't happen because the roster was just smaller. We didn't have DLC back then. It just didn't happen. But those fan bases live on, and they still hope for those characters, and then the games become less and less relevant. Though Advance Wars is getting a game soon. And so it's just
right, that's another game we have to buy.
Yeah. We were talking about how many games are coming out. It's too many games. I want less games, less fun. But yeah, those like Isaac from Golden Sun never happened, and now Golden Sun is, you know, not as relevant as it used to be at the time of Brawl. But if Isaac had happened in Brawl, you know, he'd still be here. He'd be everyone is here. He'd have come back. So it's nice to see games like ARMS, Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and Three Houses get reps while the games are relevant, so that we don't have someone who wants a character from those games, and 10 years from now they're still wanting a character from those games, and it missed the boat. So in this day and age, when we can get a lot of DLC on a game like this, it's nice to see that the current characters get in, because before that didn't happen, and it leads to a bad situation. So that is my new kind of feelings on Byleth, looking at the full DLC. It also, those characters, Byleth, Pyra and Mythra, and Min Min, feel like characters that probably would have potentially been... I mean, I know Three Houses was a little later, but if Three Houses had come out a little sooner, a newest Fire Emblem character generally gets in base game Smash. And so it's nice to see some of the DLC was used to do that. In the moment, it didn't look like that. In the moment, it looked like two of our first-party Nintendo DLC of all time are Corrin and Byleth, the two Fire Emblem characters. Why don't the other games get DLC? But looking at the full gamut of everything we got here, it makes more sense. The whole thing makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, and I completely agree. I think, like, because this is sort of like, this is going to be a certifiable boomer moment, but like, we have to remember that like what we grew up with is a perspective that the kids these days, the younger audience playing Smash, they don't have our perspective. So like when I tell people like the way I felt the first time I played, like, I don't know, like something like Quake or Mario 64, or, you know, like a
Yeah.
game that really changed the way I looked at games, they don't get that perspective. But somebody might have had an incredibly similar perspective with Splatoon or with Fire Emblem Three Houses, where like Three Houses was like they're just at the reading comprehension level that they can fully understand the game. And it was the first time they got to sit down with an RPG that was there, like this time period, right? Like for them. And they probably fell in love with characters, and they probably fell in love with like songs, and like it meant, and I think Steve coming up is a good example of that. And so to see that modern representation, it doesn't mean as much to me as it probably means to someone who was in my shoes when it mattered to me when I was younger. So it's like, okay, I see it. Like,
Right. You got to think a little bit in the moment about the people who are more invested in current things, and or maybe only have the perspective of current gaming, sometimes with this stuff. So I think Byleth is definitely one of those moments, or a character for that kind of, those fans or whatever. So that's all I have to say about Byleth. Do you have anything else?
no, that's it. That's the longest one here, probably.
Yeah, because of the whole of the backstory. So next up, it actually wasn't a character reveal. It was a character from ARMS reveal, which I didn't think anybody saw coming. That was very, very surprising, which is weird because Sakurai straight up in an interview said, well, for base game, we wanted to do ARMS and Xenoblade Chronicles 2. And somehow, despite Sakurai basically, I think because Sakurai said that, people kind of think like, everything Sakurai says, hopefully not now past the end of this game, at least until another Smash game happens. Everything Sakurai says, people read into it and they think of it as ironic, and it's a double negative, and it means this, it means that, it can't mean this. And that was one of those moments I think everybody was like, well, that means like he wouldn't have said ARMS, because that would give it away if he was thinking about doing an ARMS character. So he wouldn't have said ARMS, he wouldn't have said Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and it was just, whatever. A bit of speculation that was just in front of our face that just didn't get looked into because it was so just in front of our face. But there we were, a fighter from ARMS, and it was a weird time in Smash speculation, and a weird moment for Smash Ultimate because it was a characters reveal. It was a whole fighting game roster reveal, but we didn't know which character it was.
Also, this is sadly COVID. So this is
Yes.
like, we know we're gonna get delays. We know like the it's changed a little bit. The workflow has changed. So we've been without a character for a minute, and we have to wait a little bit longer. And so like it's not even like it's from ARMS. Like, it's not the hypest thing. It's definitely exciting, but I wouldn't call ARMS like the thing that got people off their seat, right? Like, unless you're literally playing the game. Like the game itself is like good, it's fun. It didn't blow up, but everyone remembers it. So
well, like you said with Three Houses, I mean, ARMS could be some little kid's first fighting game. Like,
yeah, exactly.
There's probably a lot of people or a lot of kids out there that that may be the truth. That was their first time
they spent they spent a whole summer playing ARMS with their friends, when it came out,
right?
And it's like, yeah, okay, like I totally get. I know exactly what that feels like with Smash 64. So like,
yeah. And I won't repeat it here, but ARMS getting in was very much so that whole thing that I just said before. ARMS is a game kind of like what happened with Golden Sun or Advance Wars. It felt very current. Maybe they'll make a sequel or whatever, and it'll continue to be a series. But it felt very current, and putting it in Smash just seemed like a cool thing to do now. Because if it doesn't, potentially it's going to be this beloved old Nintendo game that has a fan base that just never got in Smash and maybe missed the mark and blah blah blah. But we got it.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll say the trailer was pretty good.
Yes.
Because the trailer didn't immediately reveal who it was. It also featured slurping noises from Captain Falcon.
The Vegeta voice actor, apparently, right? I think it's the Vegeta voice actor in Japanese.
I think so. And like, just the idea that they got someone in a sound booth to slurp some noodles intensely is funniest thing in the world.
People really thought like, oh man, if it's the Vegeta voice actor and all they did was bring him in to make slurping noises, like, well, then does that mean Goku's actually going to happen? And they actually brought in like Dragon Ball Z stuff? Because why else would they bring him in to record? There's no way they would do that. And
the answer is just an esteemed voice actor.
yeah, but that
Yep.
time period between A Fighter from Arms until we got Min Min, like you said, that was when the pandemic hit, and I think everything really slowed down. Maybe Min Min would have actually happened like in between those two reveals or something, but I think that is why they kind of staggered the reveal with A Fighter from Arms and then Min Min. And there was no E3, and I feel like Steve probably would have been E3. I mean, who knows? But it does feel like that period, Fighter from Arms, Min Min to Steve, that was a very long amount of time, and that's probably where if there was any delays, Sakurai and the team seemed to say, you know, they were pretty much on schedule with stuff, or you know, did a good job of catching up, whatever it was. That was probably the slowest point of Smash speculation, I feel like.
Yeah, I think so too. But once like it was revealed it was actually Min Min, I feel like it was the right choice.
Yeah, Min Min won like a fan poll, so she was like the character that fans liked the most. They did like some arms contest thing with that, and I had heard from some people, again I'm not going to say names, that it was Min Min, and that was the one that seemed most people were assuming it would be. There was some discussion about other characters or whatever. There was other characters I thought would be cool, but Min Min was the one that most people seemed to think it would be, and that's who we got. And it seemed like that was the character that we probably should get. She has a cool design, and obviously is the fan favorite if she won that poll.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. And in terms of gameplay, I originally thought Min Min looked cool, and I kind of slept on Min Min. A lot of people didn't like fighting Min Min because it's a very campy design at first. Like if you don't know competitive Smash, or you don't know like I guess kind of intensive like fighting game design, and again like the platform fighter is such a different genre. Min Min being played aggressively is the optimization that we're currently seeing from players. Like if you saw winners finals of DeBuzz at Low Tide, you would have saw it. If you've seen Pink Fresh play Min Min, if you've seen Proto Bonhan especially play Min Min, aggressive Min Min's where the character's going. But camping with the character was really common. People just thought the character was super stupid. Had a couple of kind of unfair setups to get some really quick kills that were like a little cheeky, and there were some like much needed nerfs that came through, and Min Min's in like a fine place, and most people will learn the matchup and be like, oh okay, this isn't as horrifying as you think it is and whatnot. But I love the way Min Min plays. I got back to Min Min. I was like, okay, no one wants to learn this character and everyone's complaining about this character. I'm going to pick up Min Min. And I love Min Min. Like Min Min feels like so much fun. I love the aerials. I like the kinds of pressures you can do with the arms. The animation work is quite good. It's just, I don't know. Min Min's got really good sound design too. I really enjoy Min Min.
So the reveal for Min Min for me was cool. It was probably like a middle ground character reveal for me. Middle of the road. It was very similar to Terry's, with everybody going for the envelope, the Smash letter, which was great. Fits perfectly with having us, speculate the entire ARMS roster before showing who the character was, which was cool. And then Min Min as a fighter, I think she's really cool to have in Smash. So playstyle wise, Min Min doesn't really click with me that well. I think she's really cool. I really like that she's in Smash, and I like using like the A and B button for different arms. It's a really cool way to represent arms. But she has there's so much going on. There's so much to think about, like when you grab to get the dragon arm upgrade and stuff. And I remember playing Min Min for the first time, and there was something, I don't remember exactly what it was. There was something really basic. It might have been how to do her the difference of her up B or something. I couldn't figure it out. Oh, it was angling her up B on the ground. You know how when she does it that jump, you can angle it in different directions. I couldn't figure that out, and so much of her just did not click with me. The counter that's like a kick, she's just very weird. I like Banjo, and like I said, I like Banjo.
I love
I want Banjo.
I didn't get it. Give me back to my 64 characters.
Yeah,
damn it.
Exactly. No, I do. I grew up with Smash 64 characters. I grew up with the simpler Smash characters generally. And not that I can't play a complex Smash character, but Min Min is just so complex, and somehow just doesn't click with me. I think she's cool. I'm glad she's here. I think other people who are good with her, it's really cool. I like her gimmick and stuff is really neat, and I think she's a good representation of ARMS and how ARMS plays in Smash, but just not a character playstyle wise for me. Maybe the character out of all the DLC that I would probably struggle the most to play, actually.
Fair enough. I I really want to move into the next character if you're down.
Yeah, sure.
This is sort of legendary. Also sets up the final ball game for predictions, which is
Yes.
hard.
Yep.
Um, but I I don't know when the moment you knew it was Minecraft, but for me, it was like I saw a squared shadow in like the background, like like sort of like part of the cave wall, and I immediately went, "No, it can't be." Like it just, I was like, "There's no way."
I'll chime in. I did not. I was probably late to it being Steve. Like, if you noticed it as soon as the background or whatever, like I think the blocks were being like broken, and it wasn't until like the shadow that I was like, oh, it's Steve. I don't know why exactly, but that was one of the reveals that for whatever reason didn't click with me immediately who it was until they basically it was obvious it was Steve. And I was speculating Steve. Like I think it's maybe like 2 or 3 videos before Steve happens, which was maybe like a week before Steve happens. I put out a video on the thumbnail. It's Gino, Steve, and Travis Touchdown, and we got Steve and we got Travis as a me costume in that reveal. So that thumbnail was like, oh, cool, that aged well. But even though I had Steve on my mind for speculation in some way, I had so many other characters on my mind too. I really didn't know who it was going to be. I did throw out that the Minecon thing was happening, and maybe that would line up for Steve. But very, very rarely does like an anniversary or an event happening actually mean we're getting that character at that time. And we had been speculating Steve for at that point years, mostly because of Virgin Ben's Minecraft content, and just because Minecraft's such a huge game, and because of that whole Xbox Nintendo collaboration we already got in Banjo. So it was like, okay, well, Minecraft seems like it would could potentially happen too. But at that moment, at that reveal, I was just not thinking Steve for whatever reason.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I so for me, this reveal, so I'll be completely forward. I didn't want Steve. Like if I were to get another Microsoft character, I wanted Master Chief. I like I didn't get Master Chief.
Right.
But like for me, it was just so like I didn't want Steve. Like I don't know. Steve didn't matter to me. Right? And so I felt a little disappointed, but also I got humbled up pretty quick. It was like maybe we finished watching the reveal, and I was like, oh, the kid's kind of cool. Like, wow, they put a lot of work into this character. I was like, it took a little bit, and then my chat started being like, I'm so happy it was Steve. Oh, I grew up with this game. One of the top players in Colorado mentioned that he has memories with like his mom playing Minecraft with him, and I just sort of realized like I missed the generational gap. I forgot how many, and this is like why I said this earlier. I forgot Steve for some people is Legos. It's their first video game.
Right.
Oh,
It's Mario
it's
for some
Legos.
people.
Yeah, exactly. And I was like, I get it. I get it. Like this character means so much to other people. Like I'm only disappointed because Steve and like Minecraft doesn't matter as much to me. Like I think it's a cool game. I'm scared of it. Feel free to ask me why sometime. But like I'm deathly scared of Minecraft. It's very funny, but like it didn't matter to me. So I was like, oh, whatever. Like I like Minecraft Dungeons, but that's a different conversation. I love that game. But it's like, but I saw it and I was like, okay. I legitimately thought I was like, I don't want to say tripping because like I don't do anything to trip on, but like I was like so out of it when I saw like his tech animation and like his jump, and he was eating after his final smash, and then he built a house, and I was like, this isn't real. There's no, on God, like there's no way that like they're actually like Sakurai actually like programmed like I blew up an entire house with somebody in it, and then Steve appears eating like meat. I was like, this isn't real. Like this feels like a YouTube poop or something, like some weird Minecraft video I found in the dark side of YouTube. Like,
which honestly fits Minecraft really well. Like it's represented very well.
And that's when it like, kind of all clicked for me. But like I was just like, what am I watching?
So I probably have. I mean, your take was fairly positive, but it seems like in the moment you were like, eh, but then like warmed up to it pretty quickly. My take for Steve was probably more positive initially. So here's my my background with Minecraft. Minecraft came out, I want to say, like, I don't know, 2009, 10, 11, somewhere in there was when I first heard about Minecraft and stuff. I don't know exactly when it came out. Somewhere in there, and I remember my girlfriend at the time was playing it on her laptop. I visited her. I got it on my laptop. We played it. We played it for like a week or two. It was pretty fun. I remember moving on to Terraria shortly after that, and then playing Minecraft a little bit more. And then it just kind of like that was fun. That was a really cool game. Whatever, cool. And then I don't know, 3 or 4 years go by, and then all of a sudden we're working in our retro video game store, and all of a sudden the world starts being like owned by Minecraft. Like every YouTuber is suddenly playing Minecraft, and every kid has a Minecraft T-shirt, and stores have tons and tons of Minecraft merchandise. And it's the only time I've ever seen a game do that where like it comes out, it was fairly popular with gamers or whatever, and then I kind of saw it go away, and then I saw it come back as if it was, the biggest game ever, and it, became the biggest game ever. And I think it was probably because of the Microsoft acquiring it that this happened. I wasn't paying attention to Minecraft.
I think it was also YouTube.
Yes, I think YouTubers and streamers or whatever started becoming more popular, and Minecraft was a really, because it's like you said, it's basically Legos, it's the video game equivalent of Legos, where you build anything. So it probably became very, very popular with all that stuff. But whatever happened, it was happening kind of in the background of my life. But I have fond memories of playing it a long, long time ago, and I've returned to it here and there for other people. So I am fond of it. But Steve getting in Smash has some weird baggage to it. Two major things. First off, he became like the rival to Banjo because Minecraft is the game that is on Switch, despite being Microsoft. It is the biggest game ever, and so of course it should get in Smash before a game that is forgotten from 1998. So he was like this rival to the character I really wanted. But then we got Banjo, and I never really liked character rivalry in Smash because just because I want Banjo more than Steve doesn't mean I don't like Minecraft or don't want Steve. Like, I like Minecraft. I think it's a cool series. And then my other thing with Steve, the other thing I don't really care for, is I don't really like the look of Steve himself. I like Minecraft, I'm just not big on Steve. So my thing was always, I wish we could just get a Minecraft stage. I don't really want a Minecraft character. Maybe Steve could be like a me or a deluxe me once we start getting deluxe me's. Something like that would fit, I think, the character better. And I'm with you. I like Halo. If I wanted Microsoft to get another series, I'd want it to be Halo. But that doesn't mean I don't like Minecraft. Once I saw Steve and once I saw Minecraft in Smash, I loved what Sakurai did because it looks like he just ported Minecraft into Smash somehow, and it's like crazy. And then what really sold me on Steve is, like I said, I don't really like the look of Steve himself. He just looks very generic, and it's weird. Like, Mario is, the face of Nintendo, but he has personality to him, despite being kind of generic at this point because you see him all the time. He has a lot of personality. Steve just looks very blank slate to me. But what really sold me was when Zombie and Enderman got revealed because they're enemy characters from Minecraft, and you can play as them instead. And specifically Enderman is just so cool to me. I was like instantly sold on the character. I was like, okay, I kind of want to play Enderman. I'm not big on Steve, but I will play Enderman. So I was pretty happy with this one when it happened. And then to see it break Twitter, and like you said, to see just a whole generation and the whole internet go nuts that Steve, Minecraft and Smash crossed over, just how big and monumental that is. I am aware of how monumental that is. So that was really cool to see. It was a cool moment in gaming history and a cool moment in Smash Ultimate.
I can't believe it took out Twitter.
Yeah, I know. That was nuts.
Of all the services you'd ever expect to fail during a video game conference, you maybe would expect Twitter, but just Minecraft breaking Twitter is wild. Yeah. That is like, did anyone have that on their bingo card? Like, I never would have guessed. So yeah, that's all I got to say about Steve and Alex. I'm very happy about them now. Also, wait, I didn't talk about gameplay. Real quick. Damn those combos. I love this character. Like, I don't actually play Steve, but like, we have a few Steve players in my region, and like, I love the stuff they come up with, the conversions, all the cool stuff those players do. There's that wonderful scene at MSM, and that happened in Cali where somebody made an F on stage, and then they just forward smash and killed someone.
I haven't seen that. That sounds awesome.
It's one of the best clips ever, and it's just like, I love what that character brings to the table. So very happy now. I'm thrilled with Steve and Alex being in the game. Like, I'm just like, yes, like I'm absolutely thumbs up for that character.
Yeah, so as much as I said Min Min is weird and I want my banjo back or whatever, I just am going back to banjo. Steve, surprisingly, is a really odd character, plays extremely strange, and I actually really, really like him. Out of all the strange characters, strange like moveset characters as DLC or just newcomers in Smash Ultimate, like Heroes RNG and Min Min's weird arms thing, Steve is very strange with building blocks and everything, and I actually really, really like him. I think just because he like is so versatile in what he can do. Like it's just you don't have to like. I don't feel like I'm ever gonna screw up except maybe his up special. I just feel like I can kind of just mess around and do weird things, and it's just hard to fight a weird character. It's kind of like Pac-Man. Pac-Man's similar, where it just feels like weird stuff's happening the whole time you're fighting the character. So I like Steve. I'm a fan.
The next one is pretty dear to my heart.
Go for it. I'm not huge on Final Fantasy or even Final Fantasy 7. I've played Final Fantasy games. I've played Final Fantasy 7. They never clicked with me the way like other people like that's their like favorite series ever. I think it's awesome. We have Cloud and Sephiroth in Smash. I think it's amazing. I understand how big it is, and it's Final Fantasy should be here. I'm totally for it and everything like that. But as someone who really likes Square games, I love Chrono Trigger, Mario RPG, obviously with Gino. The World Ends With You, I'm a huge fan of. Kingdom Hearts, I'm a huge fan of. Final Fantasy just never really clicked with me, so I'll let you take it away.
Sephiroth, like, first of all, Sephiroth just shows up and cuts through Galeem.
It was a cool moment.
And, like,
the CGI trailer is amazing. I'll give it that. It's one of the best trailers.
That's so sick. That's just such a good moment. Sephiroth was like, and also like, I don't want to say too much about the story because I don't want to spoil things for anyone who wants to experience 7, but like, Sephiroth being obsessively like, I'm gonna screw with Cloud is so absolutely Sephiroth, and the fact that like Sephiroth found Cloud in Smash and decided to like mess with him there is very, very, very like the most Final Fantasy VII thing you could ever expect. The animations in the cutscene were amazing. Mario dies again, but not actually this time, but
yep,
still
fake out.
Also, there's a really funny like comic that somebody mentioned, like, well, between this stab and Mario being on the sword and these few scenes happening later, like Mario's literally just on the end of the sword for a minute, and that killed me too, like in retrospect.
True.
But Sephiroth, I'm so happy with this character. Gameplay wise, has a lot of like the animations that made Sephiroth memorable. A lot of Dissidia like shines through this character, and Dissidia was the Final Fantasy arena fighter.
Yep.
It's just good sound effects, good voice work. But I love that a lot of our villain characters in this game get big, menacing, scary things because Shadow Flare is impending doom. Like, that's really spooky.
I love the concept of that, of just like you said, impending doom. It's just like a countdown. That fits so well for a villain character. Like, really
and for Final Fantasy and for Final Fantasy VII and for Sephiroth. But then you have the flares, right? One of which is, wow, that's a really big fireball that you threw effortlessly. And then the second one is, damn, that's a really big fireball that's going to kill me. And then a Giga Flare is just... It's insane looking. It's still kind of like that's a scary move. Like, you will die. Like, if you get shield broken and Sephiroth decides to full charge Giga Flare F smash you, you're basically dead. Like, there's something so menacing, thrilling, and horrifying about what Sephiroth brings. But he's slow and like he's balanced because of like the design choices they made for the swings. Like, I was cross-comparing Sephiroth with Byleth because they have a lot of very similar moves. And Byleth has more ways to pick and poke through your offense, where Sephiroth has to pick a perfect spot, but then he kind of murders you for it. And it's so Sephiroth. And every little detail, like the spell effect for Shell, or was it Barrier, I'm not sure, is the counter field. Scintilla is the move that follows up afterwards. Scintilla being a move from Dissidia, and it works a little differently there, but they managed to sneak both the effect in and that. They managed to bring back a lot of the famous swings from certain cutscenes or from certain fights. The fact that they gave Cloud a different version of his final smash when fighting cool. Sephiroth is really cool. It's a love letter. And after Final Fantasy VII Remake, which I'm not going to say a word about, go play the game. 7 Remake, like after playing that game and seeing how much love Square put into it, seeing Sephiroth show up with a similar level of like care is to me just super cool. And the only other thing about this character is I keep calling Octopath Traveler every single time.
Nice.
It's
so for me, Sephiroth's reveal. So this is another one like Steve, where I didn't like realize who the character was till slightly later than I think most people did, and my reason for that was I am aware of One Wing Angel, the song and stuff like that, and they basically revealed him with the song. So like if you were familiar with the song, you would know he was there. But the thing is, when I watch the Smash reveals, I don't like wearing headphones. And what headphones do when you're filming something or streaming something or whatever and have a microphone is if I wear headphones, then the sound isn't coming out of my speakers, it's coming out of my headphones, and my talking goes into my microphone, and thus the audience watching me won't hear an echo of my speakers and the computer sound that I have like also headed to the audience. But I wasn't wearing speakers, so I have the sound turned way down, so I can hear the sound, but it's turned down so that it doesn't echo in the microphone. So I didn't catch One Wing Angel when it first starts, so I didn't see Sephiroth until it basically zooms in on him, or Cloud says Sephiroth, whatever happened first. But it was a really cool reveal trailer, one of my favorites to watch. Like watching it back or whatever was awesome, very epic. Sephiroth is a huge villain, one of the most iconic villains. And actually, one thing I really like about him getting in was that he became a villain for Smash speculation itself to some extent. And I'll explain. So Sephiroth was part of Vergiben's like 7 square names that he had heard or something. It was like Erdrick, Luminary, Slime. Sephiroth was on there. There's a couple other ones. And so he was kind of leaked, but he was sort of like Steve, where we weren't really paying attention to him at the moment. What we were paying attention to, or what I was paying attention to, and I feel like a lot of people were paying attention to, was potentially Doom Guy. Because Doom was up for like Game Awards, and this was revealed at the Game Awards and stuff. So was Final Fantasy VII Remake. But I think most people, and this is a fan rule, we're thinking a series that we already have, Final Fantasy, and specifically Final Fantasy VII, not just another Final Fantasy series, but specifically Final Fantasy VII, probably wouldn't double up on another character. And so Sephiroth comes in and kills that fan rule. We didn't get Doomslayer, so Doomslayer, or Doom Guy kind of gets killed here. This pretty much seemed to be the giant katana in the coffin for Geno and stuff. Going into this, I thought, looking at the rest of the past before Sephiroth came out, one thing I had in my head was, and this was just sort of like, wouldn't it be funny if, was that maybe we'll end the DLC on Sora, and Geno will just be a deluxe Mii costume with a song. I sort of thought like it might go that way, but I thought this was funny if we ended on Sora with a deluxe Geno Mii, because I thought the two potential Square characters, even though Sora is actually Disney, but Kingdom Hearts is Square, were either Geno or Sora. I wasn't looking at Sephiroth at all. I was looking at Geno or Sora, and so I thought, well, Sora's a good ending. And I get off of speculating Sora this way up until the very end when we do get Sora. But I thought Sora would be a good ending. And Geno, as much as I love him, I understand if he just became a Mii costume. And they have these deluxe Miis. He was a Mii last time. These deluxe Miis look really good. They come with a single music track. That's like kind of perfect for Geno. So why I thought it would be kind of ironic or funny is if Sora was last, then they do the Mii costumes after him, even though they did them before him in reality. But they do the Mii costumes after him, and then the final thing we got, like the absolute last character we could possibly see, would be a deluxe Geno Mii costume. So I'd have to wait the entire DLC to see if Geno got in. But then Sephiroth happened, and I thought this killed the chances of Sora. I thought it killed the chances of Geno, which it did. But I thought Geno would be a deluxe Mii. Then we get to Sephiroth's explanation when we get the Mii costumes, and it's a slightly upgraded version of the Smash 4 Mii. So that hurt, but if there's any character in all of gaming to kill Geno in Smash, I think Sephiroth is a pretty good character to go down with killing your character. Like, that's kind of what he's known for. So I thought that was cool. And I do like Sephiroth. Like I said, I'm not huge on Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy VII never clicked with me the way I think it did so many other people. But I do like it. And I do think Sephiroth is one of the most iconic villains out there. It's really cool we have him in Smash. He is an anime swordsman, but he's also kind of the original edgy black trench coat wearing anime swordsman katana user guy. Like, he started that whole thing. So it's cool to have him here. So I like Sephiroth overall gameplay wise. I think he's okay. He's not a character for me necessarily. He's like slow, or like his movement's slow, which is cool and menacing. But just not the way that I play. So not for me, but still a cool character to have. That's my take.
Oh, for sure.
Anything
Moving
else?
on, this one.
Go for it. Yeah.
I think Pyra and Mythra messed up everyone, because I don't think anyone realized this was Smash for such a because this, what an evil trick.
Yeah, so I said the Byleth reveal. I said that was kind of a boring reveal, or whatever. I thought this was the other not the best like reveal trailer, but it did do what you just said, which was, unlike Byleth, where we're in a Mr. Sakurai presents question mark, question mark, question mark, so of course it's a Smash reveal. I also didn't think it was a Smash reveal at first. I thought it was just, it's like they doing like some more DLC for Xenoblade Chronicles 2 or something. Like I guess that's what's happening.
Yeah. But I don't think it's a bad one, because it's all in-house engine. They're using Xenoblade Chronicles 2. They're using the dev tools to make a cutscene. They have the voice actors back to like do performances. What a good beat.
I mean, let me rephrase that a little bit. I don't think it's a bad reveal. I just think it was among the lower end of hype reveals. Isabelle, Byleth, Pyra and Mythra. It's basically this. It's like every reveal in Smash is epic and awesome, and so it's kind of like saying like, what's your least favorite Zelda game? It's like they're all great. Like I can tell you which one I don't like but I still like it. So Pyra and Mythra, it's like, it's a good reveal trailer, and I do think it was cool, like you said, that they had the voice actors. And I'm pretty sure, like you said, did you say it was in house? I think they got Monolith Soft to make the reveal trailer. Yeah. I think they said that. Yeah, so it's really cool and stuff. And it also made me from then on be really on edge, because whenever a direct started or anything, like I was like, is this Smash trailer? Like, is this Smash? Like the September direct, we started with like a Monster Hunter trailer, and I was like, is this Smash?
Oh my god, what is this?
Yeah, I thought it might be Smash.
And then I was like, oh, it's Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
Which I was excited for, but it was not the thing I was currently excited for. So I was like, oh, okay. Wow. I'll be excited about this in a moment.
Yeah.
Pyra Mythra, though, like, I enjoyed it. I enjoy the comics. There's a lot of JRPGs on here I don't like, but I'm not the biggest fan of Xenoblade Chronicles 2 either. But I like Pyra and Mythra as characters. They have some really fun and well-written moments. I think they have really shining personalities. I think that whole game's got very memorable personalities. And seeing Pyra like kind of act the way she did about getting an invitation to Smash was very fun. Rex's reaction was great. It's something about it was cool. I think the funniest moment for me is when like Rex is walking into that like fog or that mist, and like I was like, it's Final Destination. And then I was right. I was like, yes. Like,
yeah, before they revealed it was Smash, I thought it was Smash. But the beginning of it, I thought it was just like, oh, it's just some Xenoblade Chronicle 2 thing. But then when it was like, where's Pyra? I was like, okay, it's turning into Smash.
But then also, it's not Rex, which is even funnier.
Yeah. Like, well, we got Rex. We got Rex as the bonus Mii costume with the first Fighter Pass. And like I said before, Sakurai had said ARMS and Xenoblade Chronicles 2 were things he wanted to put in Smash. So it's kind of right in front of our face the whole time. But most people have speculated it's going to be Rex, or it's going to be Rex and Pyra, or Rex and Mythra, or Rex and Pyra and Mythra. So they did something different. I think they did something that most people wouldn't expect, just doing Pyra and Mythra as a transforming character. But they're pretty cool. And they also do that thing that I said before about... it's a current game that I'm glad got represented while it did, because otherwise we're going to move past it or something. And I think Xenoblade Chronicles is really cool that Nintendo, ever since Shulk got in Smash, feels like they're trying to push it as a game series that they want to lift up and continue as their RPG series or whatever, one of their RPG series. So I think that's really cool. I'm glad that this series, and Smash does that. It kind of gives series more exposure and stuff. So it's great to see them there. It's great to get Xenoblade Chronicles more exposure and all that.
Yeah, and in terms of gameplay, I know there's somebody already typing up how broken they think the character is. Pyra and Mythra what I like about them is they have very exploitable recoveries, and they're very obvious characters. Mythra is very much a short-range sword user rushes you down with safe moves and pressures the crap out of you. Gets a lot of combos and damage, struggles to get kills unless you're like gimping someone. Pyra is good spacing and like good mixes. You reward you with big damage and big hits. However, whiffing something is dangerous. That is two of the main archetypes of characters. That's very much your Sheik and Fox and like Ike and Bowser sort of deal, right? Where it's two kind of extremes of one of them can't rush down very well, but they can control space super well. And when they have pressure, it's a lot of pressure. And one of them is I can go anywhere and do anything, but you know, I gotta not get caught while I do it. And it's just, they're just solid Smash characters. I love the animations. The combos are cool. I think they're really, really neat. But I like the fact that at the end of the day, they're as pure as Smash Brothers get. They're just hitboxes. They got combos. They got all the tools. They die to the same garbage everyone else dies to. They're kind of basic, which is cool, I think.
Yeah, no, I kind of prefer basic characters, and I really like this character, actually. It's Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is a game that I played like a little bit of it. I'm not like the biggest Xenoblade guy, but it's cool. I like it and stuff like that. Again, like I said, I'm glad Nintendo's pushing it. But these characters, the way they play, actually click pretty well with me. I tend to like to play characters that I have some connection to the series and stuff, not just characters that gameplay clicks. But I do occasionally, will play Pyra and Mythra when I'm just going through the roster, picking random characters. They're one that I'll draw over to because I like the way they play. And I love that they brought back the Zelda Sheik switch out mechanic. Because that was something that was really cool. It happened back in, Melee and everything like that. And we had it with Pokemon Trainer, but in a different way because it's 3. This is just you switch between 2 characters. And I think it's implemented better here than it ever was with Zelda and Sheik. So I dig it. I dig their play style. I'm cool with them.
I mentioned the other day, if imagine Melee and Sheik or Zelda was as good as Sheik in terms of like tier list,
that would have totally changed the Melee competitive landscape for sure.
Oh my god. But yeah, that's about all I have to say with them. I'm happy with that release. I'm also happy with all the good Xenoblade Chronicles 2 music that came with it because they bangers.
They are definitely, yeah. Okay, so the next character, this was
one we both appreciate, I think.
Yes, I'm a big fan of this actually. It's weird. It is going to sound probably worse than I mean for it to sound. I'm not a huge fan of the character necessarily, but I am a really huge fan of the series. So which in turn makes me like the character being in the game. But next up, it was this year's E3, and it's Kazuya.
Kazuya was kind of, if they were to put any other fighting game character in the game, who would they put in? And if you ask me, if you put me in a life or death situation, you got to call the next fighting game character that shows up in Smash, who would it be? I would have said Kazuya, Heihachi, or Jin. Like one of the Mishima family.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So before, I don't know where it was. I think it was probably in between like Steve and Sephiroth. I made a video because it really felt like for a long time that we would get another Bandai Namco character. Bandai Namco works on Smash directly, and we only had Pac-Man up until this point as a playable character, and it just really felt like they should get one of these DLC spots. But I always thought maybe they're being modest in saving themselves for the end, which actually, looking at a retrospective here, considering Sora was probably saved as the showstopper, I think they probably did actually kind of modestly save the Bandai Namco character, get all the other companies' characters done besides the big showstopper Sora, and give us the Tekken rep here. But what they did was they gave us the Heihachi Mii costume back, which made me completely write off Tekken. But there was a video I made in between, I think it was Steve and Sephiroth's reveal, which was just what is the most likely Bandai Namco character, and I said a Tekken rep, probably Heihachi. Sakurai has talked about wanting to do it before. He said he wanted to do it, but he had a hard time getting the playstyle of Tekken in Smash. But we started seeing a lot of things with like Terry, Ryu and Ken, and just there was somebody else who had some movement thing to them that I thought, oh, that might fix the Tekken thing, but I'm spacing on it. Anyway, I thought, yeah, okay, Tekken rep, probably Heihachi would make a lot of sense. But then we got the Heihachi Mii costume, and so I kind of wrote off Tekken. And I think that was probably smart of them to do that because Tekken seemed really, really obvious as the next Bandai Namco series to get in Smash. until you kind of take the speculation rules and take it off the table for everybody by giving us a Mii costume. It's like, oh, I guess that writes it off. So this one shocked me. I was very surprised by it, but I feel like if they didn't give us the Heihachi Mii costume, I absolutely wouldn't have been shocked by it at all. So I'm kind of glad they kind of played the speculation game against us for this one, so we had a surprising reveal. As far as Kazuya goes himself, I like Heihachi better. I like Jin better. Out of the three Mishima characters, Kazuya's probably my least favorite of them. And even out of Tekken, I like a lot of Tekken characters more. But is this a character that represents the game very well? Yes, it does. I understand Sakurai did it because of the Devil Gene stuff that they can do, which makes for a very great character. And I actually really love the way Kazuya plays, which I'll talk about in a second. But as far as the reveal trailer goes, it was excellent. I loved him tossing characters into the volcano. I played a lot of... What's the newest Tekken? Is Tekken 5 that we're on? The one with Akuma and stuff? You there?
Say that again one more time.
Oh, sorry. Is the latest Tekken we're on, is it Tekken 5, I believe? Is that the one?
7.
7. Oh, God. Why did I think it was 5? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe because it's 2:20 in the morning right now and we've been talking for like 4 hours.
Yeah, that's probably why.
Yeah, anyway, the one with Negan and Akuma, and I don't want to spoil anything, but something happens with the rivalry between Kazuya and Heihachi. So yes, I played it. I forgot the number it was. Anyway, but I loved having the tossing the characters into the volcano thing and stuff. It's so fun. They made it funny, despite it being, because Tekken has that weird aspect of it can be very serious, but it's also like funny in its seriousness. Which is why Yoshimitsu is my favorite Tekken character. But anyway, I thought the reveal trailer was great for Kazuya. And even though Kazuya isn't my favorite Tekken character, I love having Tekken in Smash. Totally deserves to be here. And I love having it among the other fighting game characters. And then how Kazuya plays, his playstyle out of all the fighting game characters, the other ones didn't click with me. Kazuya's totally did. And I don't know if it's just because I've probably played more Tekken than I have Street Fighter, or definitely more than I have any of the SNK games. And I mean, it doesn't play like Tekken. It just kind of animates like Tekken, and I think it's literally the animations hitting the way I expect them to that makes me like the way Kazuya plays. I don't know why, but I like this character a lot.
So, what's really funny? I would argue Kazuya actually plays a lot like Tekken at like a high level, because it's all about like moving in and out of your opponent's moves and striking and looking for good hits, and then you find that one moment you're like, I'm gonna call him.
That's probably true. The inputs aren't like Tekken, but the way you're spacing the character, the way you do the combos, and again, the way the character kind of moves and the way you hit, like, has that Tekken feel to it, which is probably why the character clicks with me.
Yeah. No, and that's fair. But I like that you hit the Electric Wind God Fist, you go to town. Also,
he's so fun,
fact,
too.
For anyone...
Fun character. Fun as hell to play.
For any of you who don't know, the reason we're saying it doesn't control like actual Tekken, the inputs are kind of similar, but in Tekken you have buttons 1, 2, 3, 4, and they correspond to left fist, right fist for 1 and 2, and then left kick and right kick. So realistically, when you do a combination of buttons, usually speaking, that button corresponds to that limb of the body working. So for instance, if I go for a 1-3 grab on PODpaGenos has to break that by pressing 1 because it is a left side grab. So there's left side grab, right side grab, and then special grabs, which are 1 and 2, or you'll hear 1-2 break. So that's kind of missing in Smash. It also
has the high, mid, and low like aspect to it and stuff. Because I like Tekken, I like Soul Calibur a lot too, and they play very similarly. I kind of consider them canonically the same universe. I don't know if that's true or not.
Also, I think so.
I mean, Akuma's in it too. So is Street Fighter also the same? I don't know.
I hope so.
It's weird.
But the thing that made Tekken interesting compared to Street Fighter was Street Fighter, lows are fast, mids are fast, and you can block mids and lows by blocking low. Mids can also be blocked high, but high attacks had to be exclusively blocked high. But so they were usually slower or jumping attacks. Tekken being a standing, human-to-human fighting game in a 3D space, they went the other way. High attacks are quick. Mids are relatively fast, but if you duck, highs will whiff the opponent. They'll just duck under them. However, a low attack can only be blocked while going low. So you have a reason to duck highs and to go low to block low attacks. Well, then why not just hold down? Because mid attacks hit you if you're crouching. So it's sort of flipping Street Fighter upside down, which makes a lot of sense for standing characters that are like moving around on their feet.
Right, and they do kind of represent this. Like again, they Sakurai found a way. It's weird. It doesn't play like Tekken, but it does play like Tekken. It's weird. I crouch a lot with Kazuya. Like he makes me crouch, and that's something you do a lot in Tekken. I crouch for kind of a different reason because there's certain moves you can do from crouching in Smash
or while rising or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So it feels similar in that sense. And just on Akuma being in crossing over into Street Fighter. I mean, obviously we have all these games crossing over within Smash, which is great. But Akuma is now part of like the background story of Tekken, which is why more than other guest characters, I'm like confused if it is now branched to Street Fighter. And talking this much about all these games crossing over is just making my mind like realize just how crazy Smash is with all the stuff that's crossed over into one game.
Yeah, but we didn't get Negan from The Walking Dead in Smash Brothers.
No, but he is technically now like The Walking Dead does. You can do the just go down the chain of command and go, well, Tekken's in Smash and Tekken has Negan, so Walking Dead's in Smash. You can there's so many things. I mean, Sora we're about to get to is Disney, and how many things can you branch off that are related to Disney? So it's just nuts how much like branches into this game.
So, short version, I like Kazuya too. Don't actually play a lot of Kazuya, but like he is mechanically very interesting to me. Love a lot of the music that Kazuya brought.
Tekken music's great. He has a good amount of music too.
The reveal trailer for me was really exciting because Kazuya is... I hate Kazuya.
I'm not a fan of the character. That's the thing. So
he's such a piece of garbage. He's a horrible father. Like there's nothing nice to say about Kazuya. He's +5 on Electric Wind Godfist and Tekken. That game is like moves that are unpunchable at frame like 8. So why are characters like +5 in any way? Anyway, I hate it. I hate fighting Kazuya. I have nightmares of Electric Wind Godfist, but like throwing all the characters off the cliff, like all of like the music, the animation work, Kazuya is in so many ways like he's representing Tekken and like the legacy of Tekken and the story of Tekken really well in Smash. So I think his inclusion was like fantastic, and watching Riddles go to town on Kazuya is really fun. Like watching a high level Kazuya player is a really good time.
Yeah, I really like that Tekken is in this game. Kazuya, or whoever the character ended up being aside Tekken, is really great to have in Smash. And speculation-wise, leading into this, it was E3, so there were a lot of big names being thrown around, like Master Chief and Sora. Sora wasn't really thrown around too much at the time, at least not that wasn't where I was going, but Master Chief and Crash Bandicoot was big, Hayabusa was big, and we were totally off the mark with this one, or at least I was. But a big reason for that was that the Heihachi Mii costume had come out, and I think everybody had written off Tekken. But Tekken is such a big series. It was a series I did want in Smash. I just kind of thought it was out of the running at this point. So I am really happy to see it here. It was shocking in a really weird way because speculation had moved away from that, but very happy to see Tekken in here. Just didn't expect it at the time, which is cool. I think they played the game at the end there and tricked us.
For sure. Anything else on Kazuya?
Not that I can really think of, except that it was the E3 reveal, and I think after that people expected the next reveal might be kind of boring because they thought the biggest character would probably happen at E3, and I'm glad they were wrong.
Yeah, this Sora, so my reaction was pretty great. I said like I won't say it because I've been good about not swearing too much on your channel, but like I immediately was like, oh, I'm gonna eat crap, dude. Like I told so many people they never get Sora. Like I was like, no, I mess up so bad. I said it earlier, but like Sora was like, I have a weird relationship with Kingdom Hearts. I love Kingdom Hearts, but like I've never actually played through 2 myself. But I love everything about 2. I loved 1.
You played 1, though, right?
To play. Yeah, I played 1, and it was a little hard to replay it like nowadays because the start of that game is so slow. But I love it. Like it still makes me feel something. Like I enjoy it. And then like Chain of Memories, like I loved, and like the 358 and Birth by Sleep. Like I went to town on those games, and then I was like kind of disappointed with Kingdom Hearts 3. So I have like this big like love-hate relationship with the series where like I kind of wish it did better for the most recent game. And like, don't get me started on the story or the writing. And again, if any of us get started, we'll never make it out of here.
I'm
But
surprised you didn't play or you played 2 but you didn't finish 2, considering you played a lot of the spin-off ones actually.
you want to know why I never owned a copy of 2? I now own one. Like I own the remake, but no. So okay,
Did you like borrow it or something? Was that like
my friend went to a boarding school for high school, and so I got to in middle school. I played Kingdom Hearts 1. I remember that he was going, I want to say it was the freshman year, or maybe it was before he went to boarding school. I can't remember now, but it was like he had finished the game and done everything in it, and then he was like, you need to play this game, and he let me keep it till I want to say like Christmas, when we got to like hang out again. So I beat the game like several times and I loved it. The second game came out, and like, I forget why my parents didn't want me getting it, but it was something head ass. I don't remember. It was bad. Like, I was mad about. I'm still mad about it. But I didn't.
Somehow you didn't get to for whatever reason.
One of my childhood friends, and I'll give a shout outs to them real quick. Sanche, they were like, "Hey, like, I played through the game, and like, while they didn't have a copy of it anymore, due to strange circumstances, but we would talk about it, and I would watch the cutscenes with them, and like we would just talk about Kingdom Hearts, and then we played Chain of Memories all the time, and I love the series, but I just know Disney, and that was the one thing that stopped me from ever being hype about it. I was like, yeah, but Disney's gonna ruin Kingdom Hearts, and they're never gonna let it happen in Smash. Done deal.
It's just, it's weird. I wasn't sure of exactly what your history with Kingdom Hearts was. I knew you. I probably played some of them or whatever because I knew you seemed decently aware of it and stuff. I'm just really surprised to hear that you didn't beat 2, because 2 is the one most people I talk to will sometimes have not even played 1 and they'll have played 2. It's usually the one most people have played.
I want to play through on stream, so I think like when I finally get back to Yakuza and I finish that, for anyone watching who likes watching me, when I get the chance to, I think I'll do Kingdom Hearts 2 on stream. Cool. Like I owe it that.
Cool. So my history with Kingdom Hearts, or actually before I say my history with Kingdom Hearts, I agree. I also was very wary of Sora happening in Smash. Not that I didn't think it could happen, but that I thought it was really, really difficult. And, Sora has a lot of fans. A lot of people really like Disney, and wanted that stuff in Smash and everything. But it's just, you have to be aware of how hard it is to get Disney on board for this game, and Sakurai even mentioned it in the reveal and everything. But I thought Sora was possible at certain times in Smash. Like I said, before Sephiroth happened, I was actually speculating perhaps Sora could be the final character to have that Geno scenario and stuff. And I thought that the other reason I thought Sora might be last was because he'd bring Disney stuff potentially, and that would be sort of fourth party stuff getting in. But if you end the game on that, it's not so weird because the expectations for more fourth party go away because there's no more expectations at all. So I had considered him for being the final character much earlier on, but after Sephiroth happened, I totally had kind of counted him out. And I didn't talk about him too much in the first pass and stuff, as well, because kind of the same sentiments that you said. I just thought it was really, really difficult. I thought, Cloud was probably difficult for them to get, let alone getting Sora. And I want Geno, and although Sora is Disney, it's it's tied to Square and stuff, so again, kind of a rivalry character, sort of like Banjo and Steve to some extent. These characters from the same companies or whatever. But my history with Kingdom Hearts is my next door neighbor growing up had, I think it was his appendix removed, and he had a PS2, and his parents bought him Kingdom Hearts, the first one, when it came out, because it was like that same week. So he would have, because he was staying home all week, so he would have something to play. And I went over to his house, and that was the first time I got to play it, and we kind of like played it together. And then sadly, I had to go to school all week, but every day after school, I'd run over to his house, and he'd be like a little further. Eventually, he started just kind of like not pushing the game story further so that I could be there for it and stuff too. So we sort of played it together, and then years later, I got the game for myself and played it. Kingdom Hearts 2 comes out. I played it, beat both those. And then I played some of the side story ones. I played Dream Drop Distance. I didn't play all the side ones. I'd have to like see the covers or whatever, see what the games are. But I played a few of the other side Kingdom Hearts games. I played a tiny, tiny bit of Kingdom Hearts 3. There was a bunch of games on my plate at the time, I feel like. And my friend Cheryl, who's been on the PODpaGenos Bros thing, I think her PS4 broke, and so I let her borrow my PS4, Yeah, that was it. So because she really likes Kingdom Hearts, it's like her favorite game series or one of them.
Yeah, she loves
She
Kingdom
loves it.
Hearts.
Super into Kingdom Hearts. She's a bunch of Keyblades and stuff. So I let her borrow my PS4 because she wanted to play Kingdom Hearts 3 and hers was broken. And then I think I'd only played a little bit of it, and then games get backlogged and you play other things and blah blah blah. And I also heard people saying like, "Oh, Kingdom Hearts 3 isn't that great." So, you know, that's just kind of what happened. So I need to go back and play Kingdom Hearts 3 now that it's coming to Switch. I know it's on cloud or whatever, and people aren't happy with that, but I might play it on Switch when that happens, just to play 3 and get through it here, even if people are saying it's not that great. But leading up to Sora here, we did have some leaks leading up to this. Obviously, it was like a week and a half ago, whatever it was now, that I posted a video. There was that person that posted the 4chan thing that said October 5th, it's going to be Sora. They're from Disney Music and all this stuff. And there was a bunch of other things that started piling up. I wasn't really looking at Sora before that, but once that leak came out and I was like, well, this leak seems plausible. And I started thinking about other things going on with him and gathering evidence. He started seeming very, very likely because he would make such a good final character too. It really felt like, yeah, okay, that's actually, and kind of my old speculation about Sora ending it and having bring in Disney stuff, but you don't do that till the end and stuff, started to make sense. And there was all this other stuff that was lining up. It's like Nomura's birthday. I think it was actually today, the 8th, whatever day this podcast actually comes out. I don't know, but but Nomura's birthday was this week. There was like Walmart was playing Simple and Clean suddenly, which I talked about how Disney does cross promote stuff so that you're walking around Walmart and you hear Let It Go, you go buy the DVD. Well, you're walking around Walmart now, you hear Simple and Clean, you go, oh yeah, Sora's in Smash, you go buy the Fighter Pass. There was a bunch of other stuff. There's like Harada had blocked the Sora for Smash account like a year or two ago because of them spamming for wanting characters, and then he unblocked them right after Kazuya came out. There was like once I looked into it, there was actually a lot going for Sora. So I made like 2 videos. The second one, I literally took a line out of Simple and Clean and said, regardless of warnings, the future doesn't scare me at all, as in don't be afraid to get hype about the final reveal. And my guess going in was basically Sora. I was between Sora and Master Chief. I figured it'd be a big character. I was not thinking it would be disappointing at the end. It actually was a lot of build up and hype to this, which was fun. And I think the Sora leak was the perfect type of leak where it wasn't confirmed, no one was sure of it, but it got us talking about Sora, it got us getting hyped to see if that happened. And it's very cathartic, I think, when we're hyping something up and then it does actually happen. I know some people are like, oh man, I don't like leaks and stuff, but I think those type of leaks, when it's not certain but it just hypes you up and then does happen, like Hero and Banjo or Sora at the end here, is very, very cathartic, very awesome moment. So the reveal trailer was incredible. I think it's one of the best moments of all of this. I would say they ended on one of the higher moments of Smash here, and to get Sora in Smash is insane. He won the ballot, so literally Sakurai did the right move. He made the final character the character that literally would please the most people. However you feel about Sora, however anybody out there feels about him, this is the character that won the ballot. This is the character that objectively pleases the most people, and they ended on it. And that's just amazing. And all the hoops and stuff I'm sure Sakurai had to jump through to get Sora here, to get Disney to play ball. Incredible. So it's so monumental. It's so awesome. I was so happy about it. It was a great reveal. What's your take on Sora?
Oh wow. I talking about it and just even like remembering my emotions for Kingdom Hearts, I kind of want to go back and play it again.
Oh,
I like
so
just like I don't know, like just thinking about it, like it sort of brings out this like, I don't want to say childish, but like the childhood memory of like the sense of wonder that I felt playing that game and the characters fighting evil, and like just it almost had what I think Kingdom Hearts did special, and like this goes into the reveal. Like I just want to be clear, I'm not having like a full tangent. Is like Kingdom Hearts always had going for it something not Sunday morning cartoon levels, but like young adult or like young like adolescent shonen. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that sort of like
it merges like. And this is a perfect like allegory for what the game is. It merges like the childhood stuff, like Disney content and your own personal childhood, with like this darker, more mature storyline and growing up and stuff. And that is kind of the whole theme. And it's like, it does it so well that it hits emotionally really hard with a lot of people. And Kingdom Hearts hits hard with me too. And it's like I said, I played only a little bit of Kingdom Hearts 3. The last Kingdom Hearts game I played was actually the Melody of Memory, and I was terrible at it. I'm god awful at that game. I don't know. I'm usually pretty decent at rhythm games, but that one, something about the way it's like the timing for everything just feels slightly off. My friends are decent at it, and they carried us through. We played a lot of it actually when it came out. Played it for probably like 5 or 6 hours straight or something. But anyway, Kingdom Hearts games are very emotional games, and they do hit me. It had been a while since I was invested in Kingdom Hearts, because obviously Melody of Memory is just kind of a fun song game. And Kingdom Hearts 3 I didn't play that much of. But what was really cool about Sora almost leaking, or whatever, being suddenly becoming the speculation highlight, was that I was listening to Kingdom Hearts music again. I was reading up on Kingdom Hearts. I was like engulfing myself in it and remembering how cool it would be to get Kingdom Hearts in Smash, because I hadn't almost allowed myself to even accept it as a possibility, because I was with you on that whole, well, Disney, it might be too hard. So I wasn't even, and I always wanted Geno, and it was kind of a rival, but now that Geno was a Mii costume, Geno's out of the way. I hadn't accepted it as a possibility, but now we have a decent leak and all this evidence is piling up. I started accepting, how cool it would actually be, and it is so amazing. It's so cool. Sorry, I kind of took the whole floor away from you. I didn't mean to, but I really do find this ending emotional and cool. And Kingdom Hearts is just an awesome series, and it's one that like I said, I wouldn't allow myself to get excited for it, but once I allowed myself in that like last week or so to get excited, and then to have it actually happen was phenomenal. It was such a good ending.
Yeah, and like I just, yeah, something about it is so very. Kingdom Hearts is not as popular, I think, with that Minecraft generation we were talking about, because a lot of them, I assume, will have missed it, right?
Yes.
It's sort of feels like it's catching a lot of us that were in that generation of kids that, like, I got to it in middle school, I think.
Many people in the early 2000s had a PS2. It's like, it was like the biggest game
It was
console.
one of the most common household devices for a
because
minute.
It was a DVD player too, and I think it's the best-selling console of all time.
It was one of the cheapest DVD players too when it first came out, because DVDs were a brand new, like,
they were expensive too. So it was
movies.
like, well, Mom and Dad, should we buy a new DVD player so we can watch DVDs, or just get me the PS2 and we can do it through there? So like, so many households bought it. It was in like, just so many people had it back then. People who didn't normally have gaming systems, suddenly everybody had a PS2. And I think so many non-gamers, especially because of the Disney pull, a lot of just people I know who don't play that many video games have played Kingdom Hearts. And I think it has a big, wide reach. Like you said, with Steve and a certain generation, Kingdom Hearts definitely hits. If you were at a certain age in the early 2000s, you probably played Kingdom Hearts and probably loved that series.
Yeah, and it just... I just, like, I can't think of a better ending. Like, as much as I wanted, like, Master Chief personally,
mm-hmm.
and, like, I think that would have been really exciting for a lot of people.
That would have been great, too. Definitely. I was between those two.
Sora travels worlds. Sora's all about the heart and finding, like, like the light within inside yourself. And it's all these uplifting messages that are very generic and tropey, but lovable and fun. That Disney sort of energy with that Square Enix type of fantasy attached to it. It's remarkable. And to have that character make it into Smash just feels like we said it earlier, like home. Like, this is Sora's home.
Exactly.
Like, it feels
the Banjo trailer.
The whole time.
Yeah, the Banjo trailer and this one really do feel like the character coming home. It's like so emotional, so cool. And like you said, I like Master Chief too. It was cool that we got the Doom guy Mii costume at the end.
I was super happy about that.
And I was glad Sakurai mentioned first-person shooters and stuff. And I definitely think next Smash, or next time we start getting characters, whenever that happens, probably a long time from now, I think either Master Chief or Doom guy, a first-person shooter rap will probably happen. Also, we had already gotten Steve and Banjo-Kazooie, so like the idea of Microsoft getting in had already happened. So although Master Chief would still be huge, and I absolutely love Halo and would love to get Master Chief, I think getting Sora and having Disney play ball was more like shocking and new and fresh, and sort of like when Joker opened up this pass, or when we got Cloud, or when all the way back when we got Snake and got third parties started. This is another moment of the door's even wider. It has opened up even more.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, like I love the Halo Infinite team. I love the Halo, like all the Halo teams that have existed. I enjoy Microsoft's the current gaming operations are amazing. But like they'll do anything. Like we already talked about it earlier. Like they did Better Together, the Minecraft update where Switch and Xbox can play together, and eventually PlayStation 2, like, which is massive. And like so, like Microsoft handing off Master Chief probably would have been easy, like very easy to do. But Sora is a feat that we all thought was impossible, and if the most amount of people wanted Sora in Smash, like if they chose, they're going to the ballot, they're gonna vote for a character. Who do they want? And the most amount of people on planet Earth said Sora. I like it feels like I can't ask for anything.
Exactly.
It feels too important to give this character to us.
Exactly. And Sora, like being the ballot winner, also he's very popular in both the East and the West. Whereas as much as I love Master Chief, truth of the matter is, you know, there are first-person shooter fans in Japan, but it is much.
It has a following in Japan, but it ain't Kingdom Hearts.
It's smaller. It would not have been, you know, for some people they're sure, but it would not have been the big epic ending for everyone worldwide the way Kingdom Hearts getting in Smash is. So I do still hope, again, like next game we do get a legit first-person shooter rep, and I think we probably will. I really feel like next time it's like Master Chief, Doom Guy, Crash Bandicoot, and I don't know, maybe like Waluigi. As much as I love Geno might be there too. There's some big ones here. Ryu Hayabusa had a lot of speculation. You know, I feel like those, and maybe another Capcom character, Resident Evil, if that's possible. Maybe the blood's too much. Monster Hunter, Phoenix Wright, Dante. Actually, for me, it might be Dante. He got the Mii costume. There's a little bit more to like round this out, but I really feel like one more fighter pass added on, maybe a Smash Ultimate Deluxe in a couple of years, or just wait till the next Smash game. I feel like there's a very small group of characters that will literally complete Smash. So we do have to save some big reveals for next time. That's just the truth of it.
Yeah, and in terms of gameplay, we obviously can't play the character yet.
I haven't played him yet.
And so, like, again, we don't know how good the character is. We don't know until, like, a month or two after the character's out, usually, to know just how good a character is. So, of course,
what we do have is
everything.
But what we do have is we've seen what he plays like visually, and it looks awesome. It looks like Kingdom Hearts. He jumps around like Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, same. His moveset seems fairly simple. The big gimmick seems to be that you're going to have to kind of spam through the neutral, and he has a crazy recovery. He does combo. It looks like there's quite a lot of combos you can do with him. So I was a little afraid of another Bayonetta situation, but he's really light, so probably won't be. You know, I imagine he probably dies pretty easy. But
also, they learned their lesson. Clearly, this game's been balanced with every single character. They've nerfed and patched a few things that have been kind of essential, but like this game's been pretty well balanced. So I'm not super worried about Sora.
Same here. I'm not worried at all. But the way he moves around, he's so like the way he jumps, his like expressions, all the freaking alternate costumes he got. It's fantastic. He looks so well represented. I'm so happy about it. Can't wait to get to play him. Like the anticipation is killing me.
And I'm just, God, animation work is next level because Sora. So everyone talks about the anime sword fighter, and I'll fight you all another day on anime sword fighters.
He is a keyblade user.
But more importantly, he doesn't sound or animate like any other sword character in the game, and that's something Smash has been so good about. Like even Hero, right, has these very dramatic swings that actually make him a bit more exposed than say Marth on some of those swings.
Yeah,
so,
he's a different sword fighter type character than the others.
Sora is something else. The hit effects are different sounding than anything you've ever heard. There's a lot of like sort of that Link vibe of like I forget the name of the voice actor, but like just the way that Sora like shouts during a fight and like the call
Haley
like
Joel
thunder.
Osment?
Say what?
Haley Joel Osment?
Yeah, Haley.
Which I assume that's the voice actor they got. It sounded like it, but
they might have just stolen clips from other games.
Yeah,
like, might have just been
Sakurai said like he's fully voiced in Japanese and English, so I just assume they got the actual voice actor because
or they really did steal. I mean, Sora hasn't Japanese.
Either way,
actor, but
I mean
there's something animated about the way he talks or shouts during a fight that's very memorable. Like, you know, like, and you kind of think about it with Link too, right? You think about Upbeat, you probably just heard Link scream in your head. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
like,
it sort of has the like Yeah, like it's all like that all the time. Yeah,
Final, when you end a combo and you hear that, like, yeah, like
yeah,
it's just like there's something fun about it that like you never forget. Or calling out the spells, you know, like
yeah.
blizzard, fire, like it's all of it is so very Kingdom Hearts. I feel like it just straight up works in a 2D space, and they've already done 2D space with Chain of Memories on Game Boy Advance, and like it worked well enough. Like the animations looked good, the sprite work was beautiful. It was sort of a 3D space you were playing it in 2D, but those animations worked, and they just translate so well to a fighting game. Like no one's shocked that Sora in a fighting game works, but like I'm really happy it looks so much like I expect Sora to work.
Yeah, totally. And like you were saying about anime sword fighter or whatever, ending on anime sword fighter, like Sora honestly like is this weird mix, and again, it makes so much sense with Final Fantasy and Disney. Is this weird mix of like a cartoony Crash Bandicoot, Rayman, Klonoa, Banjo Kazooie, character because of the Disney side, and an anime sword fighter RPG character, and it's like it's this middle ground thing, which is great. And do you know about the speculation with the sword tournament? We've never gotten a sword tournament, even though we have so many sword using characters in Smash, and they usually do tournaments for like everything. So that was part of the speculation for how it might end on Sora. Because although like,
Oh, there's
because
so many tournaments in Kingdom Hearts. Like that's like the Coliseum is like such a grand part of that.
right, well, so like Master Chief, like yeah, he could have a sword, but it wouldn't be like his thing. Whereas Sora, it's like yeah, actually that event could fit well for Sora. Like we won't know until he comes out, but he's a Keyblade user, and the Keyblade is such a big part of his character. So having a blade themed event with all the sword users, I think it's probably going to happen. So that was one of the reasons why Sora seemed like to have the edge at the end. At the edge, yeah, I made a pun. I didn't mean to. But it's kind of funny he has a down B counter, like because that is kind of one of the like jokes that all the sword users just get down B counters.
Yeah, okay,
But his is different.
to be fair, like the parrying and like the whole riposte
And
system
throwing
of
it
Kingdom Hearts
backwards.
is pretty important in Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah,
And like the only reason the Fire Emblem characters have counterattack is because like that's a thing. Like you swing at your opponent and then they swing at you in Fire Emblem. Like I feel like it's supposed to correlate to that, but like you actually need that reflect. Also, sending the projectile backwards, that's wild.
yeah. I'm excited to get to play this character. I'm really excited just to see this character here, hear the character, watch him just move around, see Hollow Bastion as a stage, and the dive into the heart thing is so cool. It's a little unfortunate we don't have more Disney stuff, but I understand just getting the Mickey Mouse thing on the end of the Keyblade is probably cost a small fortune. So I will accept Sora in this form. It's cool to have him here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and also I think one big thing I don't want to gloss over, Yoko Shimomura's music is the only music featured. However, Yoko slaps. Like
Yeah.
all those songs are so good. There's such an energy. There's a Mario and Luigi, I think, Partners in Time song on that you can get. You can listen to on any of the Mario stages in Smash that is composed by Yoko Shimomura, and listen to that, and then go listen to any of the Kingdom Hearts battle songs, and tell me that that's like you feel the energy,
I mean,
like it's that style.
she made the Mario RPG music, and that's literally what I use for the theme song for my channel. So yeah, I'm a fan. I did really want Simple and Clean and Sanctuary, which we didn't get either of them, but they played Simple and Clean for Sora's reveal trailer, which was great. But I
Yeah, but you
understand.
know what? If that song was in the game, it would be the only song we ever hear alongside Megalovania at tournaments, and I don't need that song.
True, true. Also, it's
I do not
probably
need to be on the mic commentating and like breaking out into song. All right.
it's also probably I think it's owned by I don't know, whatever. Anyway, it would probably be tough to get, and it's probably expensive. And Sakurai's talked about Square Music being tough, and this is like Disney Square. It's like there's so much going on here. Whatever we got, we are lucky to get. So I'm happy. I'm satisfied. I can't really complain. I wanted
I'm
like a
very
Roxas all. I wanted more Disney stuff. I wanted a few more tracks, but I cannot complain. This is great that Sora happened.
This is the best ending, and
Yeah,
and also just a side note before we get to the last thing we were going to talk about
sure.
before we leave is Mario's Keyblade. Anyone? Mario grabbed, just final fun comment. Mario grabbed a fiery Keyblade from the flame, and then unlocked a world door. I'm just saying, Mario's a Keyblade user, and get to town, fanfic writers.
Yeah, I honestly think the reason it was like fire was because probably Disney won't let them show Mario holding the Keyblade, to be perfectly honest.
Okay, yeah, but everyone has their own Keyblade, right?
I suppose. I mean, Kirby can kind of.
I'm
Kirby also uses like just an energy looking Keyblade, so that's probably part of it. There's so many probably, yellow tape on all this stuff that they somehow got it in here. So we are lucky.
God, I
We are lucky.
so the final thing, because this is a 4 hour long PodpaGenos
This is
podcast.
crazy long. Yeah, final just comment on Sora before we get to the final thing we want to talk about. I just think he's a wonderful character. I think this was objectively the best ending we could possibly have. I love this ending, and it was such a hype moment. I loved having the leak and all the build up to then have it actually happen and come true. Like I said, it's like the best kind of leak where you don't really know, but it just makes you anticipate the character and get hyped for them. Then it happened, and what a hype ending! And it's honestly objectively the best possible ending because it was the ballot winner. So pleased the most people. I love Sora. I love the ending. I love Smash Ultimate. I'm looking at all these newcomers, and it's just insane where we are. So those are my thoughts on this all overall.
Fair enough. And we wanted to give an honorable mention because there are so many reveals, like in the Smash Wii U days and Brawl and whatnot. We both wanted to like give an honorable mention, and I have one, and it's just that before any of this started, all the videos, all the speculation, for me, Mega Man was was not only hype, but it was maybe the first time in my life I've ever popped off because of a character reveal. Like I lost my mind. I was like, no way they got Mega Man. Who else might be coming? And like that's what got me glued to the screen. Like I was already excited for a Nintendo Direct. I was already excited to like sit down and like and like watch all the reveals, what games are coming and all that. So the fact that it started becoming Smash information was pretty incredible.
Yeah, Mega Man's reveal was really, really huge. That was one of those characters that was like, it kind of took it from where Brawl had like, just Snake and Sonic, and it was like, oh, third parties are allowed to be in Smash, and the Mega Man, and going further from there, was really when we started getting like, okay, third parties are now going to start to be a regular thing along with the first party characters, and we're going to get some big names in gaming. And Mega Man goes back to like NES games like Castlevania does, where a lot of us older fans of Nintendo, when you were little, you didn't notice that Mega Man's Capcom. You didn't notice, Castlevania's Konami. You just thought, well, these are Nintendo games, so Nintendo owns them. So Mega Man, for a long time, for a lot of people, was a Nintendo character as much as Mario and Link and Samus and Kirby and, so it was really, really cool. That was another kind of coming home reveal, I felt like.
100%. And I know you had one that
Yes.
you really, really liked. Yeah, do you wanna bring that one up?
Sure, yeah. So my one I just like to touch upon because it was one of my favorite reveals, not in Smash Ultimate, but beforehand, was Little Mac's reveal. And like I said, the characters I really wanted, since the Brawl speculation days, were Little Mac, Geno, and Banjo. Those are the three I wanted pretty much equally, to be perfectly honest. I'm a huge Punch-Out fan. I grew up with Punch-Out, right alongside Mario and Zelda. Punch-Out was like one of my other favorite NES games, and was, to me, as Nintendo as Mario and Link, and it was just really, really a game that I have a lot of good memories with and stuff like that. And there's not too much, like it didn't get too much over the years. So, we have Super Punch Out, and then the Punch Out for Wii, which is amazing, which happened after Brawl. So it was like, okay, well now Punch Out's sort of relevant again. And then I was really hopeful that Little Mac would actually get in Smash. And I remember I was in college at the time. I actually took my laptop to a different floor in like an area of my dormitory that it had rooms, but no one lived in any of the rooms. And I sometimes went there to do homework in their little like lounge area. So I sat there alone watching the direct reveal or whatever it was on my laptop at the time, and I was just biggest grin on my face, like so happy to get Little Mac. It was the first time I got one of my characters that I'd wanted since starting speculating Smash in the game, and I was like, I'm maining this character. This is great. I'm so excited about Punch Out, and I know Bowser here remembers how excited I was because I talked about it a lot in the lead up to Smash 4. I was so excited to have a character that I could like call my own at that point. Now I have Banjo and Little Mac. Maybe someday I'll get Geno. Me costume for now. But I love a lot of the characters in Smash. So that Little Mac reveal though was probably the first like really 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 special Smash reveal. I mean there was other ones that I really loved. Going to the dojo and seeing Sonic was amazing. I remember the day Olimar was on the dojo. My brother loves Pikmin, so I got home a little before he did, so I remember seeing it on the website, and I left the website up, and I was so excited for him to come home and see it. But Little Mac was the special reveal. For me, a character I wanted, the first one I had like that. So that was an amazing moment. Just one to look back on, especially because Sakurai and the team have been working since Wii U, 3DS, up through into Ultimate, up through the fighter passes, all the way here to Sora. And the ballot probably affecting a lot of the choices post ballot, and the culminating in Sora is just really, really incredible. So looking back on the whole thing, the like almost decade long Smash cycle we just went through, it's pretty incredible. So,
damn.
Yeah.
We are 4 hours and 8 minutes into this recording.
All right. Well, I guess we'll end it right here at about 4 hours then. Thank you guys for watching, and I hope this stroll down memory lane for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate was fun to do at this moment at the end here. There's still some anticipation because we don't have Sora in our hands yet, so can't wait for that. And then this game is going to be over and done, and wow, what a game, what a series.
What a journey.
What a journey.
It's been so much fun, and like it's going to be weird having this like missing from my life. Like cuz Ultimate I'm still going to be commentating it, I'm still going to be streaming it, but like to have the reveal process, and eventually after this like the patching process will probably also end. Like it's so weird to see this coming to a close.
I mean, Metroid Dread got some spirits, so even though they said the total spirit count, we just got some more. So I think spirit events are going to happen for a while. Sakurai seems to continue to be doing his pick of the day. I don't know if this is going to end at the end of the year, if it's going to end a year from now. I think patches will definitely happen for a little while down the road, like you said. I don't know if they'll ever do the online a little better, because they did say to expect more updates to that. So we'll see where the game goes. There's still stuff to do, and obviously we now have the completed game, so we can finally play the full thing here. But it is, like you said, an end of an era. It's weird to not have this side of Smash in our lives for a little while here, and I said it before when Smash 4 ended with Bayo and Corrin. When Inkling and the big Smash, the flaming Smash Ball appeared, one of my most exciting things was, oh my goodness, I get to go back to speculating Smash. And this is the end of that. There's some things to do with Smash still, obviously, but speculating characters is basically over here until we get Smash again at some point. I don't know when that's going to be. We can talk about that in some other video, because this one's obviously very, very long.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I think the next thing, and let us know if you'd be interested in this in the comments, but I think the next thing we'll probably talk about, and maybe not for 4 hours, is
it's probably not as much to talk about,
the future of Smash and Nintendo, because I feel like this was Nintendo's biggest like seller other than like Animal Crossing. Like this was their big news point. This was where a lot of the hype was. I'm kind of curious, like, what's Nintendo's plan for pushing something big next? Because usually they have something popular or bumping or big.
Yeah, my assumption is next year it's going to be very Breath of the Wild 2 is going to be like, the big hype train
Splatoon
thing. Yeah, Splatoon 3. But after that, and the year after that or whatever, I don't know what's going to happen. And not having the Smash reveals are really big marketing tools for Nintendo, and obviously Sakurai needs to take a break and stuff, but they are big. And okay, we're getting into this conversation, so I'm going to cut it off here because we'll probably talk forever.
No, that's the safe idea.
Yeah, I'm going to cut it off here. We'll talk about that in some other video, but I hope you guys enjoyed the retrospective. I hope you guys like taking a walk down memory lane, and I hope we helped you relive some of these amazing Smash moments. I hope you have amazing memories all your own for these characters. And I'd like to thank X45X for joining me here. So thank you, Bowser. And
thank you so much.
You're welcome. And if you want to tell people where they can find you, go right ahead.
yeah, if you want to find me, twitch.tv/x45x. And for those of you who might be curious, yes, my actual name is Bowser. And yeah, I do professional Smash commentary now. Still do speed runs. I'm playing a lot of Pokemon Unite. So if you're into any of that kind of stuff, want to argue to me about Min Min or anything like that, you know where to find me. You can also blow me up on Twitter. That's fine too. Same exact name.
Alrighty, well, thank you guys for watching, and we'll catch you guys next time. I screwed up the ending here. All right. Leave it in.
You keep it.
Leave it in.
We're 4 hours in.
I have 4 hours in. It is 3:05 in the morning where I am, and I'm trying to just say an ending here, and I'm literally stumbling over my own tongue. Goodbye, everybody.
Take care, everyone.
Remember to like the video, leave a comment in the section below, and subscribe to PODpaGenos!
Twitter, Patreon, Discord.